Chapter 344. Chief Monk Xuanhe glanced at the black-robed monk and said, "Most of those who died at Zhou Xuanji's hands thought so." Many powerful cultivators felt that Zhou Xuanji was too young to be a threat, but he died a pitiful death. For example, Huangquan Drake King, Nether Ghost, Jihuang Demon Lord, etc. The black-robed monk chuckled, "I'm not them." His tone was confident and unquestionable. Xuanhe Divine Monk thought of his fight with him and did not say anything else. The group walked to the stone steps and lined up. They didn't cut the queue because there were many big forces in front of them, and there was no lack of holy lands. Zheng Junlu was also lining up with the Mountain Abyss Ziggurat disciples. Ever since he had seen Zhou Xuanji kill Duan Yogu, he had made up his mind to build a good relationship with Zhou Xuanji. Not only because of Zhou Xuanji's strength, but also because of his standpoint. Even though Duan Yogu had revealed his identity, he still acted decisively without hesitation. The northern wilderness region needed such a powerhouse. However, his disciples were dissatisfied. "Tower Lord, if we go up directly, Zhou Xuanji will receive us, right? Why are we queuing here?" A disciple could not help but ask, causing the other disciples to nod in agreement. Zheng Junlu shook his head and laughed, saying, "If they don't line up, how can the people from Skyfall arrange it? I'm setting up a benchmark. Even our Mountain Abyss Ziggurat has to queue up, so how can the other factions go up directly? This is also a gesture of goodwill to Zhou Xuanji." Hearing this, the disciples were enlightened and they admired his way of thinking. Even though the Mountain Abyss Ziggurat was a sanctum, it had been a long time since they had produced one of the top 5 experts in the world. It was not shameful for them to rope in Zhou Xuanji like this. On the summit, Zhou Xuanji did notice this. Daoist Old Man had introduced the leaders of the 8 sanctums to him, and he had even seen their faces. Moreover, Zheng Junlu's cultivation was at the first tribulation's scattered immortal stage. He was so conspicuous at the foot of the mountain, how could he not notice him? Mountain Abyss Ziggurat? How sensible. Zhou Xuanji smiled satisfactorily before closing his eyes and continuing to cultivate. There was no need for him to personally entertain the guests. He was the second in the world. Who could make him personally receive them? If he appeared, it would damage Emperor Sword Court's reputation. Not too far away, a sacrificial altar had been constructed, and Zhou Xiaoqi was napping lazily on it. He seemed to be extremely satisfied. This was a sacrificial altar that gathered the fate of heaven and earth. There were incense sticks and candles that represented fate in all directions. The stone platform was built with 10,000-year-old stones, and there was also a spirit-gathering formation around it. It attracted the little black snake, the 3-eyed drought rodent, a big and small heir to stop in their tracks. Once it became a divine beast of providence, Zhou Xiaoqi would soar into the sky. The others were all busy, including Jiang Shui. She was preparing for her marriage and was being served by female disciples. At that moment, a figure appeared behind Zhou Xuanji. It was Xianxia. She wore a flirtatious purple dress, and her face was covered by a veil as usual, revealing only a pair of enchanting eyes that seemed to contain a myriad of amorous feelings, as well as a hint of coldness. "You came," Zhou Xuanji said without looking back. Xianxia walked to his side and sat down. She smiled and said, "Yo, your strength is really getting stronger and stronger. You discovered me the moment I appeared." She saw through Zhou Xuanji's cultivation at a glance. A first tribulation loose immortal. His magic power was so strong that ordinary second tribulation bodiless immortals could not compare to him. This kid is really something. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and asked, "What have you been busy with recently?" This old demonic woman had been gone for dozens of years, which made him miss her occasionally. Xianxia smiled coquettishly and said, "Of course I'm busy with reviving the Tanhua sect. Why, do you miss me a lot? Today you can marry me as well. How about that? You can enjoy the happiness of having multiple partners." Zhou Xuanji was a little moved, but he still refused. Because he knew that this old demonic woman was toying with him. "Do you already know about the ancient Diablo?" Zhou Xuanji asked. Lu Wuji had told him about the ancient Diablo. Lu Wuji's cultivation was at least 7th tribulation scattered immortal, and he most likely surpassed that. He did not want Xianxia to take such a risk. Xianxia nodded calmly and said, "It's good that he's dead. He has no value anyway." Zhou Xuanji looked at her intently and asked, "Is that so? If she was just using him, why would Xianxia need a share of the ancient Diablo's colorful celestial fruit?" He did not point it out but reminded her, "The person who killed the ancient Diablo is very powerful, even more powerful than Yang Di. His cultivation is at least 7th tribulation scattered immortal. I advise you not to act recklessly." 7th tribulation scattered immortal. Xianxia's eyes widened as she said in a low voice, "How is that possible? There can't be 7th tribulation scattered immortals in this world. Ordinary cultivators would ascend when they reached 2nd tribulation scattered immortal. If they stayed here, it would be very difficult for their cultivation to progress. How could one cultivate to 7th tribulation scattered immortal in the mortal realm?" Zhou Xuanji did not say much, and Xianxia fell into a state of confusion. Her eyes flashed with fear, excitement, and curiosity, making it difficult for others to guess what she was thinking. Zhou Xuanji's heart thumped. This old demonic woman had her eyes on Lu Wuji to obtain his power? Others could cultivate to 7th tribulation scattered immortal, so why couldn't she? Xianxia thought to herself. She could already smell the serendipity. The day of the sect's establishment arrived. Hundreds of thousands of people had already moved into Skyfall, and there were millions more at the foot of the mountain. Skyfall had a limited number of houses. Apart from the guests who had received invitations, everyone else could only stay at the foot of the mountain. However, Skyfall would still send disciples to receive them. "Today is the day of Emperor Sword Court's establishment," Daoist Old Man said loudly. In front of the mountain gates, Daoist Old Man said loudly. All of the 2nd and 3rd generation disciples stood in front of him, looking incredibly excited. Xiao Jinghong, Beixiao Wangjian, Zhao Zongjian, and the others stood at different places and looked at Daoist Old Man from afar. Their eyes were filled with anticipation. The founder of the sect is the current Sword Emperor, Zhou Xuanji. He started training with the sword when he was 2 years old and revealed his brilliance before he was 10 years old. He fought his way into the Northern Wilderness top 100 when he was 20 years old and was ranked 2nd in the world before he was 30 years old. At 50 years old, he defeated the legendary sword saint. Daoist Old Man introduced Zhou Xuanji with great emotion. His voice resounded throughout the heavens and earth, and even those who were not at Skyfall could hear him. Everyone who heard him felt their blood boil. How could they not have a glorious future by following such a powerful cultivator? A 1,000-hand sword Buddha that was 3,000 meters tall descended from the clouds and looked down at the ground. Zhou Xuanji stood on its head, looking like a descending god. Daoist Old Man was still speaking, but everyone's gaze was attracted by the 1,000-hand sword Buddha. Such a domineering golden Buddha. This is the foundation of Emperor Sword Court's establishment. To support the world with the sword and save the world with the sword. Daoist Old Man said the last sentence. Next, all of the 2nd and 3rd generation disciples drew their swords and pointed them at the sky. The sound of their swords being unsheathed gathered together and shook everyone's hearts. To support the world with the sword and save the world with the sword. To support the world with the sword and save the world with the sword. To support the world with the sword and save the world with the sword. The disciples shouted together with all their might. Their voices shook the clouds. The guests were all shocked in their hearts. Emperor Sword Court had just been established, but these disciples already had such cohesiveness and morale. Zhou Xuanji's influence was too great. To support the world with the sword and save the world with the sword? With the swords in your hands? Zhou Xuanji, I want to see if you are qualified to do so today. A soft laugh suppressed the disciples' shouts and silenced the heavens and earth. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 345. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice, wanting to see who dared to provoke Zhou Xuanji at such a critical moment. During each sect's grand opening ceremony, they would be oppressed by their enemies. However, Zhou Xuanji was ranked 2nd in the world. Who would dare to do that? The speaker was the black-robed monk from Dongyuan Temple's team. Under everyone's gazes, he took a step forward and looked at Zhou Xuanji, who was high up in the air. He smiled and said, "Zhou Xuanji, you obtained the Xianxia map and indeed had great luck. However, if you are too strong, you will break easily. You dare to call yourself the most talented person in all of history, don't you think you're a bit too arrogant?" Zhou Xuanji glanced at him but did not speak. Regarding the matter of his talent, he did not brag about it to outsiders. This was a title that the world gave him. This fellow wanted to provoke him because of this, but the reason he came up with was too lame. Daoist old man and the disciples of Emperor Sword Court looked coldly at the black-robed monk, revealing mocking smiles. The black-robed monk's face turned cold and he slowly rose up. Wisps of strange black gas emerged and surrounded his body. My ancestor was a great emperor. In terms of talent, no one in this world can compare to me. I've cultivated for nearly 1,000 years and only came out today. I can use your name as a stepping stone to shake the world. He smiled proudly, and many people were moved by his words. An ancestor who became a great emperor? This was truly incredible. It was a pity that Zhou Xuanji remained expressionless, making the black-robed monk feel quite angry. There was a feeling of hitting cotton with all his might. Displeased, he stared at Zhou Xuanji and laughed coldly. "What? Panicking? Zhou Xuanji, make your move. Today, I will defeat you in front of all the heroes in the world." He spread out his arms, and the black gas transformed into a black Buddha figure, like a great Buddha who was possessed by the evil fire. The black Buddha quickly grew taller, wanting to reach the same height as the thousand-hand sword Buddha. At that moment, the thousand-hand sword Buddha opened its eyes. 2 beams of intense light illuminated the world, causing many people to close their eyes. The thousand-hand sword Buddha moved. 1,000 arms brandished their swords in unison, and it was as if 1,000 swords had transformed into a single sword. It slashed down with the force of 1,000 caddies, and its momentum was unstoppable. The black-robed monk's eyelids twitched. Just as he was about to block the attack, the black Buddha behind him was slashed apart. Bang! The black-robed monk's body exploded under the huge sword, turning into a bloody mist that dissipated in the air. The sword wind shook Skyfall, causing countless people's hearts to palpitate. Such tyrannical strength. The world was silent. Apart from the Dongyuan Monastery's people, who were completely dumbfounded, no one else felt surprised and only praised Zhou Xuanji for being powerful. Nobody wanted to challenge the Sword Emperor? So what if he was the descendant of a great emperor? He was still not a great emperor. How many descendants of great emperors could become great emperors again? Zhou Xuanji's body shook and disappeared. After a second, he returned to the top of the thousand-hand sword Buddha's head. If one did not keep a close eye on him, one would think that he had not moved at all. In truth, he had just taken away the black-robed monk's soul. This lad's cultivation had reached second tribulation's scattered immortal, and he was no weaker than Huang Quan Drake King. Unfortunately, he had chosen the wrong opponent. However, this brat's background was not simple. He could interrogate him and perhaps he could obtain some good information. The grand opening ceremony has officially begun. Rise! Zhou Xuanji roared, and following this, all of Skyfall violently trembled. Hum! A draconic roar rang out, and Fenyu Dragon King appeared at the foot of the mountain. He transformed into his dragon form, and his body expanded rapidly as he coiled around the mountain. The mighty dragon's body was revealed in front of everyone's eyes, causing them to be dumbfounded. Dragon! Such a powerful dragon's might. Could it be an 8th rank great demon? Not only that. 9th rank. Heavens, apart from Huangquan Drake King, there are other dragons that have reached 9th rank? The Sword Emperor has such a powerful demon under his command. Magma flowed under Fenyu Dragon King's scales, giving off a scorching aura. It was like a fog, which was quite shocking. The sea of clouds above shook violently, and another roar sounded out. Compared to Fenyu Dragon King's, it sounded much more immature. However, this roar grew louder and more majestic. This is the roar of a Qilin? Someone cried out in shock, causing another commotion. Last time when he fought the Sword Saint, Zhou Xuanji had stepped on a fire Qilin. Could it be that the fire Qilin was not simple? Thinking about it, Zhou Xuanji only lacked the phoenix to gather the leader of the three ancient divine beasts. The spiritual qi of the heavens and earth surged toward the top of the mountain. All of the Emperor's Sword Court disciples felt as if something was being sucked out of their bodies, but they did not feel any discomfort. Zhou Xiaoqi's roar grew louder and louder until it sounded like thunder, so loud that even the deaf could hear. Chief Monk Xuanhe's expression was unsightly. The black-robed monk's death was a great blow to him. Even he could not defeat the black-robed monk, and the monk was killed by Zhou Xuanji in an instant. Seeing Finyu Dragon King and hearing the fire Qilins roar, he felt a sense of defeat. He really could not compare to Zhou Xuanji. He suddenly understood why the arrogant Xian Xianghua was so loyal to Zhou Xuanji. Maybe she really admired and liked Zhou Xuanji. He had known Xian Xianghua for a long time, but it was the first time he had seen her treat a man like this. Even Yang Di could not move her heart. Zhou Xuanji did not know what Chief Monk Xuanhe was thinking. He was sensing the fate. A formless fate rose up like a violent gale, and even his fate was sucked upward. The entire court's fate was now flowing into Zhou Xiaoqi's body. Zhou Xiaoqi's body grew at a visible rate. Flames wrapped around his body, and he looked majestic. Such powerful fate. As expected of the Sword Emperor. At the foot of the mountain, a middle-aged man praised. His name was Li Yinyu. He was the ziggurat lord of the Zhanghai ziggurat, who controlled the world's intelligence. He came to visit Zhou Xuanji today and happened to witness such a grand occasion. The Zhanghai ziggurat's disciples behind him looked at him with admiration. No wonder Zhou Xuanji could defeat the Sword Saint. Just this fate alone was enough to compete with Yang Di. At the same time, in the northern part of the northern wilderness region, Lu Wuji, who was strolling ahead, suddenly looked toward the south. At this moment, he had regained his normal size and was no longer as skinny as a mash. His eyes were still glowing with a green light, and his white hair danced in the wind. He looked like an evil demon walking in the boundless world. Such a majestic fate. Is it Zhou Xuanji or Yang Di? He mumbled to himself with a smile. His eyes were filled with a murderous look. When he absorbed the essence qi of Diablo and Fu Hao, he also absorbed their memories. He had a better understanding of the world and was no longer ignorant. He immediately turned around and walked toward the south. Initially, he wanted to absorb the essence qi of all living beings in the north. But now, he could not wait to absorb Zhou Xuanji and Yang Di's essence qi. Hundreds of thousands of miles away, Baihao Yisun and Feng Qiu stood on a cliff. The four seasons were like spring behind them, and the landscape was picturesque. The undulating ice mountains in front of them looked like another world. Since ancient times, the north has always been a place of suppression. Great Emperor, your divine weapon is in the north. Will it bump into Lu Wuji? Feng Qiu asked carefully. Ever since he knew that Lu Wuji had revived, he had been in fear. With Lu Wuji's power, he could kill whoever he wanted, and no one could stop him. Baihao Yisun smiled condescendingly and said, Lu Wuji is nothing. When this emperor was at his peak, I was not any weaker than him. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 346. Seeing how confident Baihao Yisun was, Feng Qiu wanted to say something but hesitated. If you're so powerful, why were you forced to self-destruct so many times? Look at Lu Wuji. A single corpse could put the entire northern wilderness region in danger. Don't you know the difference between the two of you? Feng Qiu felt bitter in his heart, and he increasingly felt that he had fallen into a trap. Baihao Yisun flew forward and waved behind him, saying, Hurry up and follow me. Once I get my hands on the divine weapon, Lu Wuji will die regardless of how many tribulations he has. Feng Qiu sighed and could only follow. Heavenly Palace. The pale-faced Xinyuan Zhou sat on the throne. Ever since he had been killed by Shi Shenzong, he had only revived today. He was filled with rage and couldn't control it. Ever since he landed in the northern wilderness region, he had not had a good time. First, Zhou Xuanji had pretended to surrender, then he had been killed by Baihao Yisun's self-explosion, and then he had been killed by the Sword Saint. Looking back at the whole process, he was even more disheveled. What would happen next time? He felt that he had let down the heavens. However, the guilt could not compare to the anger in his heart. He wanted to kill Zhou Xuanji, Bai Hao Isin, and the Sword Saint. At this moment, a bronze mirror at the side suddenly lit up. A blurry figure appeared in the mirror. Xinyuan Zhou, what are you doing? We still haven't received any karmic luck from you. A roar came out from the mirror, shaking the entire heavenly palace. Xinyuan Zhou hurriedly got up and knelt down. He gritted his teeth and recounted what had happened during this period of time. Trash! The person in the mirror cursed, wanting nothing more than to rush out and beat Xinyuan Zhou up. Xinyuan Zhou felt very wronged. The two people who killed him were both historical figures. Just wait, we will send another person to the mortal world to help you. After Shi Shenzong ascended, the higher realms were thrown into chaos, and everyone wanted to fight over him. The Hegemon Sword Emperor even joined hands with the other Sword Emperors to fight. The Heavenly Palace needs fate as well as younger power. The man in the mirror said in a deep voice before disappearing into the mirror. Xinyuan Zhou wasn't happy. Instead, he was even angrier. Bai Hao Isin, I want you to die a horrible death. At this moment, he did not seem like the heavens who had lost all his emotions. He was like a lion that was walking towards its end. A pillar of light appeared out of nowhere and shone on his body. The light dissipated. Xinyuan Zhou slowly rose to his feet, regaining his calm and emotionless demeanor. If the heavens want you to die, you have no choice but to die. The flow of fate continued for the time it took for an incense stick to burn. A 300-meter-tall fire Qilin leaped out from the sea of clouds, scaring everyone into retreating. The fire Qilin sprinted in the air, roaring excitedly as it resonated with Fenyu Dragon King. I announce the establishment of the Emperor's Sword Court. Zhou Xuanji loudly cried out, and all of Emperor Sword Court's disciples followed suit. They shouted themselves hoarse, and all of them were so excited that their faces and necks were red. Fate connected into one, and Emperor Sword Court was officially born. If one person's luck soared to the heavens, the whole family would enjoy happiness and obtain good luck as well. If the Emperor Sword Court was heavily damaged, its fate would dissipate, and the fate of all the disciples in the court would also be damaged. Like birds of a feather. Today is not only the opening day of the Emperor Sword Court, but also the wedding day of me and my beloved wife, Jiang Shui. Skyfall will host a banquet and invite all guests. In the following month, the Emperor's Sword Court will be recruiting disciples. I will also make time to interact with the heroes of the world. Zhou Xuanji's voice sounded out again, making everyone excited. Those who wanted to join the sect would inevitably worry when they saw so many people. Those who wanted to befriend Zhou Xuanji would also have time to meet Zhou Xuanji. No matter what the outcome was, at least they did not come for nothing. Next, Zhou Xuanji landed in front of the mountain gate. Daoist old man waved his right hand, and red flowers appeared on the stone steps above him, extending into the clouds. Zhou Xuanji changed into a bright red dress, and Jiang Shui, who was wearing a wedding dress, appeared beside him with a red veil. Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Zongjian, and the others followed behind them to protect them. Daoist old man stroked his long beard and smiled, looking pleased. He began to give a speech, announcing to the heavens and gods. All living beings were witnesses to this marriage. No one jumped out to interrupt this marriage. Even if some people had other thoughts, they would not dare to do so at this moment. Jumping out in such a situation would only infuriate Zhou Xuanji. Anger could make people lose their rationality, but it could also make powerful people stronger. Zhou Xuanji took out the red embroidered ball, which was tied with a red cloth. He and Jiang Shui each held one end. From today onwards, you are my wife, Zhou Xuanji said softly with a smile. Under the red veil, Jiang Shui's lips curled up, and she felt sweet in her heart. After Daoist old man finished speaking, they began to climb the mountain. Holding Zhou Xuanji's hand, they ascended step by step. Ha! This day is finally here. Chongming Demon Monarch held his wine cup and laughed. He embraced the little black snake into his arms and strangled it with one arm, almost strangling it to death. Big and small air circled happily in the sky, flying together with Zhou Xiaoqi and Fenyu Dragon King. Cheers resounded across the sky, and it was extremely lively. Boom, boom, boom. At the foot of the mountain, the odd job disciples lit up fireworks. Dazzling fireworks bloomed in the sky. There were no fireworks in this world. Zhou Xuanji created them based on his memories from his previous life, just for this day. He walked step by step at a steady pace. With every step he took, scenes of memories surfaced in his mind. The confusion when he was born, the awkwardness and discomfort when his new mother doted on him, the heartache when Lady Zhao Xian threw him into the river, and so on. He was already 58 years old. On Earth, he was considered old. But here, his life truly began. He turned to look at Jiang Shui. Since he was 2 years old, he had decided to protect her, and it had never changed. But this promise became deeper. Deeper with happiness. From today onwards, they would share blessings and misfortunes together. A smile appeared on his face, and his fighting spirit was high. He would definitely make her the happiest woman in the world. In the north, amidst a world of ice and snow, Lu Wuji, who was strolling forward, stopped and looked ahead coldly. In front of him, there were two people 100 meters away. It was Baihao Yisun and Feng Qiu. Feng Qiu said in a low voice, "This person is not simple. I cannot see through his cultivation. We must be careful." Baihao Yisun was expressionless as he said, "He is Lu Wuji." God damn it. Could their luck be any worse? In this boundless world of ice and snow, they had just entered, and they had already bumped into Lu Wuji? At that moment, he suddenly felt that the heavens were toying with him. What? Lu Wuji? Feng Qiu's expression greatly changed, and terror descended upon him. Extreme fear flooded his heart like a tidal wave. The most powerful human in the legends? Your essence qi is very abundant. I'm going to kill you. Say your last words. Lu Wuji walked towards the two of them as he spoke. His voice clearly traveled into Baihao Yisun and Feng Qiu's ears. Feng Qiu's legs trembled as he asked, "Can we escape?" Baihao Yisun proudly laughed and stepped forwards as he said, "Escape? Why would this emperor escape?" His confidence gave Feng Qiu hope. Looking at his back, Feng Qiu felt that he was incredibly powerful and grand. Miao Shuwu. Chapter 347. Retreat first. Leave this to this emperor. Baihao Yisun instructed as he walked toward Lu Wuji. His tone was arrogant, and he gave off a domineering aura that could hold back 10,000 enemies. Feng Qiu suddenly thought of something, and his expression changed drastically. He immediately turned to escape. Lu Wuji smiled condescendingly and said, "Escape? Where can you escape to? You will all die." He stomped his right foot and clawed at Baihao Yisun. Baihao Yisun gave a mocking smile and chose to self-destruct. Boom! A horrifying explosion sounded out. A powerful light engulfed Lu Wuji's body. Feng Qiu, who was flying forward, felt a powerful gust of wind sweep toward him from behind. His body almost exploded, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. His body floated into the distance like sand. At the peak of skyfall. Within the building, Zhou Xuanji and Jiang Shui sat on a bed. The room was decorated in a festive manner. Under the flickering candlelight, the room was so red that it was mesmerizing. There was a festive atmosphere at the top and bottom of the mountain. Zhou Xuanji left these social activities to Xiao Jinghong, Daoist old man, and the others while he returned to his room to enjoy the night. He lifted up her red veil lightly with a gentle look in his eyes. She was beautiful, and her red lips were alluring. She looked away shyly, and her hands tightly gripped the corner of her clothes. Zhou Xuanji laughed and said, "Still nervous? We're already an old couple." Hearing this, Jiang Shui's shy facade disappeared. She pinched his ear and said coquettishly, "Say that again?" Zhou Xuanji chuckled and flipped her over. Outside the building, Xianxia was cultivating by the cliff. She snorted coldly, and her eyes were filled with displeasure. "Stinking brat, you're so proud." Xianxia mumbled to herself as she looked into the distance. The sky was filled with stars, and it was as beautiful as a painting. She suddenly frowned and got up slowly. "What's that?" she mumbled. Following her gaze, a violet rainbow appeared in the horizon. It was like a rainbow hanging at the end of the horizon, and it was much larger than the surrounding stars. It was easy to see. The Sword Emperor's marriage swept across the northern wilderness region like a whirlwind. At the same time, Fenyu Dragon King and Zhou Xiaoqi became famous. Countless people knew that Emperor Sword Court had powerful true dragons and qilins. They had immense fate and could rival sanctums. Soon, more and more cultivators rushed toward Skyfall. After all, Emperor Sword Court's recruitment period was 1 month long. After the wedding night, Zhou Xuanji began to receive the guests, while Xiao Jinghong, Lin Changge, and the others continued to recruit disciples. Skyfall was not idle, and the new disciples and odd job disciples were all busy that day. Zhou Xuanji met with the 8 sanctums one by one. Even Chief Monk Xuanhe did not put on airs. Everyone discussed the future of the northern wilderness region and the human race. It was righteous and harmonious. As for the empires, Zhou Xuanji summoned them all. Apart from the Hunyuan Empire, all the other empires came. Zhou Xuanji's friendliness had left a good impression. To them, the second in the world was something they had to look up to. Once there was a sense of distance between them, the attitude of those who were in a higher position could make people feel happy. It was normal for people to bully the weak and be vain. Only after half a month did Zhou Xuanji finally relax. He strolled around Skyfall with Jiang Shui, looking at the current Emperor Sword Court. Apart from the second and third generation disciples, Skyfall had more than 10,000 official disciples and 100,000 odd job disciples. Among them, there were more than 100 elite disciples. Compared to the previous 2 generations of disciples, their overall talent was naturally a little worse. For the development of Emperor Sword Court, Zhou Xuanji could only lower his requirements, but there was still a requirement for talent. If one did not have talent in the sword's way, he could become an odd job disciple and seek serendipity in the future. What if one was lucky enough to obtain the legacy of a powerful cultivator and instantly open up the sword heart? Zhou Xuanji had seen this many times, and it was even recorded in the legends of the northern wilderness region. In the blink of an eye, a month passed, and Emperor Sword Court was listed as a super first-rate faction by the Shanghai Ziggurat. It was second only to the sanctums, and it caused a huge commotion. Not everyone acknowledged that Zhou Xuanji was powerful because of his individual power. It was extremely difficult for a faction to become a super first-rate faction. Those who disagreed all thought that the Shanghai Ziggurat was sucking up to Zhou Xuanji. Of course, these voices were no longer important. This day, Zhou Xuanji gathered all the disciples, including the odd job disciples, at the waist of Skyfall's mountain. They were arranged according to their levels. From the front of the mountain gate to the end of the procession, there was a distance of nearly 1,000 meters. Everyone looked at Zhou Xuanji, who was on the 1,000-hand sword Buddha's head, passionately. At this point, Emperor Sword Court's recruitment period has ended. From now on, I will recruit disciples once every 10 years. I do not ask for a large number of disciples, I only ask for quality. Therefore, for all of you to be able to join Emperor Sword Court, you are all extremely talented. Odd job disciples must also have confidence. For you to be able to join Emperor Sword Court, it means that I acknowledge you. In the future, you will hold up the sky of the northern wilderness region. Do you think you can do it? Zhou Xuanji looked down at them and said. His voice was indifferent, but it made the 100,000 disciples' blood boil. The world's second acknowledged them. How could they not be excited? Yes. We can definitely do it. We want to be like the primogenitor. We will definitely strengthen Emperor Sword Court. The disciples roared with all their might. Their voices shook the clouds and made the demons on the mountain shudder in fear. Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Zongjian, Huang Lianxin, Lin Changge, and the others were also excited. Zhou Xuanji was powerful individually and had great teaching ability. They did not expect him to be so powerful as a leader as well. After the disciples cheered for a while, Zhou Xuanji continued to speak. He told them about Emperor Sword Court's initial development plan. All of the disciples had to focus on cultivation. In 5 years, the Skyfall net would be opened, and the disciples could join the Skyfall net. They could also go to the Skyfall net to receive missions and build up Emperor Sword Court's might while fighting for support for themselves. Zhou Xuanji also told them about the court's rules. Killing one another and deceiving one's teachers and ancestors were great crimes, and the disciples all memorized them. Afterwards, Zhou Xuanji personally displayed 10 sword techniques, making the disciples feel incredibly excited and wanting to immediately learn them. Cultivate well, Emperor Sword Court will be relying on you. After saying this, the 1,000-hand sword Buddha disappeared, and Zhou Xuanji left. The second and third generation disciples entered the arena one after another and left with their disciples, preparing to continue practicing their swordsmanship. Skyfall was very big, and there were many different places for them to train. After returning to the summit, Xianxia had been waiting for a long time. "What is it? Is something the matter?" Zhou Xuanji asked. After the wedding night, Xianxia had disappeared, and he had thought that she was sulking. He had never thought that she would come back so quickly. Xianxia said seriously, "Something big has happened in the north. Lu Wuji has appeared and fought with great Emperor Heartless. The outcome is unknown, but it's said that Lu Wuji has already infiltrated the inner regions. Many cities and villages at the edge of the human race have been massacred, and the dead have all of their essence chi sucked dry." Wonderful Book House. Chapter 348. Then what? Don't tell me you want to join forces with me to deal with Lu Wuji? Zhou Xuanji asked with a strange expression. This old demonic woman had turned over a new leaf and wanted to become a saint? Lu Wuji was at least a 7th tribulation loose immortal. Even if he joined forces with Xianxia and 10 other helpers, they still wouldn't be able to defeat them. Although he was not an evil person, he knew how to act within his means. If the villains were weak, he would naturally draw his sword to help them. However, the enemy was too strong, so why would he send himself to his death? He had heard from the souls of the powerful beings that Lu Wuji could absorb essence chi to become stronger. If he were to die, it would bring more harm to the northern wilderness region. Xianxia rolled her eyes at him and snapped, "Am I that stupid? What I want to say is that after Lu Wuji sneaked into the human tribe, he seemed to have his eyes on Sunlight Emperor. According to his tracks, his target is Sun Hill." Zhou Xuanji heard him and blinked. Sun Tomb? Was Sunlight Emperor so unlucky? It was unknown how long the #1 expert in the world could last against Lu Wuji. Of course, he still hoped that he could defeat Sunlight Emperor in person. In this way, he would be worthy of his title as the first in the world. "Then I shall wait for the results of the battle," Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. The result was obvious. Shenyuan Zhou was only a 3rd tribulation individual immortal, but he could delay Sunlight Emperor for a while. No matter how powerful Sunlight Emperor was, he could not surpass a 5th tribulation individual immortal. If he encountered Lu Wuji, he would definitely die. He began to think about how to quickly increase his strength. Once Yang Di died, Lu Wuji would find him sooner or later. Also, for the next period of time, I will be heading to the seaside to develop the Tanhua sect. The overseas factions are getting restless, and I reckon that they will soon invade the northern wilderness region. Emperor Sword Court should focus on increasing your strength. Xianxia took a step forward and patted Zhou Xuanji's face as she said softly. Her eyes were blurry, filled with relief and gentleness, as well as surprise and pride. Back then, he refused to become the Tanhua sect's deputy sect leader no matter what. Now that he had established Emperor Sword Court, which was even stronger than Tanhua sect, it was hard to predict the fate of a person. Zhou Xuanji asked with a frown, "Is Tanhua sect really that important?" Xianxia's eyes curved into crescent moons as she said, "Is Emperor Sword Court really that important? You and I are the same kind of people, you should understand." Having heard this, Zhou Xuanji could only sigh. After all, Xianxia was not an ordinary woman. Her ambition was no less than a man's. "If there are any difficulties, inform me at any time. However, I hope that your Tanhua sect will not commit any more evil deeds." Zhou Xuanji waved his hand. Xianxia flirtatiously blew him a kiss before turning into a ball of demonic qi and leaving. He shook his head and laughed. He turned to look at the endless starry sky above him. He was already very strong now. However, it wasn't the strongest, so it was still dangerous. If that was the case, then he would become the strongest in the mortal world. No, to become the strongest in the mortal world, He might encounter enemies from the upper realm later on. He wanted to keep growing stronger. After thinking about it, he walked to the edge of the cliff and started to cultivate the third level of world reincarnation, World Overlord. Even with the Xianxia map, it would take a long time to reach the seventh tribulation scattered immortal realm by absorbing qi to increase his cultivation level. Lu Wuji, on the other hand, was constantly growing stronger. Only by cultivating the overlord of the world and gathering the energy of the heavens and the earth would one be able to completely counter Lu Wuji. In the north, Feng Qiu carried a baby boy as he advanced. He would occasionally look behind him, afraid that Lu Wuji would attack. Stop looking. He was injured by this emperor, so he probably won't dare to come. The baby boy giggled. He looked like a newborn, but he could already speak. Naturally, he was Great Emperor Heartless, by Hao Yisun. Every time he self-destructed, he had to be reincarnated. He had a special divine ability that allowed him to grow rapidly. Not long ago, he appeared in Feng Qiu's dream and asked Feng Qiu to steal him away from a mountain village. Thinking about the woman who was as strong as a cow feeding him milk, he shuddered. Feng Qiu rolled his eyes and said grumpily, "Great Emperor, I'm begging you to stop bragging, okay?" He really had 8 lifetimes of bad luck to follow Heartless Great Emperor. My ancestors lied to me. Great Emperor Heartless was not so powerful and invincible. The young Bai Hao Yisun saw through his thoughts and snorted, "Junior, you don't understand true power. This emperor is really powerful, the kind of invincible power." Feng Qiu chuckled. Now that things had come to this, in order to survive the world epic, he could only hold onto this life-saving straw. Yang Di was being targeted by the man in the woven rush raincoat, and Zhou Xuanji was working together with Dao Seeker. In this world, only Bai Hao Yisun could give him hope. It was just that this hope had become very small. So, the power that this emperor left behind is hidden in the abyss 3 miles away. There are powerful restrictive spells down there, and anyone who enters will definitely die. When the time comes, just throw this emperor down. When this emperor rushes out, I will be invincible in the world. Bai Hao Yisun said with a pleased smile. Hearing this, Feng Qiu narrowed his eyes. He asked cautiously, "Is this true?" Lu Wuji had given him too much shock. After suffering from Bai Hao Yisun's self-destruction, that fellow was completely unharmed and had even snuck into the human race. Lu Wuji relied on absorbing essence qi to become more powerful. To him, the human race was a place of serendipity. Thinking about an even more powerful Lu Wuji, his scalp felt numb. "This emperor never lies," Bai Hao Yisun said proudly. Bai Hao Yisun said arrogantly. He firmly believed that he was invincible. "How long will it take for you to rush out?" "Depends on the situation. At least 100 years, at most 1,000 years. Feng Qiu had an urge to throw Bai Hao Yisun to death. 100 years? Not just the human race, even the demon race might be massacred by Lu Wuji. Half a year later, the storm brought by Emperor Sword Court gradually subsided. After all, Emperor Sword Court did not make any big movements after it was established. The entire sect was cultivating hard. But on this day, the leader of the 7 empires, the Hunyuan Empire, suddenly issued a decree to the world. Hunyuan's emperor was going to attack Lu Wuji. This decree listed Lu Wuji's crimes one by one, shocking the world. Because of this, the world knew that the most powerful human was Lu Wuji. Just his dead body alone was enough to overturn the world. Within half a month, the news of Sun Hill being razed to the ground spread again, causing the world to be in an uproar. Yang Di had disappeared. Could he have been killed by Lu Wuji? He was the top cultivator in the world. How can it be? Where's Yang Di? Facing the most powerful human, he must have... Impossible. Yang Di is invincible. That's Lu Wuji, someone who has existed since the beginning of the human race. Even Yang Di died in his hands. Who else can deal with Lu Wuji? Sword Emperor Zhou Xuanji. The entire human race was in a panic. All sorts of voices could be heard. The 7 empires and 8 sanctums were on high alert and began searching for Lu Wuji. The news reached Skyfall. Zhou Xuanji did not make any arrangements but continued to cultivate in isolation. On this day, before the gate of Hunyuan Royal City, Lu Wuji looked up at the towering city wall. Countless people entered and exited the city. Soldiers stood on the 100-meter-tall city wall, and each of them was as mighty as a divine weapon. Stealing the fate of the Saint Empire. You should not exist. Lu Wuji mumbled to himself. As he spoke, he raised his right hand slowly. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 349. The Hunyuan Empire had existed for more than 20,000 years. It was the oldest empire among all the empires. Until now, no one knew the true origin of the Hunyuan Empire. But there was one thing that people liked to talk about. The spiritual qi in the Hunyuan Empire far surpassed that of other empires. The weather here was good, and no matter how big the war was, it would not harm the Hunyuan Empire. When Lu Wuji raised his right hand, the sky above the royal capital changed drastically. A violent gale howled, and the shadow of a 5-clawed golden dragon appeared above the royal capital. It was like a winding mountain range that covered the sky, attracting countless people's attention. The dragon ancestor has appeared. Why did our Hunyuan Empire's fate divine beast appear? It's not a divine beast but a dragon vein. Could it be a powerful enemy? Could it be the famous Lu Wuji? The citizens cried out in shock, but the royal capital did not fall into chaos. This was the Hunyuan Empire after all. In the eyes of the Hunyuan people, no enemy could threaten them no matter how powerful they were. Boom! A horrifying beam of black light came from outside the city and penetrated the Hunyuan Empire instantly. All the buildings, people, and livestock along the way were pulverized. Next, a few more beams of black light appeared and blasted the Hunyuan Empire into pieces. Domineering. Before these black beams of light, the Hunyuan Empire was so vulnerable. The spell formations were useless, and the sturdy city walls were like paper. One by one, the experts leaped up into the sky, including the 4 divine generals of Qin, Tang, Xian, and Wang. Emperor Hunyuan flew into the sky too. He wore an emperor's robe and a golden crown with green pearls. He looked furious, and a horrifying aura exploded from his body, stirring the sea of clouds. Kill him. Emperor Hunyuan pointed at Lu Wuji and roared furiously. He could no longer care about Lu Wuji's identity. How could he face his ancestors after the royal capital was destroyed like this? The 4 legendary generals charged toward Lu Wuji immediately. Lu Wuji, who was outside the city, saw this. He laughed condescendingly and mumbled, "A bunch of mortals dare to resist the will of immortal gods?" After he spoke, his face turned hideous. His eyes were filled with blood vessels, and a murderous aura emanated from him. At Skyfall, Zhou Xuanji sat by the cliff and thought hard. Becoming a world overlord was even more difficult than world reincarnation. It was extremely profound. He couldn't understand just the mantra alone. Why do I feel that the sentence doesn't make sense? Could it be that I wrote it randomly? At this time, Haotian King flew over and knelt down behind him. He cupped his fists and said, "Master, something bad has happened. The human race has changed." Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and glanced at him, asking, "What is it? Shocking changes in the human race?" He immediately thought of Lu Wuji. Lu Wuji has flattened the Hunyuan dynasty's imperial city. The Hunyuan emperor, the 4 divine generals, and millions of people in the imperial city have all died tragically. Now, the Hunyuan dynasty is in chaos. The 8 sacred grounds and the other 6 dynasties have begun to work together to help the Hunyuan dynasty. Haotian King said in a low voice. His face was filled with fear. That was the Hunyuan Empire, the empire that had the highest chance of becoming the Great Fate Empire. It was also the oldest empire in existence. They were destroyed just like that? If the human race was slaughtered by Lu Wuji, would the demon race be next? Zhou Xuanji's expression changed. He had never thought that Lu Wuji would be so crazy. He frowned and asked, "Where is Lu Wuji now?" If the Hunyuan Empire was destroyed just like that, the other empires would most likely follow in their footsteps. He's still in the Hunyuan Empire. He's absorbing the essence qi of the Hunyuan Empire's residents. The Hunyuan Empire has already become hell on earth. Speaking to there, Haotianbor King shivered. When one's essence qi was absorbed, they would maintain their rationality. In other words, the victim would gradually feel death approaching. This kind of fear was far greater than directly dying. Zhou Xuanji said, "Continue to gather information. If there's anything, inform me at any time." Haotianbor King received the order and left. Zhou Xuanji frowned and thought deeply. Yang Di's fate was unknown, and the Hunyuan Empire had been heavily injured. He had to think of a way. He could not place his hopes on world overlord. He thought about what Emperor Zhao had said. Juadi Cliff had a way to deal with Lu Wuji. After thinking about it, he decided to act immediately. He gathered his trusted aides and gave them orders. Everyone knew about Lu Wuji, including Jiang Shui, Xiao Jinghong, and the others. Juadi Cliff is known as the Great Emperor's Graveyard. There might really be a way. "Revered teacher, please be careful," Xiao Jinghong said as he nodded. The others had no objections. Now, Zhou Xuanji had no problem challenging Juadi Cliff. He could come and go as he pleased. Jiang Shui gave some instructions before letting Zhou Xuanji leave. Daoist old man chuckled and said, "Unknowingly, this brat has already reached the level of a savior." When Sun Hill was flattened, facing Lu Wuji's ferocious might, the world immediately thought of Zhou Xuanji. Now that the Hunyuan Empire was heavily injured, the outside world was in an uproar. In a few days, letters from various factions would be sent to Skyfall. Jiang Shui smiled proudly and said, "Of course. In the current world, only his fate cannot be predicted. If he's not the savior, who is?" Daoist old man shook his head and laughed. The others also joined in and asked when Jiang Shui and Zhou Xuanji would have a child. She was so embarrassed that she wanted to cast a spell. Under the blue sky, the once prosperous Hunyuan royal city had turned into ruins. Lu Wuji sat in the ruins, and a 5-clawed golden dragon circled above his head, which was the dragon vein. The dragon's tail sunk into his back, and he was absorbing the dragon vein. The dragon vein was the Hunyuan Empire's fate. Once it was completely absorbed by him, the Hunyuan Empire would be completely destroyed. At the edge of the ruins, Dao Seeker and the man in the woven rush raincoat were looking at Lu Wuji. Lu Wuji ignored them as though he did not notice them. If he obtains the Empire's dragon vein, the northern wilderness region will be finished. All the powerful cultivators at home and abroad will not be able to destroy him even if they work together. Dao Seeker said faintly, "Could this be the world epic? Lu Wuji will destroy the humans and demons. After he leaves, a new race will rule the northern wilderness region." The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. The man in the woven rush raincoat sighed, "Yang Di cannot defeat him for now. It should be said that no one in the current world can defeat him." The two tribulation executives just looked at Lu Wuji helplessly. They felt helpless. After countless years of preparation, they could not defeat fate. Boom, boom. 2 beams of light descended from the sky and landed nearby. Next, Xianyuan Zhou and a muscular man stepped out from the powerful light. The muscular man wore silver armor. His face was wild and his eyes were sharp. He wore a string of jade beads on his forehead. "Lu Wuji? How dare a dead body disturb the peace of the mortal world? Today I, Xianyuan Han, will destroy you. To the will of heaven." The silver-armored man shouted. Lightning struck down and turned into a large saber in his hand. He walked towards Lu Wuji with the saber in hand, and Xianyuan Zhou followed closely behind. Dao Seeker and the man in the woven rush raincoat looked at each other curiously. Who is Xianyuan Han? He descended from the sky. Could he be from the upper world? Lu Wuji, who was absorbing the dragon vein, opened his eyes. His eyes were red, and his pupils could not be seen. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 350. Xianyuan Han had threatened to eliminate Lu Wuji. Dao Seeker and the man in the woven rush raincoat couldn't help but look forward to it. The Xianyuan clan was the surname of the human race's ancient emperor. Could there be a turning point? Xianyuan Han and Xianyuan Zhou shot out like arrows, raising 2 rows of dust in their wake. In the blink of an eye, the 2 of them were right in front of Lu Wuji. One of them waved his palm, the other brandished his saber. Scram! With a loud roar, Xianyuan Zhou and Xianyuan Han felt an irresistible force rushing towards them, causing them to be sent flying while coughing up blood. A lowly puppet of the heavenly Tao, a mortal who has inherited the destiny of a wise man. Do you really think you can kill me? You overestimate yourself. Lu Wuji laughed savagely. The dragon vein above his head struggled furiously, roaring soundlessly. Xianyuan Zhou and Lu Wuji steadied themselves. He gritted his teeth and said, "I told you, Lu Wuji is very strong." Xianyuan Han wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and cursed, "You think you're worthy of the heavenly king? Charge with me. We must return peace to the human world." With that said, he took the lead and charged toward Lu Wuji. After the time it takes to burn half an incense stick, Lu Wuji was still sitting in the ruins, absorbing the dragon vein. There were two people kneeling in front of him. They were Xianyuan Zhou and Xianyuan Han. Their bodies were covered in blood, and their skin was withered. Their life force had already been severed, and their eyes were filled with despair and terror as they stared at Lu Wuji. Upon closer inspection, one could see that their limbs were bent exaggeratedly. It was obvious that they did not want to kneel of their own accord. In the distance, Dao Seeker and the man in the raincoat remained silent. This was especially so for Dao Seeker. His face was ashen and he seemed extremely downcast. How could he possibly defeat Lu Wuji? Lu Wuji, what exactly are you doing? Given the level of your cultivation base, how much stronger can you get by absorbing the quintessence energy of mortals? Asked the man in the raincoat. As tribulation takers, they were connected to the destiny of the human race. As long as they weren't destroyed, they wouldn't die, so they weren't afraid of Lu Wuji attacking them. Lu Wuji didn't even open his eyes. I just want to destroy the hypocritical human race and the demon race. The true human race has already been harmed. The human race shouldn't exist anymore. Dao Seeker and the man in the raincoat were baffled. What do you mean? Humans are humans. How can they distinguish between the past and the present? Dao Seeker continued to ask, wanting to understand Lu Wuji's motives. Lu Wuji didn't hide anything and said, "Back then, Emperor Xia founded the human race and became the overlord of the world. However, there was a traitor under him. In order to usurp the position of human emperor, he colluded with the demon race and gave birth in the demon race's territory. Those traitors took advantage of the fact that the human race was weak and destroyed the Xia dynasty. They killed all the Xia people, leaving only a few women to create a new human race. The daughter of Emperor Xia was framed by them. She will forever be a devil, never to be reincarnated. Therefore, the current human race is not worthy of being a human." Dao Seeker and the man in the woven rush raincoat fell silent again. They were shocked, not expecting the human race to have such a secret. If what they said was true, then history had concealed the truth. But even so, it was the fault of the predecessors, and it had nothing to do with the descendants. After I absorb the dragon vein, I will awaken the ancient Xia people and control the northern wilderness region. No one can stop me. Lu Wuji said leisurely with a hint of excitement in his tone. Dao Seeker asked in a deep voice, "Aren't you a will formed from Lu Wuji's dead body? Is this what Lu Wuji's main body is thinking? What kind of person was Lu Wuji? If he knew about this back then, why did he not turn things around and stop the conspiracy? Before he ascended, he was already invincible. When he was in isolated cultivation, the human race changed and he did not know about it. When he came out, the human race had already changed and he could not do anything about it. So, he killed the human emperor in a fit of rage and ascended. I inherited his body and helped him fulfill his wish. It's only right." Lu Wuji laughed coldly. His smile became even more savage. "I want to become the human emperor. I want to be the only ruler of the world." Dao Seeker was moved and squinted his eyes. As expected, this is the true history of the human race. The descendants wanted to cover up their evil deeds against the Xia people, so they suppressed me. Zhou Xuanji listened to the voice in the blood bead and sighed in his heart. It turned out that old Mother Wan Yi was a pitiful person. But when she heard that she was going to deal with Lu Wuji's corpse, she was so frightened that she gave up on life. "I advise you to ascend as soon as possible." Lu Wuji's power is beyond your imagination. Before he ascended, all of the living beings in the mortal world combined couldn't possibly be a match for him. He's truly the most powerful of the human race. Before my father ascended, not even he could match up to my father. Old Mother Wan Yi advised him earnestly. Her life was in Zhou Xuanji's hands, so she did not want him to die. Once the human race in the northern wilderness region was destroyed, she would die for sure. But there were still northern wilderness people in the upper realm. Their fate could allow her to continue living. Zhou Xuanji snorted, I still have many people I care about in the mortal realm. How can I ascend? You're the daughter of Emperor Xia. You're too cowardly. Wait and see. I will defeat Lu Wuji. After that, before Old Mother Wan Yi could retort, he stored the blood bead into the Xianxia map. He could not get away to deal with Lu Wuji from Old Mother Wan Yi, so he could only continue toward Juadi Cliff. He traveled at full speed without stopping. In a few days, he could reach Juadi Cliff from Skyfall. After all, Juadi Cliff was in the south. It was not too far for him. 3 days later, he finally reached Juadi Cliff. This time, Xianxia was not with him. He traveled alone. He took out the ancient god sword and summoned Emperor Zhao's remnant soul. Juadi Cliff, I'm finally back, Emperor Zhao said with infatuation and excitement. After that, he pointed in a direction and asked Zhou Xuanji to fly over. Juadi Cliff was huge, and the weather was ever-changing. Along the way, there were many natural forbidden grounds. With his sharp senses, Zhou Xuanji avoided them easily. He felt a little fearful. Previously, he could not see these natural restrictions. If he was careless, he would not be where he was today. These natural restrictions came in all shapes and sizes. There were 5 elements, yin, yang, and even poison. It was hard to guard against them. He used his divine sense and saw many coffins buried in the mountains or underground. Those who were buried in Juadi Cliff were not simple when they were alive. An hour later, he came to the destination that Emperor Zhao pointed out. In front of him was a bottomless canyon. Gusts of chilling wind blew, sending chills down one's spine. I've opened up a cave abode on the cliff below. There's a puppet inside that was made from my clone, Emperor Zhao urged excitedly. He couldn't wait to see his puppet fight Lu Wuji. Puppet? Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. Puppets were common in the cultivation world, but most of them were not powerful. He did not believe that there would be a 7th tribulation scattered immortal puppet. But since he was already here, there was no harm in going down to take a look. Xianxia map. At this moment, a cold and feeble voice came from behind him. Zhou Xuanji turned around instinctively. A demonic shadow appeared 30 meters away. Demonic qi coiled around his body, and only his head was exposed. His eyes were cold, and his face was full of wrinkles. His white hair danced like flames as he stared fixedly at Zhou Xuanji. "Who are you?" Zhou Xuanji asked. He was shocked in his heart because he did not sense this person's appearance. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 351. The Xianxia map is an inauspicious item. It shouldn't exist. I advise you to abandon it. The demonic shadow said in an extremely complicated tone. His eyes were cold like 2 pools of water. Emperor Zhao exclaimed, You're also just a remnant soul, so why can your soul condense? That shouldn't be the case. Did the heavenly Tao not allow you to reincarnate? Zhou Xuanji heard him and was curious. Although he did not understand the Tao of samsara, an existence that could shock Emperor Zhao to such an extent was definitely not simple. Junior, tell me your name. Your soul isn't bad. In the future, after I revive, I can recruit you as my little brother and bring you along. Emperor Zhao crossed his arms in front of his chest and smiled proudly. Zhou Xuanji curled his lip and said, Did I say I would revive you? Emperor Zhao chuckled and said, One day, the ancient god sword will be insignificant to you. If you can revive us, it will be even more valuable. He neither threatened nor mocked. He simply used a mocking tone to analyze the future. At the same time, these words proved his trust in Zhou Xuanji. Who are you? You're just a remnant soul, yet you're so arrogant. Since ancient times, I've never been convinced by anyone. The demonic shadow stared at Emperor Zhao and asked, his tone even more arrogant than Emperor Zhao. Emperor Zhao said proudly, "Emperor of all ages, Zhao Chenggang." The demonic shadow was silent. "What? Are you scared?" Emperor Zhao asked proudly. 70,000 years had passed, but he was still as famous as ever. Emoing said, "Never heard of it." It was Emperor Zhao's turn to be silent. Zhou Xuanji could not take it anymore and said, "He's Emperor Zhao. There are not many records of him in history, and he's only called Emperor Zhao." The demonic shadow squinted his eyes and said, "So it is Emperor Zhao. I admire you. Your ambition is rare among the Renawangs. Even Emperor Xia cannot compare to you in terms of territory. You have a good eye and understand that the overseas territories should be controlled in your hands." Emperor Zhao was delighted to hear this. So this kid was his faithful believer. "My surname is Dugu. My name is not important, I have long forgotten it." The demonic shadow continued in a tone that was neither servile nor overbearing. Zhou Xuanji was stunned, and so was Emperor Zhao. "Dugu? Could it be Devil Emperor Dugu who suppressed Lu Wuji 50,000 years ago? No way. What a coincidence. You're Devil Emperor Dugu? The Devil Emperor Dugu who suppressed Lu Wuji's corpse?" Emperor Zhao asked straightforwardly. He had heard of Devil Emperor Dugu's name in the upper realm. The demonic shadow named Dugu asked in confusion, "Who is Devil Emperor Dugu? Who is Lu Wuji?" Zhou Xuanji coldly harumphed and said, "You know Emperor Zhao, but you don't know Devil Emperor Dugu?" Emperor Zhao had ascended 70,000 years ago, while Devil Emperor Dugu had mysteriously disappeared 50,000 years ago. Both of them had left their mark in history. Dugu sighed and said, "I've lost a lot of memories. I'm also looking for my true self, but I can't leave Juadi Cliff. I can only linger here." He looked at Zhou Xuanji with a profound gaze. "You have come to Juadi Cliff twice. The first time, you obtained the inheritance of the Hegemon Sword Emperor, so I paid attention to you. The second time, I protected you and allowed you to successfully obtain the Xianxia map. Originally, I only wanted you to learn the World Buddha art and then give up on the Xianxia map. However, you obtained another powerful force, causing the Xianxia map to become more integrated with you. Sooner or later, it will bite you back." Zhou Xuanji frowned deeply. He had received Dugu's help before? Thinking about it, it made sense. On the way here, apart from the Huangquan twin devils, he did not encounter any danger or obstacles. But this time, he saw densely packed restrictive mechanisms, and they were all fatal. So it was because of Dugu. Should he trust Dugu? If he gave up on the Xianxia map, his cultivation speed and battle endurance would be greatly reduced. The Xianxia map could store massive amounts of spirit energy and provide endless magic energy during battle. It was a legendary artifact. Cultivation focused on magic energy, but some sects were particular about wealth, companions, laws, and places. Material possessions were also very important. What an auspicious item. As long as you're powerful enough, even the most evil enchanted artifact will bow down to you. Emperor Zhao snorted coldly, which woke Zhou Xuanji up. Dugu looked at Emperor Zhao with a complicated expression and said, "As expected of the Emperor of Eternity." He did not agree with Emperor Zhao's domineering attitude. There was always someone better than you. Who could be sure that they were the most powerful and would not be bitten back by the evil item? Go down first. Don't mind him. He can't leave Juadi Cliff. Emperor Zhao lost his patience and urged. Compared to Dugu, he wanted to see his puppets more. Zhou Xuanji nodded. He glanced at Dugu before leaping into the valley. Dugu did not leave but waited on the spot. Lu Wuji? Why does it sound so familiar? He mumbled to himself and fell into deep thought. It was a pity that no matter how hard he thought, he could not think of it. Zhou Xuanji descended along the mountain wall and soon saw a cave. Under Emperor Zhao's instruction, he quickly entered the cave. He asked Emperor Zhao's puppets as he advanced. "I had 900 puppets in the mortal realm, and each of them had different spells and divine abilities. The most powerful one was a 7th tribulation scattered immortal, while the weakest was at spirit refinement. After I ascended, I refined these puppets, and each of them surpassed great tribulation's scattered immortal. It's a pity that half of my puppets were destroyed in that battle. What a pity! The more Emperor Zhao spoke, the more sorrowful he became. But his words shocked Zhou Xuanji in his heart. 900 puppets that surpassed great tribulations scattered Immortal. Even with such a lineup, Emperor Zhao was still beaten to the point of death. While Zhou Xuanji was shocked, he could not help but ask about Emperor Zhao's enemy. Emperor Zhao did not reply but told him ambiguously that he should not reveal too much about the upper realm to the mortal realm, or else he would suffer retribution. After passing through the dark cave and passing through hundreds of forks, he finally stopped. A stone coffin was embedded in the wall ahead of him. Tree roots grew around it, forming a complicated web that wrapped around the stone coffin tightly. Even in the darkness, he could see the stone coffin at a glance. He raised his right hand and sucked the stone coffin with his magic energy before leaving. Soon, he returned to the cliff and placed the stone coffin on the ground. Dugu stood nearby and looked around curiously. With him around, none of the ghosts dared to get close. Open it, Emperor Zhao urged with an impatient tone. Zhou Xuanji waved his sleeves, and the coffin lid was opened, which made him raise his brows slightly. So easy? If someone else discovered it, wouldn't this puppet be stolen? He looked at it and immediately understood. No wonder this puppet could be preserved for 70,000 years. Because it was already a pile of bones, it looked worthless. He turned around and looked at Emperor Zhao. Don't be anxious. Wait for 7 days and 7 nights. After it absorbs the essence of the sun and moon, it will awaken. At that time, I will give it commands, and you can bring it to teach Lu Wuji a lesson. Emperor Zhao chuckled. He was still very excited. Pumph! A cold snort came from the ancient god sword. It was from Lu Wuji. He could not stand Emperor Zhao acting cool anymore. You are the ancient emperor, and you are powerful indeed. But I am the most powerful human, and I am your ancestor. Come. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 352. Zhou Xuanji sat near the stone coffin and began cultivating. Duga did not leave but looked at Zhou Xuanji quietly from afar. No one knew what he was thinking. Zhou Xuanji was not worried that this guy would launch a sneak attack. He placed the ancient god sword in front of him. The souls of the 9 powerhouses could appear freely, but other than Emperor Zhao, the other souls did not appear. They fell because of their enemies. Unless it was absolutely necessary, they would not reveal their identities to others. In the blink of an eye, 6 days passed. During this period, no enemies appeared, and Zhou Xuanji was happy to be at ease. It was too difficult for him to cultivate World Overlord, so he opened his eyes and asked Dugu, "How much do you know about the World Buddha art?" From what Dugu said, he seemed to have a deep understanding of this energy technique, or else he would not have asked Zhou Xuanji to learn it. I don't know much. I only know that this energy technique is powerful, but I have never cultivated it before. I heard that the World Buddha art is a fragmented version from a powerful cultivator. Even though it's a fragmented version, as long as you master it, you can dominate the mortal world. Dugu replied with a calm tone. Zhou Xuanji's heart skipped a beat. This is just a fragmented version? Just world internalization and world reincarnation were powerful enough. How powerful would the complete version be? He could not imagine. Dugu suddenly turned around and left without a word. Zhou Xuanji was confused. Why did he leave so suddenly? At the same time, at the edge of Juadi Cliff, someone stood by the cliff and looked into the distance. It was the lady in white who was guarding Lu Wuji's corpse. Ever since Lu Wuji was born, she left the north and came to the humans' inner land. After traveling across mountains and rivers and investigating everywhere, she finally found Juadi Cliff. Only by asking him can we save this disaster. She mumbled to herself as she flew deep into Juadi Cliff. Just when she entered Juadi Cliff, a ball of demonic chi stopped her. Your bloodline and aura are not suitable to enter Juadi Cliff. If you barge in forcefully, you will cause countless vengeful souls to rebel. Not only you, but the entire northern wilderness region will be destroyed. Duga's voice came from the demonic chi. To be chosen by Lu Wuji as a guardian, this lady's bloodline was not simple. The woman in white cupped her fists and said, "My name is Shangguan Su. Since ancient times, Our Shangguan family has been chosen by Lu Wuji's ancestor to guard his corpse. You should have met my ancestors before. Now that Lu Wuji has reappeared, I beg you to help us again." Lu Wuji again. Dugu was puzzled. He had no idea who Lu Wuji was. However, he had an inexplicable blood connection with Shangguan Su, so he could sense her when she got close to Juedi Cliff. "I don't know who Lu Wuji is. I don't have the ability to leave Juedi Cliff now. You should leave quickly," Dugu replied, making Shangguan Su anxious. "Senior, you're the only one left now." Before Shangguan Su could finish, she was interrupted by Dugu. "There's really nothing I can do, but someone in Juedi Cliff is preparing to deal with Lu Wuji. He might succeed. You should go back and wait." Hearing this, Shangguan Su could not help but feel puzzled. Other than Dugu, who else could be stronger than Lu Wuji? "What's his title? Can you let me know?" Shangguan Su asked anxiously. Lu Wuji had not caused trouble in the human world for 50,000 years. If he massacred the people in her generation, it would be a great sin for her. "His name is Zhou Xuanji. You should have heard of him before," Dugu replied. After that, the demonic qi dissipated, and Dugu went deep into Juedi Cliff. "Zhou Xuanji." Shangguan Su was stunned. She had heard of this name before. In the past 100 years, Zhou Xuanji's name was very well known in the northern wilderness. Even in the remote north, people were talking about him. However, this person was too young. Could he really defeat Lu Wuji? Although he defeated the Sword Saint, Xianxia was still much weaker than Lu Wuji. She sighed, bowed in the direction of Dugu's departure, and turned to leave. In the ruins of the Hunyuan royal city, Lu Wuji had already absorbed half of the dragon vein. A horrifying demonic qi enveloped the former royal city like a black fog. Far away, the armies of the 8 sanctums and various empires had already gathered. At a glance, there was a sea of people in every direction. They formed a black line and surrounded the Hunyuan royal city. Chief Monk Xuan has said, "Amitba, Lu Wuji is too powerful." This old monk suggests that all factions send out their most powerful cultivators to surround him. As for the other disciples and soldiers, stay here to prevent Lu Wuji from escaping. Songhai Ziggurats Li Inyu, Mountain Abyss Ziggurats Zhengjun Lu, 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain Shihayiming, and the other leaders nodded. They were also afraid of suffering heavy losses. Soon, all the northern wilderness top 100 cultivators stood up and walked toward Lu Wuji from different directions. They all unleashed their auras, which shook the heavens and the earth. "Evil spirit, you dare to dominate the sage's body and slaughter the people. Today you are surrounded. Surrender!" Jiang Wudi cried out. In such a situation, there was no point in talking too much. But if he could build up his reputation and build up his image, what was the point of saying a few more words? Lu Wuji did not reply and continued to focus on absorbing the dragon vein. Shihayiming drew his sword and charged ahead. Chief Monk Xuanhe followed closely behind. His body turned golden like a golden Buddha, looking majestic and awe-inspiring. The other overlords used their divine abilities to shake the ground. No matter how many mortals there are, they are still mortals. "You worms want to kill me?" Lu Wuji opened his eyes abruptly. His face was hideous as he stood up abruptly. The morning sunlight streaked across Juedi Cliff as though the light was dispelling the darkness. Under Zhou Xuanji's gaze, the skeleton in the stone coffin had already grown skin and flesh. His face was pale, and he wore a tattered robe. His body was covered in dust. He was tall and had handsome features. There was a vertical slit between his brows, as though an eye was hidden inside. Zhou Xuanji could sense the magic energy in his body. It was extremely abundant and had already surpassed Xianxia's, and it was still growing rapidly. The surrounding spiritual qi was not so turbulent, so where did his magic energy come from? Zhou Xuanji was very curious but did not ask. He was not too interested in the way of puppets. With just the power of a 7th tribulation scattered immortal, it will be difficult for him to defeat Lu Wuji, right? Zhou Xuanji said. He did not know where Emperor Zhao got his confidence from. Emperor Zhao chuckled and said, "Although it's a 7th tribulation, it has a special divine ability and is very powerful. Even if it cannot defeat Lu Wuji, it can still weaken Lu Wuji's power. Thinking about how his puppet was going to challenge the human race's most powerful physique, he was so excited that he could not control his emotions. Zhou Xuanji did not deny it. He calculated in his heart that it seemed like he had to defeat Lu Wuji personally. If he could obtain a more powerful legendary sword, he should be able to defeat Lu Wuji, right? Above intimidating spirit was celestial shaking. Celestial shaking, as the name suggested, could even shake immortals and gods. How could it not be invincible in the mortal realm? However, even if he could obtain the celestial shaking legendary sword, there would be a limit to his cultivation. He only hoped that the minimum requirement was first tribulation scattered immortal. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 353. It was only noon when Emperor Zhao's puppet got up slowly. He opened his eyes and looked at the sun with a dazed expression. Emperor Zhao, who was on the ancient god sword, waved his hand, and a ray of black light entered his body. In an instant, the puppet's body twitched with a hideous expression as though it was in great pain, but it did not make any sound. Zhou Xuanji frowned slightly. Could it be that this puppet had its own consciousness? If that was true, was Emperor Zhao trying to possess him? He did not stop him. This puppet belonged to Emperor Zhao after all, and he had no right to interfere. Damned serendipity. Fortunately, I awakened it in time. Or else, it would have developed its own consciousness after 10,000 years and roamed the world like Lu Wuji's corpse. Emperor Zhao cursed, but he still sounded excited. Zhou Xuanji's eyelids twitched as he heard this. According to Emperor Zhao, wouldn't all the corpses of ancient powerhouses develop their own consciousness and reappear in the world? If that was the case, the northern wilderness region would have descended into chaos long ago. There might be some special reasons, which might be the serendipity that Emperor Zhao mentioned. A while later, the puppet stopped twitching, and his expression became calm. He turned around slowly and walked out of the stone coffin. He knelt before Zhou Xuanji and lowered his head. From now on, he is under your control. Emperor Zhao smiled proudly. He was apparently waiting for Zhou Xuanji to praise him. What's his name? Zhou Xuanji asked. He sized up the puppet and felt that it was no different from an ordinary person, except that it was quiet. Call him Zhao 68. He's the 68th among my puppets. Emperor Zhao said, which made Zhou Xuanji roll his eyes. This name was even more perfunctory than his. Has he recovered his cultivation of a seventh tribulation scattered immortal? He continued to ask. With his cultivation, no matter how powerful his senses were, he could not see through Zhao 68's cultivation. In his senses, Zhao 68 was radiating boundless light. It was much more powerful than any human or demon he had ever seen in his life. It's about time. You can bring him to Lu Wuji. Emperor Zhao said ambiguously, which made Zhou Xuanji feel a little uneasy. You are not even sure yourself, and you want me to die? The aura of the dragon's vein has changed. I believe that my physical body is absorbing the human race's dragon's vein. You guys should hurry up and stop him. Otherwise, once he finishes absorbing the dragon's vein, we really won't be able to do anything to him. Lu Wuji's voice suddenly came from the ancient god sword. What? Absorb the dragon vein? Emperor Zhao cried out. Following this, he hurriedly urged Zhou Xuanji to continue. Zhou Xuanji was frightened by them. He turned around and flew toward the Hunyuan Empire while asking them about the dragon vein. The dragon vein was the human race's fate, and it was similar to Fate Emperor River. However, Fate Emperor River was created by the heavens and earth. It could be used to become a great emperor and was controlled by the heavenly Tao. On the other hand, the dragon's vein was the fortune that the human race had condensed. If the dragon's vein were to disappear, the fortune of the human race would definitely weaken, and what awaited them would be a disaster. Zhou Xuanji was astonished. He could understand why Lu Wuji wanted to absorb the essence qi, but why did he want to absorb the dragon vein? It seemed that this fellow was not as simple as just gaining sentience. He must have inherited something. Within the ruins of the Hunyuan Empire royal city, many powerful cultivators lay on the ground. All of them were heavily injured. Lu Wuji gripped the Xuanhe divine monk's neck with one hand and raised him high up. The monk's face was bright red, but he did not struggle. He had used up all his magic energy, and his stamina was drained. He could no longer resist. "You bastards!" Lu Wuji gnashed his teeth and cried out. The dragon vein above his head had already left him, and all his previous efforts had gone to waste. He had to absorb the dragon vein again. Even though these cultivators could not compare to him, their methods were unique. They had extracted the dragon vein during battle, which made him furious. The Xuanhe divine monk gave a mocking smile. He knew that he was doomed. It was a pity that he could not take revenge for his revered teacher. "Xianxia, if there's a next life, I will definitely kill you." Lu Wuji twisted the monk's neck before opening his mouth and sucking in the Xuanhe divine monk's essence, qi, and soul. The northern wilderness region's #1 divine monk had fallen. The people watching from afar were all shocked. Xianxia, who was lying in the ruins, gritted his teeth and got up. His body trembled, but he gripped his sword firmly. This Lu Wuji was simply too powerful. He was so strong that he felt despair. He finally understood why Lu Wuji was called the strongest of the human race. Even if Shensong was still alive, he would not be able to defeat Lu Wuji. "Damn it! I cannot be a coward." He tried to calm himself down and walked toward Lu Wuji. Jiang Wudi, Li Yinyu, Zheng Junlu, Shitan Changshi, and the Fury Buddha of Great Shang also stood up. They all knew that it wasn't that Lu Wuji couldn't kill them, but that Lu Wuji wanted to keep them alive so he could absorb their quintessence energy. Now that things had come to this, they had no way out. Even if they wanted to escape, they couldn't. They could only fight with their backs against the wall. "How good would it be if he was here?" Jiang Wudi bitterly smiled. He was talking about Zhou Xuanji. In the current world, Zhou Xuanji already had the most powerful talent. After defeating Shensong, it was very likely that he had already surpassed Yang Di. No one answered him, because praying for Zhou Xuanji's arrival would only distract them. Lu Wuji was enraged. He scuttled through the battlefield like a ghost, miserable screams rising and falling. No matter who faced him, they would not be able to fight back. The people watching from afar were terrified. Too powerful? No one can defeat him. The divine monk is dead. Who can defeat him? Where's the Sword Emperor? Why isn't the Sword Emperor here yet? The Sword Emperor is in the south, okay? And Emperor Sword Court has just been established. If it were you or me, would you come? I didn't expect the powerful cultivators to be so weak. Soon, more and more cultivators began to flee. Seeing the crushing defeat of their top cultivators, how could they dare to stay? At the same time, news of this battle spread out one after another and shook the entire northern wilderness region. Although everyone was shocked by Lu Wuji, they did not expect him to be so powerful. Even if all the heroes in the world gathered together, they could not defeat him. Could a great tribulation really be coming? Swoosh! Zhou Xuanji flew on his sword at full speed, followed by Zhao 68. The closer he got to the Hunyuan Empire, the more uneasy he felt. Thunderclouds billowed in the sky, and a wave of heavenly might swept across the world. Are seventh tribulation's scattered immortals really so powerful? Zhou Xuanji thought to himself. He even suspected that Lu Wuji had surpassed seventh tribulation's scattered immortals. Such power did not make him afraid but excited. He wanted to be so powerful too. Or even more powerful than Lu Wuji. Zhao 68, who was behind him, was expressionless. It had been 3 days since he left Juadi Cliff. He estimated that he would reach the Hunyuan royal city in another day. At this moment, in the ruins of the Hunyuan royal city, Lu Wuji began to absorb the dragon vein again. Jiang Wudi, Shi, and dozens of other powerful cultivators were sealed on stone steels and could not move. They could only look at Lu Wuji with despair. Why doesn't he absorb our essence chi first before absorbing the dragon vein? Jiang Wudi thought to himself, and the uneasiness in his heart grew stronger. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 354. The dragon vein struggled silently. Lu Wuji sat cross-legged in midair. His eyes were fixed on the dragon vein, and his eyes were filled with excitement. No one knew why he was so excited. There weren't many cultivators and soldiers outside the imperial city. They were scattered all over the place, numbering less than 100,000. Compared to before, it was far less than a tenth of the original number. These people were suffering from the fear in their hearts and had to make a choice. They were afraid and wanted to escape. However, they understood that if they did not stop Lu Wuji, the entire northern wilderness region would be in trouble. On a hillside, Dao Seeker and the man in the woven rush raincoat stood side by side and looked at Lu Wuji. They did not speak and seemed very quiet. Dao Seeker was the first to break the silence. Lu Wuji probably left these people alive to feed someone. Dao Seeker sighed. Even though he knew Lu Wuji's goal, he was helpless. The man in the raincoat shook his head and said, "Sunlight Emperor is receiving the inheritance of the real dragon tribe. Even if he returns as a real dragon, it will be too late." He was rather displeased by this. He was the one who had given Sunlight Emperor an opportunity, but Sunlight Emperor had already lost control and did whatever he wanted. Occasionally, Sunlight Emperor would even contradict him, which made him very regretful. At this moment, Dao Seeker suddenly looked toward the south and said in surprise, "Someone is coming." He pinched his fingers together and calculated. First, he frowned, then his expression changed drastically. He had calculated nothing. But there was only one result. That was Zhou Xuanji. What is he doing here? Damn it, does he want to die? Dao Seeker cursed with gritted teeth. He immediately turned around to stop Zhou Xuanji. The man in the raincoat suddenly pulled him back and said, "If you stop him, the result will still be death. Why not let him fight?" Dao Seeker glared at him and said, "He will die." He had witnessed Lu Wuji's strength with his own eyes. He knew Zhou Xuanji's strength. The two of them were on completely different levels. The man in the raincoat said calmly, "If I don't die now, will I be able to live in the future?" He's still far from ascending. Ascension didn't just depend on one's cultivation. It was also related to one's lifespan. However, when most people reached the cultivation level of ascension, their lifespan had already reached the limit. Dao Seeker tried hard to calm his emotions. He understood that what the man in the raincoat had said was the truth. "I'll protect the human race's dragon vein." A loud and heroic laughter rang out, causing everyone to turn their heads to look. Jiang Wudi, Li Yinyu, and the others were pleasantly surprised. "Sword Emperor!" "Xiu! Xiu!" Two air-piercing sounds came. Zhou Xuanji and Zhao 68 leaped over the cultivators' heads and charged into the ruins of the royal capital without hesitation. With the heavenly retribution martial punishment and the god ghost howl in his hands, the power of the two intimidating swords poured into his body, and his aura grew stronger as he brandished both swords. Sky-dominating divine sword. The two sword chis intersected and quickly collided with the dragon vein, wanting to destroy it. Lu Wuji looked at him and laughed angrily. "You're a first tribulation scattered immortal, yet you can release the aura of a fourth tribulation scattered immortal. Kid, you're not simple." His body blurred and turned into a clone, which charged toward Zhou Xuanji. This doppelganger was extremely fast, like a bolt of lightning. With a thought, Zhao 68 blocked in front of Zhou Xuanji and punched out. Boom! As the two fists collided, the robes of Zhao 68 and Lu Wuji's avatars fluttered. Zhou Xuanji's black hair danced wildly in the wind. He was terrified. Just the wind from the punch was enough to make his face hurt. Zhao 68 opened the third eye on his forehead. Countless bolts of purple lightning shot out from his eye and blasted Lu Wuji's clone into ashes. Lu Wuji, who was far away, could not help but squint his eyes and mumble, "Seventh tribulation scattered immortal, and a puppet." Jiang Wudi, Li Yinyu, and the others, who were sealed on the steel, were dumbfounded. How could it be? They stared at Zhao 68 fixedly. No matter how they looked, they recognized this person. Since when was there such a powerful being in the northern wilderness region? And according to Lu Wuji, this person was a seventh tribulation scattered immortal? Seventh tribulation. How could an ordinary person be so powerful? Normally, a second tribulation scattered immortal would ascend. Only a few fourth tribulation scattered immortals remained in the mortal realm. Back then, the Hegemon Sword Emperor ascended as a fourth tribulation scattered immortal. But the Hegemon Sword Emperor became a great emperor before he ascended, and his power far surpassed that of a fourth tribulation's scattered immortal. Zhao 68 did not stop and charged toward Lu Wuji straight away. Lu Wuji gritted his teeth and fought. He was not afraid of Zhao 68, but he was absorbing the dragon vein. If there was any deviation, he would have to start all over again. Facing the attack of a seventh tribulation scattered immortal, he soon had to cut off his connection with the dragon vein and fight with all his might. "Puppet! You have angered me!" Lu Wuji roared furiously. His white hair danced in the wind, and strands of black qi covered his body, transforming into a black armor that looked hideous and horrifying. Zhao 68 had no consciousness and was only a battle puppet. So he did not reply and charged at Zhou Xuanji again. Boom, boom, boom. The two horrifying cultivators moved at high speed. Everywhere they passed, explosions were heard. The ground shook, and a violent gale blew. Zhou Xuanji quickly came to the top of Jiang Wudi and the others. He swung his sword with both hands to break the seals on them. "Sword Emperor, be careful. This person is really powerful." Jiang Wudi cried out loudly as he fled. Zhou Xuanji knew how powerful Lu Wuji was, so he would not let his guard down. The people who saw the battle between Zhao 68 and Lu Wuji from afar felt their blood boiling. This was the first time that someone could fight with Lu Wuji to such an extent. The previous cultivators were all beaten up by Lu Wuji without being able to retaliate. The Sword Emperor is so powerful. Who is that? He's so powerful and he's following the Sword Emperor? Maybe he's a close friend. How can it be? Didn't you notice that he's following behind the Sword Emperor? We're saved. The cultivators could not hold back their excitement and cheered for the Sword Emperor. Bomb! Zhao 68 landed beside Zhou Xuanji suddenly, sweeping up a cloud of dust. Zhou Xuanji leaped up, and his body turned golden. A purple Tai Chi diagram appeared on his forehead, ready to defend against Lu Wuji's sudden attack. "Brat, you are so talented. Why don't you become my disciple? When I become the human emperor, I will make you the human king." Lu Wuji, who was like a demon god, stared at Zhou Xuanji and laughed coldly. So what if he's a seventh tribulation scattered immortal? He had absorbed so much essence qi. A seventh tribulation scattered immortal was no match for him. Zhou Xuanji glanced over and saw a large hole in Zhao 68's chest. He seemed to be severely injured, but he did not feel any pain. He got up and charged at Lu Wuji again. He cursed in his heart, "Lu Wuji has indeed surpassed seventh tribulation's scattered immortal." Although Zhao 68 was powerful, he was clearly not a match for Lu Wuji. "Emperor Zhao tricked me." He immediately took out dozens of legendary swords and began to form a formation. Hades' god-slaying formation. His other abilities were not enough to defeat Lu Wuji, so he could only rely on this sword formation. "Sigh, Lu Wuji, how many sins has your duplicate committed?" Emperor Zhao's soul came out from the ancient god sword and complained. Lu Wuji's soul did not come out, nor did he speak. He probably did not want to see his dead body. Boom! Tens of thousands of lightning bolts exploded from Zhao 68's body. The lightning transformed into countless lions and tigers, which roared and attacked Lu Wuji. The scene was extremely majestic. Within a radius of 10,000 meters, there were lions and tigers. Their roars filled the heavens and the earth, so deafening that even the deaf could hear them. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 355. Facing the attacks of countless lions and tigers, Lu Wuji didn't use any flashy divine abilities. He only relied on his fists to fight 1 against 10,000. He was unstoppable. Zhao 68 blended into the purple thunder lions and tigers and charged at Lu Wuji with extreme speed. Lu Wuji was kicked in the back. Purple lightning formed a net that engulfed Lu Wuji. In the next second, Lu Wuji grabbed Zhao 68 by the throat and threw him to the ground like a piece of cloth. "Little puppet, do you really think I can't deal with you?" Lu Wuji grinned and stomped on Zhao 68's chest with his right foot. A terrifying power erupted. Boom! The ground collapsed, and ruins exploded one after another. The ground within a radius of 1,000 meters collapsed and collapsed. Countless rocks were flipped up, like spikes shooting into the sky. Zhou Xuanji blocked with both swords in front of him to reduce the impact. He glanced at the Hell God-slaying formation. The formation had already been set up. The black hole formed by the sword formation had a diameter of 300 meters and was eye-catching. Lu Wuji had also noticed the Hades God-slaying formation, but he did not care about it. Zhao 68 was too difficult to deal with, and he had to deal with it quickly. This guy was a puppet and didn't have any essence energy, so he couldn't absorb it. He could only kill it. Zhao 68's body was destroyed by him again and again, but in the blink of an eye, his body reformed again, as if he couldn't be killed. Most importantly, Zhao 68's purple lightning was getting stronger and stronger. He was becoming stronger. This is the power of Zhao 68. The more he fights, the stronger he gets. Emperor Zhao smiled proudly. His soul flickered on the ancient god sword like a candle in the wind, about to be extinguished at any moment. Zhou Xuanji did not reply. Zhao 68 seemed to be getting stronger, but he was still being suppressed by Lu Wuji. If this continued, he would not be able to escape death. At this moment, a black dragon suddenly flew out from the Hades god-slaying formation. This dragon's entire body was wrapped in azure and blue flames, and its body was more than 500 meters long. Countless dragon scales reflected a cold light, and its eyes were scarlet red, full of killing intent. The two dragon horns were perfectly straight, but the ends were curved like hooks. At first glance, it looked as if it was wearing an emperor's crown, majestic and domineering. Its appearance attracted the eyes of the people watching from afar. What kind of formation is that? You can summon dragons? This formation seems to be the Hell God-slaying formation. What is the Hades God-slaying formation? I didn't expect the Sword Sovereign to know such an array. He can set up an array by himself. The tyrannical black dragon was truly eye-catching, causing the spectators to cry out in surprise. Black Dragon charged toward Lu Wuji with unstoppable momentum. Zhou Xuanji rejoiced in his heart. It seemed that he had summoned a powerful being this time. This black dragon's aura was very powerful, even more so than Shi Shenzong's. Lu Wuji, who was madly trampling on Zhao 68, was taken away by the black dragon in one bite. Zhao 68's shattered body was struggling in the huge pit. The Hades god-slaying formation is stable this time, right? Jiang Wudi said expectantly, his eyes glowing. Zhou Xuanji's powerful methods made him incredibly envious, and at the same time he felt a different emotion in his heart. It was similar to worship. He watched as Zhou Xuanji became more and more powerful, surpassing him and leaving him far behind. It was an indescribable feeling. Especially since Zhou Xuanji was the son-in-law of his descendant, this feeling was even more profound. However, at this moment, the black dragon let out a mournful roar before it was torn apart by Lu Wuji. Lu Wuji grabbed the two dragon horns with both hands, and the dragon blood splashed onto him. His killing intense sword, making him look like a blood-soaked devil god. Ace 6 Tribulation Demon Dragon. But it's a pity that it's nothing before me. Lu Wuji laughed with disdain. He opened his mouth and sucked the 6th Tribulation Demon Dragon into it. The dragon, which was hundreds of meters long, shrunk rapidly. It was as though there was an independent space in Lu Wuji's stomach. The heavens and earth were silent. The arrogant demon dragon died just like that? Zhou Xuanji was stunned too. Zhao 68 got up again and charged toward Lu Wuji. Lu Wuji swung his right hand and sent Zhao 68 flying away with a slap. He walked toward Zhou Xuanji step by step and laughed coldly. Have you thought it through? I already want to kill you. Zhou Xuanji's face was dark and did not reply. He could already sense Lu Wuji's murderous intent. Even if he wanted to escape now, he could not. Zhao 68 charged toward Lu Wuji consecutively but was sent flying away by him. Brat, I'm sorry. Emperor Zhao sighed, which made Zhou Xuanji want to beat him up. Weren't you so confident just now? Is your face swollen now? You are a dead man. You have no face. Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath and prepared for battle. Zhao 68's speed decreased significantly. Although Emperor Zhao said that he could grow more powerful as he fought, there was a limit to it. Lu Wuji was much more powerful than him. It's about to end. Dao Seeker sighed with a complicated expression. It was not easy for him to meet a genius like Zhou Xuanji. It would be difficult for him to meet another one in the future. Moreover, with Zhou Xuanji dead, who else could stop Lu Wuji? Maybe this is fate, the man in the raincoat said. They did not believe that Lu Wuji wanted to recruit Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji did not believe it either. If Lu Wuji really cherished such a talent, how could so many powerful cultivators be killed? This guy probably wanted to nurture Zhou Xuanji so that he could absorb his essence qi. Zhang Quanglan was an example. Zhou Xuanji did the same. Sword Emperor, run! Jiang Wudi cried out loudly. He was severely injured and could no longer fight. He did not want to see Zhou Xuanji die here. Zhou Xuanji ignored him and activated the Emperor's Wei Thousand Hands Sword Buddha straightaway. The 1,000-meter-tall golden Buddha rose from the ground and extended its 1,000 hands. The Buddha's radiance illuminated the world and dispelled the darkness. Is this a divine ability? Lu Wuji asked curiously. No, it's made of sword qi. Brat, your talent in the way of the sword is indeed impressive. Are you really willing to die like this? Zhou Xuanji merged into the 1,000-hand sword Buddha. Next, the 1,000-hand sword Buddha opened its eyes. Use the sword to support the world. Use the sword to save the world. Zhou Xuanji replied calmly. He did not want to die, but he had to stop Lu Wuji. When Lu Wuji absorbed the dragon vein, it would be unstoppable, and the people he cared about would be in danger of dying. Since that's the case, then go to hell. Lu Wuji stomped his right foot and came up to the 1,000-hand sword Buddha with a single step. He swung his right palm. Bam! The majestic 1,000-hand sword Buddha was shattered by his palm. Zhou Xuanji flew backward like an arrow and vomited blood. He fell into the ruins, and no one knew if he was dead or alive. Silence. Everyone was silent and looked at Lu Wuji with ashen faces. Even the Sword Emperor could not defeat Lu Wuji. Who else could they rely on? Are you afraid? Tell the world that I will kill all the humans and demons in the northern wilderness region. Let the world wait for me. I will find you sooner or later. Lu Wuji opened his arms and burst out laughing. He was unrestrained. A horrifying murderous aura swept across the heavens and earth. The spectators felt a chill down their spines and could not move. All of them looked hopeless. It's over. It's really over. I'm not dead yet. Zhou Xuanji's feeble voice resounded across the heavens and earth like the sun breaking through the dark night. A glimmer of hope was ignited in the spectators' eyes. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 356. Lu Wuji looked in Zhou Xuanji's direction and condescendingly laughed as he said, "Boy, you have great talent, but you're not a match for me at all. Since you're so stubborn, help me out." With that, he disappeared in the air and jumped into the rolling dust. Bang! Countless streams of sword qi tore apart the dust storm, and Zhou Xuanji and Lu Wuji's figures were revealed. He held the sword with both hands and maintained a slashing posture. Heavenly Retribution Martial Punishment and God Ghost Wail were caught by Lu Wuji with his bare hands. The undulating wails of ghosts and howls of wolves resounded, making the world seem like hell, ghastly and terrifying. These two swords are not bad. I want them. Lu Wuji's eyes lit up, and he smiled greedily. An image suddenly came out of the ancient god sword above Zhou Xuanji's head. It was Lu Wuji himself. He looked down at his dead body and said, "You inherited my body, but you didn't inherit my will. Do you know what price you will have to pay?" Lu Wuji looked at the soul fragment in surprise, feeling inexplicably uneasy. The next moment he suddenly widened his eyes and said with a trembling voice, "It's you." The physical body and the soul were connected, so Lu Wuji could feel a trace of familiarity. After thinking about it carefully, he guessed the truth. "I advise you to let go," Lu Wuji's soul said indifferently. His voice wasn't loud, so the spectators couldn't hear him. Upon hearing this, Lu Wuji subconsciously loosened his grip. Zhou Xuanji sheathed his sword and distanced himself from him. Seeing Lu Wuji in a daze, his heart skipped a beat. Could it be that he was afraid of his own soul? "I'm Lu Wuji now. All of you can die together." Lu Wuji savagely laughed. He came before Zhou Xuanji in a single step and slammed his palm into Zhou Xuanji's chest. Zhou Xuanji's consciousness went blank in an instant, and his body flew out like a cannonball. He smashed through massive rocks and ruins, and he went deep underground. The divine swords were also sent flying. As Emperor Zhao and Lu Wuji's souls dissipated, Lu Wuji laughed out loud. After attacking his physical body and soul, the last shackle in his heart was broken. He was Lu Wuji, the one and only Lu Wuji. He leaped up, opened his arms, and laughed maniacally. Since you're not willing to escape, then go to hell. A terrifying suction force erupted from his body. Within a radius of 10,000 miles, everyone felt as though something was being sucked out of their bodies, scaring them so much that their souls almost flew away. Wisps of essence qi left his body at a speed visible to the naked eye, rushing towards Lu Wuji. The expressions of Jiang Wudi, Li Yinyu, and the others changed drastically. Those with weaker cultivations quickly turned into dried corpses and collapsed to the ground. Ah, save me! Lu Wuji! I curse you! My essence qi, how could this be? Cries of pain came from all directions, and Zhou Xuanji regained consciousness. He laid in the ruins and relied on world reincarnation to resist this suction force. Is it really going to end like this? Zhou Xuanji thought in bewilderment. He opened his eyes with great difficulty and looked at the billowing thunderclouds in the sky. All the muscles and bones in his body had been shattered. At this moment he was only left with a single breath, and the only thing that awaited him was death. The legendary swords spiraled above his head, occupying his vision. God Ghost Howl, Heavenly Retribution Martial Punishment, Ancient God Sword, World Fool Sword, Right Wrong, Justice Sword, etc. Souls came out of the Ancient God Sword, and the 9 souls all came out. This fellow is truly powerful. If this goes on, he'll definitely die. Lu Wuji, you're truly a disaster. What does it have to do with me? Do you think I want to? Forget it, if he dies, we'll die too. The 9 souls communicated with each other, but Zhou Xuanji could not hear them clearly. His consciousness was hazy, and he could fall into a bottomless abyss at any moment. At that moment, the 9 souls returned to the Ancient God Sword. A wave of intense light shot out from the Ancient God Sword. Boom! The intense light from the Ancient God Sword turned into a pillar of light that inundated Zhou Xuanji. Lu Wuji, who was absorbing the essence qi, looked over and slightly frowned as he muttered, "This boy is still awake?" He had purposely left Zhou Xuanji alive, but he guessed that Zhou Xuanji should have already lost consciousness. "Since it's like this, I'll kill you now." Lu Wuji savagely laughed. He raised his left hand and waved towards Zhou Xuanji, preparing to absorb Zhou Xuanji's essence qi before killing him. However, no matter how much he sucked, he could not bring Zhou Xuanji in front of him. His expression froze. Rumble, the ground violently trembled, as if a massive creature was going to break out of the ground. The pillar of light rose up, piercing through the thunderclouds. Dozens of legendary swords circled around the pillar of light, quickly flying. Those who were running away looked back just in time to see this spectacular scene. Within the dark heavens and earth, the pillar of light connected the heavens and the earth, representing light and illuminating this world. An extremely terrifying aura exploded out, covering the entire ground. In that moment, the other cities and kingdoms in the Hunyuan Empire all felt this might, as if a god had descended. The various cities were sent into an uproar. Because they were too far away, they did not know what kind of battle was happening in the royal city. However, this might evidently came from the royal city. What's going on? There must be a peerless expert fighting with Lu Wuji. This might is too powerful. I've lived for thousands of years, but I've never encountered such a powerful might. Could an immortal god have descended? Could it be Lu Wuji? He absorbed the essence qi of those powerful cultivators and became more powerful. Fear and unease enveloped the various cities. The damage that Lu Wuji brought to the Hunyuan Empire was too great. The current emperor, the 4 legendary generals, and other top-tier cultivators were all killed by Lu Wuji. Even if the Hunyuan Empire could withstand this disaster, it would become the weakest among the empires after this, and it would no longer be the overlord of the past. At the same time, In the ruins, a silhouette was faintly discernible in the pillar of light. He raised his right hand, and a sword of light emerged from the pillar of light like a god raising his sword. Lu Wuji, as long as I'm still alive, don't even think about destroying this world. Zhou Xuanji's cold voice, which was filled with murderous intent, came. His voice traveled far, and even those who were far away could hear him. They were pleasantly surprised. Could the Sword Emperor have hidden his true power? After the powerful light dissipated, Zhou Xuanji's figure was revealed. Even though there were many traces of blood on his face, his Tri-Sun Flame Qi robe was not damaged. His cold eyes stared at Lu Wuji, and the ancient god sword in his hand turned into a sword of light. It was 6 meters long, and it shook the space around the blade. The 9 souls fused together, and the ancient god sword went through a transformation. It even surpassed heavenly retribution, martial punishment, and god ghost howl. Zhou Xuanji's right arm trembled, and he felt that it was very difficult to control the ancient god sword. He had never felt such immense power before. It was simply too powerful. Lu Wuji sensed danger and coldly laughed as he said, "Ho, your sword is quite powerful. However, if you want to kill me, it's impossible with just a sword." After saying this, he stomped his foot and rushed at Zhou Xuanji, his figure like a ghost. Facing the ferocious Lu Wuji, Zhou Xuanji directly unleashed the sky-dominating divine sword soul. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 357. A dignified and domineering sword soul condensed on Zhou Xuanji's right arm. As soon as it appeared, it turned into a black light and slashed forwards with the ancient god sword. Lu Wuji's vision blurred, and he subconsciously stretched out his palm. A deafening boom resounded. The sword qi drowned Lu Wuji and cut the ground in half. A row of dust rose up from the crack created by the sword qi, reaching hundreds of meters high and reaching the horizon. The ruins of the imperial city had been cut in half. In the distance, Jiang Wudi and the others were dumbfounded. This sword was incomparably domineering. They didn't see it clearly at all. They only saw the ground in front of them suddenly crack open, and a row of dust that covered the sky flew up. It was unstoppable. They felt like they were falling leaves in the wind, about to be swept away at any time. Especially that domineering pressure, it made their souls tremble. What kind of sword technique is that? Jiang Wudi swallowed his saliva and muttered to himself. He suddenly thought of Shi Shenzong. It was said that when Shi Shenzong had fought with Zhou Xuanji, he had used a strange sword technique that could not be identified. It was incredibly domineering and had the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. Zhou Xuanji panted heavily in midair. Swinging his sword had used up all of his magic energy. Fortunately, the Xianxia map was continuously providing him with magic energy. He looked down and saw that there was a canyon that was dozens of feet wide. It was so deep that he couldn't see the bottom, and Lu Wuji was lying at the bottom of the canyon. Damn it! What kind of power is this? In the darkness, Lu Wuji gritted his teeth and struggled to rise to his feet. That sword strike just now was too domineering, and it almost turned him into ashes. The flames of jealousy in his heart burned wildly. How could he lose to a first tribulation bodiless immortal? His predecessor was an existence who could fight above his cultivation level. How could he be defeated by a descendant who was so many realms above him? The more he thought about it, the more indignant he became. He placed his hands on the ground and started absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Zhou Xuanji wanted to follow up with another attack, but he had to wait for his magic energy to recover. At the same time, his body felt like it was being torn apart, and he could be crushed at any moment. He must be eliminated. Zhou Xuanji gritted his teeth and raised his left hand, and all of his legendary swords appeared. He used the 100-sword style with his will, and all the divine swords fell like heavy rain, drilling into the canyon. Then, a series of rumbling sounds came from the canyon. "Stinking brat! Can you kill me?" Lu Wuji wildly laughed as he quickly leapt out of the canyon and slammed his palm towards Zhou Xuanji. Countless black bees flew out from his palm. They were so dense that they covered the sky and the sun, trying to engulf Zhou Xuanji. In an instant, Zhou Xuanji swung his sword again. Another sky-dominating divine sword soul. Bang! All of the black wasps were destroyed by the sword qi, and Lu Wuji was struck as well, screaming as he fell. Zhou Xuanji followed up and charged down. His eyes were sharp and determined. He had to kill Lu Wuji. Skyfall. Daoya old man felt Jiang Shue's pulse with a strange expression. Jiang Shue asked nervously, "Is it true?" Daoya old man nodded and sighed, "I'm going to have a great-grandson soon." Jiang Shue was overjoyed, and Huang Lianxin couldn't help but congratulate her. After they got married, she and Zhou Xuanji would be together every night, making love every night. It was inevitable that they would be hit. Zhou Xuanji's attitude toward childbirth had always been indifferent. Whether it was early or late, he would follow Jiang Shue. Jiang Shue was elated for a while before she suddenly asked, "Grand teacher, can you divine the situation in Hunyuan Royal City?" They already knew what happened in Hunyuan Royal City, but they were not too worried since Zhou Xuanji was at Juedi Cliff. Daoya old man hesitated. He was too afraid of divination. There were too many backlashes, and he was worried that he might die one day. He sighed and said, "All right, I'll try." After that, he closed his eyes and divined with his fingers. Jiang Shue's divination ability was already very powerful. She had divined the Hunyuan Royal City before, but she could not divine anything. Perhaps it was because it was too far away. A while later, Daoya old man said in surprise, What's going on?" Jiang Shue and Huang Lianxin looked at him curiously and waited for him to continue. Daoya old man frowned deeply and did not speak. Boom! Zhou Xuanji fell onto the edge of the cliff. He quickly got up and stabbed the ancient god sword into the ground. He held onto the sword with his right hand and supported his body. He looked over with gritted teeth and saw Lu Wuji rising up from the valley. A pair of black wings grew out from his back, and they created gusts of wind as they flapped. Lu Wuji laughed savagely. His eyes were filled with madness and cruelty. The crazier his laughter was, the more furious he was. He was so proud, and yet he was forced into such a state by Zhou Xuanji. He was not satisfied. He was jealous. Die. Lu Wuji raised his right hand above his head. The wings on his back flapped rapidly, and countless wind blades swept across the ground. Zhou Xuanji stood up and channeled his magic energy, preparing to fight to the death. The ancient god sword was indeed powerful when the 9 souls fused. However, his body could not use it for a long time, and he could not take it anymore. "This guy is too difficult to deal with." Emperor Zhao's voice came into Zhou Xuanji's ears, sounding exasperated. In response, Lu Wuji remained silent and did not reply. After the 9 souls fused, their respective consciousnesses still existed. It was really miraculous. At this moment, Lu Wuji landed suddenly. He bent his legs and stomped on the ground, causing it to cave in. Twisted lines of fire appeared out of nowhere and covered hundreds of miles. Countless flames rose up along these lines of fire. Zhou Xuanji tilted his body and dodged it easily. "Leave this place quickly." Lu Wuji's voice came suddenly, and Zhou Xuanji's pupils contracted. He quickly used the 8-step sword lunge and tried to rush out of this land. Just after he took 2 steps, his body was locked in place. He gritted his teeth and used the power of heavenly lightning. The lightning stimulated his body and forced him to turn around. Lu Wuji was already behind him. There was no time to think. Zhou Xuanji swung his sword with all his might. "I can't die here. I must kill him." Zhou Xuanji channeled the spirit energy in the Tianxia map with all his might and was prepared to give it his all. After the previous battle, Lu Wuji was also heavily injured. He was at the end of his rope. This was his best chance. Sky-dominating divine sword. Sword soul. This time, Zhou Xuanji held the sword with both hands. The purple Tai Chi diagram between his brows turned into flames and burned intensely. This made his expression extremely cold, like a god of war. Lu Wuji saw the look in his eyes and felt wary. Boom! The flames within hundreds of miles exploded like a volcano erupting. The flames soared into the sky. Sword chi shot out and cut a hole in the pillar of flames. Jiang Wudi and the others, who were far away, backed off. The light from the flames shone on everyone's face and illuminated their shocked expressions. Dao Seeker and the man in the woven rush raincoat watched the battle quietly. Their clothes fluttered in the violent wind. Too powerful. The man in the woven rush raincoat mumbled, but no one knew who he was talking about. Dao Seeker's expression was still solemn. He stared fixedly ahead and mumbled, 9 hell flame extinction. He inherited Lu Wuji's divine ability? A dead body that was born with a consciousness and someone who inherited Lu Wuji's inheritance. The difference between the two was like heaven and earth. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 358. When the intense flames dissipated, a massive crater that was 100 kilometers wide appeared on the ground. It was incredibly dark below, and it looked as if it led straight to hell. Charred smoke filled the air, and the powerful aura that seemed like heavenly might was still spreading. Jiang Wudi flew high into the air and frowned as he looked down. A smile of delight suddenly appeared on his face. Zhou Xuanji's head was lowered, and his body was covered with blood. White could be seen at his joints as he floated above the massive crater. His right hand still held the ancient god sword, and the blade had pierced through Lu Wuji's chest. Lu Wuji's expression was savage, but his eyes had lost their light, and his entire body was stiff. It was as if he had died. This scene caused Jiang Wudi, Li Yinyu, and the others to feel incredibly delighted. Zhou Xuanji had actually won. He had successfully killed the undefeatable Lu Wuji. At that moment, they felt as if they were dreaming. The Sword Emperor is mighty. Too powerful. Lu Wuji was a 7th Tribulation's scattered immortal. No, he surpassed 7th Tribulation's scattered immortal. Savior! We finally won. In the distance, the cultivators who had not died were overjoyed and continuously cried out. At that moment, Zhou Xuanji and Lu Wuji suddenly fell down. Dao Seeker's expression slightly changed and he instinctively wanted to rush over, but the man in the woven rush raincoat grabbed his wrist and stopped him. What are you doing? Dao Seeker asked in a low voice, wanting to shake off the man in the woven rush raincoat. The man in the woven rush raincoat shook his head and pointed at the sky. Dao Seeker's expression immediately became grim. Tribulation transcenders could not act against ordinary people. This included acting and rescuing. As he was in a daze, Zhou Xuanji and Lu Wuji had already fallen into the darkness and disappeared. Dao Seeker sighed and turned to leave. The man in the woven rush raincoat thought for a moment before walking in another direction. The massive battle had finally concluded. All of the participants came to the edge of the massive crater and looked down into the darkness, feeling a lingering fear in their hearts. Will the Sword Emperor be fine? A cultivator asked cautiously. He used his divine sense to scan down, but he could not see the bottom of the crater. Jiang Wudi glared at him and cursed, "The Sword Emperor is so powerful and has such great fate. Do you think something will happen?" Li Yinyu rubbed his chin and said, "There are spatial ripples below, don't fall. Unless you are as powerful as the Sword Emperor and Lu Wuji, you won't be able to survive." As soon as he said this, everyone retreated. The various forces waited for 3 days and 3 nights without seeing Lu Wuji appear. Thus, they spread the news. Sword Emperor had killed Lu Wuji. That month, the Shanghai Ziggurat republished the Northern Wilderness Top 100 rankings, and Zhou Xuanji successfully became number 1 in the world. Although he did not defeat Sunlight Emperor, he defeated Lu Wuji. Yang Emperor was a 7th saint. Moreover, Lu Wuji seemed to be more than a 7th Tribulation bodiless immortal. Sunlight Emperor became the 2nd in the world. Although the Sun Mausoleum was flattened, there was no evidence that Sunlight Emperor had fallen, as Zhou Xuanji gradually regained his consciousness. His entire body was aching. He opened his eyes with difficulty and saw the night sky and a blood-red crescent moon. A black shadow flashed past his eyes. He raised his head to take a closer look, and his hair stood on end. Countless little ghosts were gnawing on his body. These little ghosts were like smoke, and their heads were as big as fists. Their faces were ferocious, and they giggled as they gnawed on his body. It was a horrifying sight. Zhou Xuanji wanted to attack but found that apart from his head and neck, he could not move his body. He saw the ancient god sword not far away. With a thought, The ancient god sword flew over and chased the ghosts away. His body was badly mutilated and covered with blood. He looked like a corpse. Where am I? Zhou Xuanji thought to himself. He looked around and found that he was lying in a forest. The trees around him were scattered, and there was a thick smell of blood in the air. The sword owner is severely injured. Take out the Holy Light Redemption Sword to save yourself. The surroundings are dangerous. The sword spirit's voice came in Zhou Xuanji's mind, and he immediately took out the Holy Light Redemption Sword. When he fell, the sword spirit collected all the divine swords, not leaving a single one behind. Zhou Xuanji controlled the Holy Light Redemption Sword and stabbed it into his waist to heal himself. At this moment, the ancient god sword showed the appearance of 9 souls. Emperor Zhao said weakly, "Combining the 9 souls is too damaging. I can't do it again without 100 years. I can't take it." The other remnant souls nodded. "Where is this?" Zhou Xuanji asked weakly. Ever since he had woken up, he had had a bad feeling. Lu Wuji faintly said, "In the 9 hells underworld, that fellow inherited my divine ability, the 9 hells flame extinction. This divine ability can use the 9 hells flame to kill enemies, and it can also break through the 9 hells enchantment. This kind of enchantment will disappear after 2 days." 9 hell underworld. Zhou Xuanji's pupils constricted and he hurriedly asked, "How long was I unconscious for?" Emperor Zhao shrugged and said, 7 days. "We protected you for the first 6 days, but our soul energy was not enough, so you were eaten by those ghosts. Fortunately, you woke up in time." Zhou Xuanji's eyes widened, feeling as if he had been struck by lightning. He fell into the underworld? How could he go back? "You can't go back unless you also know 9 hell flame extinction," Emperor Zhao said. This caused Zhou Xuanji's eyes to light up. That was a good idea. Quickly recover from your injuries and quickly leave. Impermanences are about to come, and living people cannot exist in the underworld. Today is the 7th day, and impermanences are most likely on their way. Emperor Hanlin said, causing Zhou Xuanji to feel nervous. He asked cautiously, "What if I'm captured by impermanences? Could it be the black and white impermanences in legends? Go against the yin and yang, pull out your tongue and cook it." Emperor Zhao chuckled, causing Zhou Xuanji to swallow his saliva instinctively. So vicious. As a result, he was only able to stand up after an hour of being on tenterhooks. However, his body was still riddled with holes and drenched in blood. He was like a rotting corpse. He took a deep breath. Standing on the ancient god sword, he sped off in a certain direction. The Holy Light Redemption Sword was still sheathed at his waist. A while after he left, 2 silhouettes walked into the forest. They wore blood-red robes, and their feet were off the ground. They wore tall hats, and their faces were pale. Their eyes were blood-red, and their hands were crossed in their sleeves. They looked at each other before walking in the direction that Zhou Xuanji had left. 6 hours later, Zhou Xuanji hid in a valley. Along the way, he saw barren mountains and valleys. He did not see any villages or cities. No matter where he went, it was eerie. After entering the valley, Zhou Xuanji hid in the darkness and sat down to recover from his injuries. He held the ancient god sword vertically in front of him, and the 9 souls helped him scout the surroundings. Other than 9 hell flame extinction, is there no other way to go back? Zhou Xuanji asked. Who knew how long it would take to cultivate 9 hell flame extinction? Lu Wuji replied, there are many divine abilities that can allow one to travel between the yin and yang. Other than that, you can only find Hades in the netherworld for help. However, Hades will only capture you and not let you go back. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 359. Can you tell me about the underworld? Zhou Xuanji asked as he recovered from his injuries. As a living person, he was naturally curious about the netherworld. The souls of the powerful beings did not hide anything and explained what they knew about the underworld. No one knew how big the underworld was. However, other than the northern wilderness region, there were many other mortal realms connected to it, including the upper realm. The cycle of life and death for mortals was here, and the punishment for immortals who disobeyed the heavens was here. The one who controlled the underworld was the Yama King, and he was incredibly powerful. Even Lu Wuji didn't want to provoke him. The souls of the other powerful beings also warned him. Zhou Xuanji could not help but think of the King of Hell in Journey to the West, which was quite wretched. However, his opponent was the great sage, Heaven's equal, so it was possible that the King of Hell was acting. However, he was also very curious about whether there would be an even stronger expert than the King Yenluo of Hell. The 9 souls only talked about the netherworld briefly and did not delve into it. Zhou Xuanji did not pursue the matter. Sometimes, knowing too much wasn't a good thing. Time passed slowly. With the help of the Xianxia map and the Holy Light Redemption Sword, Zhou Xuanji's injuries gradually recovered. 10 hours later, his body returned to normal, but his internal organs, bones still needed to be treated, especially his inner core and nascent soul. There are enemies. Sovereign Xian suddenly spoke, causing Zhou Xuanji to hurriedly take out dozens of swords and prepare for battle. Living human, you have trespassed into the yin and yang. Why aren't you surrendering and suffering less? An eerie voice came from outside the canyon, as though the other party was speaking beside Zhou Xuanji's ear. He could even feel the other party's breath, which gave him goosebumps. Hellguard. He was very curious as to how strong a Hellguard was. Just from his voice alone, it didn't sound any weaker than Lu Wuji's. Let's give up. They're stronger than Lu Wuji. Let's recover first. Emperor Zhao reminded. Then, all 9 souls retracted into the ancient god sword. Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji sighed and put away his swords before walking out of the canyon. Now, he could only rely on the Xianxia map to heal himself. Very soon he saw 2 Hellguards. They looked very similar to the Hellguards he had imagined, except that their robes were not black and white. The 2 impermanences took out chains and casually swung them, binding Zhou Xuanji's hands and feet. Zhou Xuanji did not resist and said, I don't want to barge in. Someone is disturbing the mortal realm and wants to slaughter the common people. I fought with him and was forced to fall. He was neither agitated nor depressed. He spoke very calmly. An Anitya Hellguard replied, the judge observes the mortal realm and has his own judgment. If you have merits, you will be sent back to the mortal realm. If you lie, you will repent in the 18 levels of hell. Zhou Xuanji heard him and immediately felt at ease. He had no enmity with the underworld, so there was no reason for him to be targeted. Furthermore, Lu Wuji possessed the will of a dead body. He was the type that the netherworld would want to capture. Just like that, he was taken away by the 2 Hellguards. On the way, Zhou Xuanji asked about Lu Wuji's whereabouts. Before falling unconscious, he was not sure if Lu Wuji was dead, so he felt quite worried. Wu Chang answered truthfully. They were also trying to capture Lu Wuji, but this fellow was very good at hiding, so they couldn't find him. Zhou Xuanji felt at ease. This meant that Lu Wuji was still in the netherworld. As long as he did not harm the northern wilderness region, it was fine for him to stay in the underworld. Along the way, Zhou Xuanji realized that he was moving very quickly. A strange power enveloped him, which made him feel no wind resistance. The scenery around him seemed to be moving very slowly, but it was actually moving extremely quickly. Zhou Xuanji remembered this feeling. He felt that it was an incredible power. By the seaside of the northern wilderness region, Sunlight Emperor strolled on the beach. 9 golden dragons coiled around his body. He looked indifferent, like the Dragon Emperor coming out of the sea. A man in black appeared in front of him. He knelt down on one knee and said with a deep voice, Great Emperor, you are finally back. Sunlight Emperor walked up to him and looked down at him. What happened? He asked softly. After receiving the true dragon's inheritance, his power grew tremendously. His every move was so domineering that it was as though he was born with the pride that came from the depths of his soul. Sun Hill was flattened by Lu Wuji. The Sword Emperor defeated Lu Wuji and saved the northern wilderness region. He became the top cultivator in the world, while you fell to the 2nd position. The man in black replied carefully, fearing that he would anger Sunlight Emperor. However, Sunlight Emperor said expressionlessly, Oh, interesting. He brushed past the black-clothed man and rushed toward Sun Tomb. The man in black followed closely behind him. Anticipation could be seen in his eyes. He could sense that Sunlight Emperor had become more powerful. Next, he would surely become the top cultivator in the world. The Netherworld. Zhou Xuanji followed the two impermanences for half a day and came to a palace. The surroundings were barren, and there were 2 rows of ghostly soldiers in front of the palace. These ghostly soldiers were surrounded by ghostly qi. They had no feet and were levitating silently with their heads lowered. After entering the palace, Zhou Xuanji saw a muscular man sitting in the hall. He wore an official's hat and had a tanned face. His eyes were like a leopard's and were filled with deterrence. Before he came, the 2 impermanences told him that this magistrate was called Magistrate Chui. "Kneel!" One of the impermanences cried out. Having heard him, Zhou Xuanji frowned. Men have gold under their knees, how could they kneel? Moreover, he was innocent. Seeing that he refused to kneel, the 2 impermanences walked up and grabbed his shoulders, preparing to force him down. "Stop. Let him stand. The 2 of you can leave," Magistrate Chui cried out. Magistrate Chui bellowed, and the 2 Hellguards immediately bowed and retreated. Only when there were only the 2 of them left in the palace did Magistrate Chui speak slowly. "Zhou Xuanji, 58 years old this year and a first tribulation scattered immortal. There are very few experts like this in the mortal world. Your fate is not simple," Magistrate Chui said in a low voice as he looked at Zhou Xuanji. Magistrate Chui said in a low voice as he looked at Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji was not surprised. Magistrates could see everyone's fate in the mortal realm and understand their past and present lives. In your previous life, you were only a first-rank mortal. You were mediocre and died young. After reincarnating, you've changed so much, it's quite strange. Magistrate Chui mumbled to himself and sank into his thoughts. Died young? Zhou Xuanji's mouth twitched. Dying suddenly in his previous life was a stain on his life. However, this also meant that Earth was a mortal world. He did not panic. He could just pretend that he did not have memories of his previous life. Who didn't have a previous life? I'll give you 2 choices. One is to reincarnate, and the other is to serve in the Netherworld. Magistrate Chui looked at Zhou Xuanji and said calmly. Zhou Xuanji frowned and said, "Can't you just send me back? I don't believe that you don't have the ability to do so." Could it be that this old fellow wanted to keep him? Magistrate Chui also frowned and said nothing. Judges don't have the ability to reverse yin and yang, and the kings of hell are out on business. They won't be able to return for at least a few decades. You can choose to wait. When the kings of hell return, I'll pass on the news about you. However, living people can't live for too long in the Netherworld. You can only stay in this hall and not go out. Magistrate Chui looked at Zhou Xuanji and said slowly, "A few decades?" Zhou Xuanji's expression changed slightly as he asked, "If we stay here for decades, how much time will pass in the northern wilderness region?" Judge Chui replied, "The time in the Yin world is the same as that in the mortal world. How long you stay here is how much time has passed in the world of the living." Wonderful Bookstore Com. Chapter 360. Hearing Magistrate Chui's words, Zhou Xuanji fell silent for a long time. He raised his head and asked, "Can I cultivate here and open the yin-yang boundary formation by myself in the future?" He thought of the 9 hell flame extinction. Lu Wuji had imparted this divine ability to him while he was recuperating. It was incredibly profound, and it would be very difficult to master. Magistrate Chui squinted his eyes and said, "The yin-yang divine art is not tolerated by the heavenly Tao, but I can let you cultivate it and form a good karma." Zhou Xuanji's talent was more than just rare. No one in the mortal realm could rival him. As long as he was given time, he would become an immortal sooner or later, so he wanted to rope Zhou Xuanji in. Or else, why would he let Zhou Xuanji stay in the palace? Zhou Xuanji was stunned and immediately understood what he meant. He cupped his fists and said, "I will remember this favor." He had no other choice but to stay here and cultivate. As for Jiang Shui and the others, with Daoist old man taking care of them, they should be fine. However, when he thought of the death that Daoist old man and Jiang Shui had predicted, his heart tightened. After exchanging a few words with Magistrate Chui, he walked to the side and began to cultivate. Magistrate Chui looked at him quietly, wanting to see the cultivation speed of this genius. Once the Xianxia map was activated, berserk spiritual qi of the heavens and earth flowed into Zhou Xuanji's body, causing Magistrate Chui's expression to change slightly. Magistrate Chui didn't say anything and just quietly watched him cultivate. Zhou Xuanji was not afraid that Magistrate Chui would spy on the Xianxia map or his divine abilities. After all, Magistrate Chui was a high-ranking official in the netherworld, and his standards were not that low. In the following period of time, every hour, Wuchang would bring a lone soul into the hall. Most ghosts would either beg for mercy or explain themselves to the infernal judges. Judge Chui first recounted their past in detail, and then decided to send them to hell or reincarnate. Reincarnation also had a primary and secondary distinction. The primary was the human race, the secondary was the other races, the top was wealth, and the bottom was poverty. In the previous life, if one had done good deeds and accumulated good karma, one could become a master. In the previous life, if one had done evil, one could become a master. If one had done evil, one would become a master. The peerless fiends didn't even have the chance to reincarnate. They could only suffer in hell for eternity. Zhou Xuanji cultivated while listening to Magistrate Chui's judgment, and he gained a deeper understanding of right and wrong. He first used 10 days to heal the injuries on his physical body before he started to cultivate the 9 hell flame extinction. In front of Magistrate Chui, he didn't want to expose his godly sword, so his recovery was slower. The 9 hell flame extinction was a divine art that contained the profoundness of a formation. It was incomparably complicated. Learning the 9 hell flame extinction was equivalent to grasping the basics of the way of yin and yang. He had to hurry up, or else it would be bad if Lu Wuji returned to the northern wilderness region. Magistrate Chui did not disturb Zhou Xuanji. He would occasionally go out, but he would return after a short while. Every day, he had to deal with dozens of cases. Sometimes, the Hellguard would not come for an hour, and when he did, he would bring a group of wandering ghosts with him. Zhou Xuanji also noticed that there were many impermanences. They all looked similar, but there were dozens of impermanences, or perhaps even more. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Xuanji welcomed his 60th birthday. Analyzed that the sword owner has reached 60 years old. Gotcha started. Ding. Congratulations, the sword owner has obtained Gold Yellow Wind Sword. Celestial Shaking, Sun-Devouring Tiango Sword. The sword spirit's voice made Zhou Xuanji open his eyes. The celestial shaking sword had finally appeared. Indeed, 60 years old was an auspicious period. When he was 59 years old, he obtained 2 amethyst swords. They were the Ghost Walking Sword and the Dark Diamond Gilded Sword. It was not a pleasant surprise. This time he was very happy. However, this was Magistrate Chui's territory, so he didn't dare to take it out. Information about the 2 swords appeared before his eyes. Sword name, Yellow Wind Sword level, gold description. The wind of yellow sand is extremely corrosive. Caution is required when using this sword. Sword name, Sun-Devouring Tiango Sword level, shocking immortal, description. At the beginning of the world, when the sun was born, there was a heavenly dog that specialized in devouring the sun. This sword was formed from the soul of the sun-devouring heavenly dog and contains the mighty power of devouring the sun. It is extremely domineering. Zhou Xuanji's attention was drawn to the sun-devouring Tiango sword. Its name sounded ordinary, but it had the power to devour the sun, making him look forward to it. He had once asked the ancient god sword if it had the power of celestial shaking realm after the 9 souls fused into one. The sword spirit had replied that it was still lacking. Now that he was in possession of the immortal shaking sword, how could he not be overjoyed? If he met Lu Wuji again, he would definitely display his strength. He took a deep breath and continued to cultivate. He had already memorized all the qi circulation methods of the 9 hell flame extinction, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't cultivate it. Helpless, he began to cultivate World Overlord. He suddenly found that after coming to the netherworld, his comprehension of World Overlord became even faster. He sensed a different power of heaven and earth in the netherworld. World Overlord controlled the power of heaven and earth and was the sole overlord. After obtaining the sun-devouring Tiango sword, He relaxed and directly entered a state of comprehension. What kind of energy technique is this boy cultivating? He can actually comprehend the power of heaven and earth in the netherworld. Magistrate Cui glanced at Zhou Xuanji and felt inwardly shocked. If this went on, as long as Zhou Xuanji had enough time, he might be able to cultivate a divine ability of the way of yin and yang. Once he reached great accomplishment, he would be able to move freely between the yin and yang realms. Magistrate Cui shook his head and laughed. He did not feel any envy, only some anticipation. Even in the netherworld, there were struggles over benefits. Zhou Xuanji's talent was very great, and he could use him. Magistrate Cui had a thought and disappeared from where he was. After he returned, he took out a bottle of medicinal pills and gave it to Zhou Xuanji. These are great spirit pills from the netherworld, and they are the salary of netherworld servants. I'll give you a bottle, so cultivate well. Magistrate Cui explained before returning to the hall and continuing to work. Zhou Xuanji felt quite startled and deeply looked at Magistrate Cui. There was no free lunch in the world. It seemed that this fellow needed his help. He was not worried that Magistrate Cui would poison him. With Magistrate Cui's power, it would be easy for him to deal with him. Why would he need to beat around the bush? Zhou Xuanji took out a great spirit pill and ate it. Boom! He felt an explosion in his body, and a berserk spiritual qi ravaged his body. He immediately channeled his energy to cultivate. Magistrate Cui gave a slight smile and picked up a book, reading it with great interest. Great spirit pills were extremely domineering. He used a year to break through to second tribulation's scattered immortal. However, Magistrate Cui's great spirit pills were limited, so he could not use them limitlessly. After that, he could only cultivate by himself. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, another 6 years passed. Zhou Xuanji reached 67 years old. Every year, Magistrate Cui would provide him with 2 bottles of great spirit pills. His cultivation also reached third tribulation's scattered immortal. He was about to master the 9 hell flame extinction. As for World Overlord, it was too difficult. However, at least he had improved a lot, and there was hope. In the past 7 years, he had obtained 12 magical swords. The highest was the glorious gold magical sword, and the lowest was the bronze magical sword. It could be seen that every time his luck was off the charts, there would be a period of low times. These 12 divine swords were the Sword of Laceration, Sword of Lick, Sword of Yasai, Sword of Golden Wave, Sword of Small Dao, Sword of Dual-Threaded, Sword of Bird, Sword of Shaking Heaven, Sword of Tall Building, Sword of Autumn Wind, Sword of Poison Tears, and Sword of Retribution. This day, after cultivation, Zhou Xuanji asked Magistrate Cui about Jiang Shui's situation. He was already familiar with Magistrate Cui. Usually, he would ask about Jiang Shui's lifespan so that he could know whether she was still alive or not. Wonderful Bookstore Com. Chapter 361. Your wife and daughter are fine. They have a long lifespan. Unless they encounter a power beyond the mortal realm, they will not die within 1,000 years. Magistrate Cui shook his head and said, "This brat was good in every aspect, but he was too concerned about his wife and daughter. To a powerful cultivator, this was not a good thing. If one was too involved with someone, it would often become one's weakness." Zhou Xuanji was not at ease. It was not like there were no powers beyond the mortal realm. For example, Lu Wuji, Baihao Isan, Xinyuan Zhou, and so on. The northern wilderness region was too dangerous. He did not panic but continued to cultivate with his eyes closed. While he was cultivating World Overlord and 9 Hell Flame Extinction, his understanding of sword souls had also increased. He could use different sword techniques at the same time, so why couldn't he use different sword souls at the same time? This idea shocked him. He had been cultivating for a month. When he created a sword soul, it shook the entire palace, which shocked Magistrate Cui. To prevent Zhou Xuanji from causing any damage, Magistrate Cui created a protective barrier to isolate Zhou Xuanji. At the same time, he created a space with a radius of 30 meters for him to cultivate. As time passed, many impermanences remembered Zhou Xuanji. What was worth mentioning was that Zhou Xuanji encountered some ghosts from the northern wilderness region. They had witnessed Zhou Xuanji establishing a sect, but they were killed by Lu Wuji and fell into the netherworld. Although this made him feel a little emotional, he did not plead for mercy for Zhou Xuanji. Firstly, it was useless. Secondly, he did not want to interfere with the cycle of life and death. 6 years later, Zhou Xuanji's cultivation reached 4th tribulation's scattered immortal. He finally mastered 9 hell flame extinction. In these 6 years, his name had spread throughout the netherworld. Many ghost servants knew that Magistrate Cui had taken in a living person and was nurturing him. Gradually, those impermanences became respectful to Zhou Xuanji. Without King Yama, the magistrate was the ruler of a territory. It was easy to hide things. Although it was taboo to take in a living person, it was not a big deal to a magistrate. Since ancient times, magistrates had nurtured mortals. The mortals would become immortals and then nurture the magistrates. Immediately, a few Yama kings ascended to their positions through this method. 6 years later, Zhou Xuanji obtained another 8 legendary swords. They were the Defense Sword, Little Dragon Sword, Qin Wind Sword, Balance Moon Sword, Jietong Sword, Flying Evasion Thunder Sword, Steel Armor Sword, and Earth Core Sword. Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath and got up slowly. He had already stayed in the netherworld for 13 years. He had been reborn and his strength had increased by leaps and bounds. He could witness the cycle of life and death every day, causing his temperament to become even more stable. "Are you ready to leave?" Magistrate Cui asked as he put down the netherworld book. He was a little reluctant to let Zhou Xuanji go. He was already used to Zhou Xuanji's presence. If this brat left, he would most likely feel uncomfortable. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, "Thank you for taking care of me for so many years. I will never forget this favor." If not, how could he could reach great, immortal, how? "Hi," Zhou said. The Cui said, "Foot." Magistrate hi. He and said, "But in. This kid is really terrifying. He's only 73 years old, but he's already a 4th tribulation loose immortal. He. Every person had their own secrets and trump cards. If he wanted to nurture a powerful cultivator naturally had to have these methods. After leaving the magistrate's palace, Zhou Xuanji quickly came to a place without ghosts. He took out the true Lord Xianxia sword and strode out with his right foot. He stabbed the sword into the ground, and massive magic energy exploded out, sweeping through the 1,000 meters of mountainous terrain. Lines of fire appeared in the air. They were complex and complicated, and they quickly ignited into raging flames. 9 hell flame extinction. Zhou Xuanji's expression was cold, but he looked quite nervous. It had been 13 years. He did not know how Skyfall was doing. Also, there was his daughter. A few years ago, when he had asked Magistrate Cui to check Jiang Shui's lifespan, he had found out that he had a daughter. He had felt both happy and guilty. However, when his daughter was born, he had fallen into the netherworld. His daughter had been born, causing him to work even harder. Today, he could finally go back. Boom! The 9 hell flame extinction exploded out. Roiling flames rose from the ground, seeming like they were going to break through the sky. Zhou Xuanji was inundated by the flames. The ground beneath his feet was reduced to nothingness, and he dived downwards. Swish! At that moment, he heard the sound of the air being torn. He looked over and found that Lu Wuji had followed him. He slightly frowned. Why was this fellow nearby? He did not say anything and directly unleashed his sword souls. 3 black sword souls appeared behind him. They were the sky-dominating Divine Sword, Soul Eater Slash, and Tempest Slash. The 3 sword techniques all leaned towards domineering attacks, and they were the easiest to condense sword souls at the same time. The sword souls were all half a meter tall, and they were all savage and dignified, looking like illusory images. Zhou Xuanji used true Lord Xianxia's power, and his aura exploded out as he rushed towards Lu Wuji. Lu Wuji's expression was grim, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Seeing Zhou Xuanji turn around and charge at him, his fury was ignited. When enemies met, their eyes would burn with hatred. Clang! The true Lord Xianxia sword collided with Lu Wuji's iron palm. Their gazes met, and both of them could see the unforgettable killing intent in each other's eyes. Zhou Xuanji, I've waited a long time for you. I never thought that you would even learn 9 Hell Flame Extinction. Lu Wuji said coldly. He had stayed in the netherworld for 13 years, but his cultivation had not improved at all. This was because ghosts did not have essence qi, making him feel quite depressed. Afterwards, he had found Zhou Xuanji's whereabouts, but with Magistrate Chui's protection he did not dare to get close. He had tried to leave this region, but Magistrate Chui's territory was surrounded by the Yellow Springs, so he could not cross the Yellow Springs and could only hide nearby. He did not dare to rashly use 9 Hell Flame Extinction because he was afraid of being attacked by Magistrate Chui. However, Zhou Xuanji was different. He had Magistrate Chui's protection, and with him using 9 Hell Flame Extinction, there naturally would not be any netherworld expert stopping him. Every time he thought about this, he could not help but feel jealous. Lu Wuji's remnant soul was helping Zhou Xuanji, and Magistrate Chui was also protecting Zhou Xuanji. Why did he receive so much love and care? Thinking about that, his expression became more savage. Zhou Xuanji, watch as I turn your bones to dust today. Lu Wuji furiously roared, sending Zhou Xuanji flying back. Zhou Xuanji's black hair danced in the wind as he wildly laughed and said, Lu Wuji, 13 years ago you were almost killed by me. Now, do you still have the courage to say such words? He was no longer a first tribulation scattered immortal. He was a fourth tribulation scattered immortal. He swung his sword ferociously, and the 3 sword souls turned into 3 beams of black light and shot toward Lu Wuji. Even someone as powerful as Lu Wuji could not dodge in time and was struck by the sword qi formed by the sword souls. Blood spurted all over his body. Zhou Xuanji flipped his left hand, and the sun-devouring Tiango sword appeared in his hand. He quickly activated 10,000 ultimate steps. PSE. Lu Wuji's head flew up, and Zhou Xuanji appeared behind him and kicked him backward. He stepped on Lu Wuji's body and descended swiftly. At the same time, within the Magistrate Palace, Magistrate Chui put down the Netherworld book in his hand suddenly and said in shock, This is... Wonderful Book House. Chapter 362. Good kid, you've really surprised me. Magistrate Chui smiled faintly, then lowered his eyes and continued to read, ignoring the battle in the distance. Zhou Xuanji held the sun-devouring Tiango sword in his left hand and the true Lord Xianxia sword in his right hand as he stepped on Lu Wuji and descended quickly. Under his suppression, Lu Wuji was unable to break free. This guy's life was indeed tough. Even though he had lost his head, he still had the strength to fight. Soon, the two of them passed the yin-yang junction and fell into extreme darkness. Zhou Xuanji continuously used universal attraction, using the soles of his feet to latch onto Lu Wuji, making it so that he could not escape. Being in this darkness, his senses were ineffective. He couldn't use his divine sense to see the situation below, so he could only go with the flow. Interesting. There are actually 2 great tribulation bodiless immortals between yin and yang. A soft laughter came suddenly, which sent chills down Zhou Xuanji's spine. This voice was illusory and hard to discern. However, to be able to appear between yin and yang, it must be an expert that surpassed the mortal world. Hee, I'll give you a palm strike to see if you live or die. If you live and meet me in the future, I'll bestow you with an opportunity. Zhou Xuanji heard him and almost cursed out loud. Who needs your opportunities? Is there something wrong with him? Before he could curse out loud, a terrifying force struck him, instantly causing him to lose consciousness. GGG, a wave of bird cries woke Zhou Xuanji up. He slowly opened his eyes and saw a field of weeds. At this moment he was lying in the grass, his arms and legs in an exaggerated posture. Not far from him was a headless corpse. It was Lu Wuji. The chaotic memories gradually became clear, and after a while, he regained consciousness. Damn it! Don't let me find out who you are, Zhou Xuanji thought as he gritted his teeth. He took out the Holy Light Redemption Sword and used his will to control it to stab into his back. When he saw Lu Wuji's corpse, he felt proud. This fellow was finally dead. Just in case, he took out the ancient god sword and stabbed Lu Wuji several hundred times. Only after confirming that this guy was really dead did he change his direction. Lu Wuji's soul emerged from the ancient god sword, and he said, "You really are ruthless." After all, it was his corpse, and he still had feelings for it. Emperor Zhao also appeared and exclaimed, "That guy from before was really strong. I was so scared that I didn't even dare to come out." Zhou Xuanji could not help but ask who it was. He was really unhappy that he had been hit for no reason. "I'm not sure. To be able to travel between yin and yang, one has to at least be a real god." Lu Wuji sighed, his tone complicated. "True god? Could they be immortals and gods?" Zhou Xuanji became even more curious and continued to ask. Lu Wuji and Emperor Zhao refused to say anything, making him feel like a cat was scratching his heart. Following this, Zhou Xuanji's attention began to wander. He was wondering if this was the world of the living. It shouldn't be the northern wilderness region. During his 13 years in the underworld, he had learned about the existence of many mortal worlds. The northern wilderness region was just a speck of dust in the vast sea of sand. This should be the northern wilderness region. This familiar spiritual energy. Emperor Zhao opened his arms and said in a mesmerized tone. Zhou Xuanji was relieved and began to focus on recuperating. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, a tiger's roar came. A black tiger the size of a bull walked out from the forest. It stared at Zhou Xuanji fiercely with its ferocious eyes, as though it wanted to eat him. Zhou Xuanji was disdainful. Wanting to eat him with only first-rank cultivation? He could just lie here and let the beast bite him, and he would be fine. "Demon! Get lost!" A childish shout could be heard as a chubby boy dressed in animal skin rushed over with a wooden sword in hand. He was white and tender, just like a pig. The black tiger turned to look at him. This little fatty looked like he was only 14 or 15 years old. His face was chubby, and his eyes were squinted. There were only 2 lines under his eyebrows. He held the wooden sword and cried out fiercely, "Demon, get lost. I'm Sword Emperor Zhou Xuanji's personal disciple. When my revered teacher comes, he will slaughter all your ancestors." This guy spoke as though he was acting in an opera, which almost made Zhou Xuanji laugh out loud. The black tiger stared at the little fatty and roared softly. It leaped up suddenly and pounced at the little fatty. The little fatty was so frightened that the fat on his body trembled. He held the sword with both hands and thrust it toward the sky. "Emperor's way!" he roared. "Thousand-hand sword Buddha!" The sword flashed, and the black tiger fell to the ground. Its head rolled into the grass, and blood splattered all over the ground. The little fatty maintained his posture of swinging his sword. Zhou Xuanji, who was about to attack, was stunned. This guy really cultivated sword chi. His cultivation was so low, but he could kill a first-rank demon. The little fatty tried his best to open his eyes wide and cried out excitedly, "Yay! I'm so powerful!" After that, he turned around and squatted down in front of Zhou Xuanji. "Little brother, are you okay?" He chuckled. Zhou Xuanji asked curiously, "What sword technique did you use just now?" The sword chi was formless but powerful. "Not bad." The little fatty heard him and laughed proudly. "This is the Emperor's way thousand-hand sword Buddha. Have you heard of the Sword Emperor? This is what he taught me." Zhou Xuanji blinked and said, "Zhou Xuanji is very young. How can you call him old?" The little fatty glared at him and said, "That's an honorific. He's the youngest top cultivator in history, and he's only 73 years old this year." At the mention of the Sword Emperor, this boy could not stop talking, as if he really was the Sword Emperor's disciple. Zhou Xuanji did not interrupt him and felt quite pleased. 13 years had passed, but my legend still exists. The little fatty suddenly saw the Holy Light Redemption Sword, and his eyes lit up. He instinctively wanted to draw it. "Stop! Don't draw it!" Zhou Xuanji cried out, causing the little fatty to tremble and fall to the ground. He felt wronged as he said, "I'm not greedy for this sword. I saw that you were injured and wanted to help you." He noticed Lu Wuji's headless corpse and felt a chill in his heart. What kind of intense battle had happened just then? He felt fear in his heart and wanted to leave. Tell me your name, and where is this place? How far away is it from Skyfall? Zhou Xuanji said as he looked at the little fatty. His murderous aura almost made the little fatty piss his pants. He did not dare to lie, nor did he dare to run. I'm Long Xiaoshui. This is the southern snow kingdom, and it's very far from Skyfall. I don't know exactly how far it is either. I'm just a lonely young man from a poor family. The little fatty cried out with a sobbing tone. He felt quite wronged. He had come to save someone, but he had been shouted at instead. The auntie in the village was right. People were sinister and could not be easily trusted. Southern Snow Kingdom, Zhou Xuanji felt quite surprised. What a coincidence. He had never thought that after returning to the northern wilderness region, he would end up in the southern Snow Kingdom again. However, he was not too familiar with the southern Snow Kingdom. He had only met Jiang Shui at the border of the southern Snow Kingdom. There are many demons nearby. Don't run around. Seeing the little fatty's bloodshot eyes, Zhou Xuanji said gently. Long Xiaoshui heard him and immediately became anxious. I'm not a child. When Zhou Xuanji was 6 years old, he traveled the world with his sword. I'm doing the same. Not only me, but Zhou Xuanji's daughter is doing the same. I heard that we lost contact with that girl, and the entire Emperor's Sword Court is going crazy. As long as I find her, Zhou Xuanji will take me as his disciple. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 363. What? My daughter is missing? Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes wide and instinctively tried to prop himself up. His muscles were aching as if they were being torn apart, and his bones were cracking. He gritted his teeth and asked, why did we lose contact with Zhou Xuanji's daughter? Doesn't Emperor's Sword Court have many experts? Long Xiaoshui sighed and said, it's said that the little princess is very arrogant. She keeps saying that she wants to surpass the Sword Emperor, wanting to imitate the Sword Emperor's path. She tried to run away from home before she was 8 years old and was caught many times. Zhou Xuanji was speechless. You want to copy me? He asked gloomily. How did you know about her? Long Xiaoshui looked at him in disdain and said, she was a genius from the moment she was born, and she has a keen understanding of the sword way that surpasses ordinary people. The entire northern wilderness region is talking about her legend. She managed to cultivate sword will at the age of 10. Don't you think that's terrifying? Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes wide again and asked, really? He had the supreme legendary sword system, which was why he was able to master sword intent so quickly. Could it be that his daughter also had a subsystem? Or was he also a transmigrator? He was thrown into confusion. Long Xiaoshui placed his hands on his hips and shook his belly as he chuckled. My master's daughter is just that powerful. Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes at him and said unpleasantly, you spilled the beans just now. Long Xiaoshui replied nonchalantly, it's only a matter of time. What's the harm in calling him master now? Zhou Xuanji was speechless and ignored him. At the thought of his daughter's disappearance, he could not remain calm. He gritted his teeth and tried to stand up. Can you tell me where was the last time Zhou Xuanji's daughter appeared? Zhou Xuanji walked up to Long Xiaoshui with difficulty and asked. Long Xiaoshui was very nervous. He held the wooden sword tightly and replied, it's the southern Snow Kingdom. I've already said that she wants to imitate my master. I've also traveled thousands of miles to come here. Do you know how much danger I've encountered on the way? Seeing that this guy was going on and on, Zhou Xuanji became impatient. He waved his hand and interrupted, saying, all right, go home. Little kids shouldn't run around. Wait until you're strong enough before going to Skyfall. With Long Xiaoshui's capabilities, he would definitely die a horrible death if he were to encounter a powerful demon. Long Xiaoshui snorted, I won't. I'm going to become the disciple of the Sword Emperor, so how can I be afraid of such a small obstacle? Any later and I can only be the Sword Emperor's grand disciple, or even his great-grand disciple. Zhou Xuanji was so angry that he laughed and punched him. Even though he was heavily injured, he still sent him kneeling on the ground. Long Xiaoshui covered his head with his hands. His eyes were red and filled with tears. Zhou Xuanji asked, you said that you are all alone, is that true? As soon as he came back, he bumped into his little fan. He was hesitating whether he should promote him or not. Long Xiaoshui nodded and stood up. He raised his head and puffed out his chest, saying, "I grew up without parents. I wandered the world without any worries." Looking at his smug expression, he seemed to be very proud. "Follow me, let's go find Zhou Xuanji's daughter." Zhou Xuanji instructed. After that, he burned Lu Wuji's corpse into ashes before walking in a certain direction. Long Xiaoshui knew a lot of information. He could use him to understand his daughter's mental state. They both wanted to imitate Zhou Xuanji, and perhaps they could think of the same thing. Hearing this, Long Xiaoshui immediately became excited. Even though Zhou Xuanji looked like he was going to die, he was still quite ferocious when he roared at him. If he could come with him, he would feel very safe. Just like that, the two of them set off together. "Brat, I'm not trying to discourage you, but you look like this and you're called Xiaoshui? I'll be handsome after I slim down. With your talent, even if you enter Emperor Sword Court, you will only be an odd job disciple. You're looking down on me?" Zhou Xuanji continued to bicker with him as he recovered from his injuries. In the netherworld, Magistrate Cui was incredibly busy every day and did not have time to chat with him. It was rare for him to meet such a shameless person, so he naturally could not help but chat with him. Even though this brat was unreliable, he had a righteous heart. He was not bad. Within a mountain range, two women walked through a pine forest. The woman walking in front had a graceful figure. She wore an exquisite green dress and had a pretty face. Her long hair was coiled up on her head, and she was thinking as she walked. The girl behind her looked relatively young, only 13 or 14 years old. She already had a slender and elegant posture. She was dressed in white, and her black hair hung down naturally. There was a treasured sword at her waist, and her eyes were lively. She looked left and right with a vigilant look. "Big sister, is there really an ancient sword emperor's inheritance nearby?" the girl in white asked, her tone filled with doubt. There should be many powerful demons gathering around such a powerful inheritance. But the surroundings looked so peaceful, and there was no sense of danger. "Little girl, the more powerful the inheritance, the more unexpected it will appear," the woman in green said with a smile. The girl in white could not help but nod when she heard this. She quickly walked to the woman in green and asked, "Big sister, you said that the most powerful person in the world is not my father. Who is it?" This girl was Zhou Xuanji's daughter, Zhou Xiaoxian. The woman in green lowered her head and smiled as she said, "Of course it's Yang Di. Before your father was born, he became first in the world 3 times in a row. Even the number 1 demonic cultivator, human Xian Xianghua, could not do anything to him. He fell to second because he went to the True Dragon clan and was defeated by Lu Wuji in Sun Hill. The world thought that he lost, and your father defeated Lu Wuji, so he fell to second." Zhou Xiaoxian came to a realization, but she was still a little doubtful and asked, "Could it be that Yang Di never fought with my father?" Since she was young, everyone she knew said that Zhou Xuanji was the most powerful, apart from this woman in green. As such, she disliked the halo around her, but deep in her heart, she still hoped that Zhou Xuanji was the most powerful. "No, your father is too young. To the northern wilderness, he's just a child. Yang Di used to be first in the world, so how could he lower his back to fight with him? Your father disappeared for 13 years, so Yang Di had no chance to regain his title," the woman in green said as she shook her head. The woman in cyan skirt shook her head. She paused for a while and then said, "Of course, your father's power is beyond doubt. Give him some time, and he will surpass Yang Di sooner or later. He is the strongest genius in the history of the human tribe." Zhou Xiaoxian curled her lips and did not answer. What a joke! How can Yang Di compare to Zhou Xuanji? Little girl, don't take your ignorance as fact. Suddenly, a mocking laughter came from the front, and a black-robed elder appeared on a large tree. Wanzong, king of ghosts. 51st in the world. Compared to when he was at Juadi Cliff, he looked even more weathered. He stared at the two women and sneered, "Lu Wuji can easily kill a 7th tribulation scattered immortal. Do you know what a 7th tribulation scattered immortal represents? Reaching 4th tribulation scattered immortal gives one the right to become number 1 in the world. If Yang Di had the power of a seventh tribulation scattered immortal, he would have long since established the Great Canal and become a great emperor. He would be undying and indestructible, and he dares to say that he is stronger than Zhou Xuanji? What a joke! Wonderful Bookstore. Chapter 364. Who are you? What do you want? The green-dressed lady said in a deep voice. She was embarrassed by Wanzong King Ghostly King. Zhou Xiaoxian was secretly pleased, but she was even more nervous. The reason why she followed the green-dressed woman was to obtain the inheritance of the 9 emperors of the Way of the Sword so that she could catch up to her father. As such, when the woman in green said that the number 1 in the world was not Zhou Xuanji, although she did not completely believe it, she did not object either. After all, Zhou Xuanji had not truly fought with Yang Di. Have you heard of Wanzong King of Ghosts? Wanzong King Spectre said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, a black dragon descended from the sky and coiled around the tree he was on. Zhou Xiaoxian quickly unsheathed her sword. The lady's expression changed slightly. She gritted her teeth and said, Wanzong King Spectre, we have no enmity between us. What do you want? The person before her was one of the Northern Wilderness top 100. Even 10 of her would not be a match for him. Wanzong King Spectre said with disdain, You are not qualified to fight with me. I like the girl beside you. His gaze fell on Zhou Xiaoxian as he shook his head and said, Little girl, it's reasonable for you to want to chase after your father, but do you know the consequences of your blindness and ignorance? If she uses you as a hostage to threaten your parents and the entire Emperor's Sword Court, what will you do? Zhou Xiaoxian was moved. She subconsciously glanced at the green-dressed woman. The lady in the green dress did not look at her. Instead, she stared at Wanzong King Spectre and said in a deep voice, King Spectre, don't talk nonsense. Wanzong King Spectre said with disdain, I will count to 3. If you don't scram, you will die. 3. The green-dressed woman clenched her fists tightly under her sleeves. She was extremely angry. However, Wanzong King Ghostly King was too strong and she was powerless to resist. Seeing that Wanzong King Spectre was about to count to 1, she gritted her teeth and fled without looking at Zhou Xiaoxian. Zhou Xiaoxian did not panic. She just frowned. The green-dressed woman fled very quickly, disappearing into the depths of the forest. Wanzong King Spectre landed on the ground and smiled, Little girl, follow me. I know of a place where the ancient Sword Emperor's inheritance is. Zhou Xiaoxian ignored him and sighed, Sure enough, you're unreliable. With that, she flipped her right hand, and a blade of grass appeared in her palm. She popped the grass into her mouth at lightning speed and disappeared from where she stood. Wanzong King Spectre was stunned. He thought that she was going to consume some kind of medicinal herb to raise her strength and fight to the death, but who would have thought that she would vanish just like that? He furrowed his brows and scanned the surroundings with his divine consciousness to capture Zhou Xiaoxuan's aura. However, Zhou Xiaoxuan's aura had stopped at the place where she had disappeared. It was extremely strange. Without hesitation, he hurriedly chased after them with the Black Flood Dragon. The Hunyuan Imperial City, which had once been razed to the ground, had been rebuilt. Sunlight Emperor was floating in the sky, looking down at all the common people and cultivators. He was high above like a god, looking down from above, his divine might vast and mighty. The Hunyuan Empire has declined because of Lu Wuji. I can't bear to see this happen, and I'm determined to take control of the Hunyuan Empire. I'll lead you to establish a great fate empire and bring it to unprecedented heights. I have the help of the True Dragon Clan, which can increase the Hunyuan Empire's luck. Are you willing? Sunlight Emperor said slowly. His expression was indifferent. No one could see through him. I'm willing. The Great Emperor is mighty. I will definitely follow the Great Emperor. Long live Sunlight Emperor! Everyone shouted. Ever since the Hunyuan Imperial City was massacred by Lu Wuji, all the empires wanted to hit them when they were down. It was Sunlight Emperor who supported them after he returned and helped them rebuild their empires. Moreover, Sunlight Emperor was already very powerful. He was once the world's number 1. Following him would only bring benefits and no harm. With Sunlight Emperor's support, who would dare to bully them in the future? Sunlight Emperor raised his arms and 9 golden dragons came out from his back. They grew rapidly and turned into 9 giant dragons that roared continuously. An unparalleled divine might wreaked havoc in the world. Everyone looked up. An even larger golden dragon shadow appeared and occupied the sky above the imperial city. It was the dragon vein. Sunlight Emperor looked up and a golden light suddenly shot out from between his eyebrows, shining on the dragon vein. He wanted to absorb the dragon vein. In the north, Feng Kuel sat at the edge of the cliff. Behind him was a wooden house and in front of him was a bonfire. Even though the sky was filled with snow, the bonfire was still burning. He had been guarding here for more than 10 years, but Bai Hao Yisun had not come up yet. However, in this world of ice and snow, he had learned a lot and had a deeper understanding of divination. Boom! A figure shot into the sky from the canyon, causing the cliffs on both sides to shake violently. Feng Kuel stood up immediately, looking very excited. Following his gaze, there was a figure shining with intense light in the snowy sky. That person was covered in silver battle armor. The wind turned into a silver divine dragon that wrapped around his body. He held a long spear in his hand. The spear's blade was 5 feet long, which was close to half the length of the spear's shaft. He floated in the air and stood proudly. His aura was so strong that the snow couldn't get close to his body. "Ha! I'm back!" Bai Hao Yisun laughed wildly. His heroic spirit soared into the sky and he was filled with battle intent. With the divine weapon in hand and the divine armor on his body, he had nothing to fear in the world. He quickly landed in front of Feng Kuel. The intense light on his body dissipated and his original body appeared. He had a handsome face and a domineering gaze. The corners of his mouth were raised, and he seemed quite arrogant. "Do you have the urge to bow down and worship me?" Bai Hao Yisun held the divine spear and smiled proudly. Feng Kuel nodded excitedly. His aura was no weaker than Lu Wuji's. "Let's go and find Lu Wuji for revenge," Bai Hao Yisun said with a pleased smile. Bai Hao Yisun laughed complacently, not placing Lu Wuji in his eyes at all. Feng Kuel shook his head and said, "He's already dead." Having heard this, Bai Hao Yisun was stunned. "How did he die?" Bai Hao Yisun asked with a deep frown. Lu Wuji was so powerful. Who in the world could kill him? He was killed by Zhou Xuanji and has been dead for 13 years. Zhou Xuanji disappeared for 13 years as well, and it seems like he perished together with Lu Wuji, Feng Kuel sighed. Before, he had never thought that Zhou Xuanji would be able to kill Lu Wuji. Bai Hao Yisun fell silent. Damn! How could that brat be so powerful? Zhou Xiaoxian hid in a valley. She leaned against the mountain wall and panted. She rejoiced in her heart that she had stolen her mother's concealment grass, or else she would have died today. Thinking about that, she held her breath and looked around the valley. The valley was not big, and there were trees everywhere. There were many birds and insects, and there were all sorts of flowers under the trees. Her eyes lit up, and she immediately walked over. She hid in the forest and began to entertain herself. A while later, 2 male voices came. "Oi, oi, don't go in. There are demons." "What do you know? This is a good place to hide people. Zhou Xuanji's daughter must be hiding here." Zhou Xiaoxian heard them and became extremely anxious. She quickly hid in the bushes. Zhou Xuanji and Long Xiaoshui walked into the valley. Long Xiaoshui trembled and gripped his wooden sword tightly, afraid that demons would rush out. Zhou Xuanji pretended to be calm, but he was laughing in his heart. "Little girl, I know you're here. I'll scare you to death." Chapter 365. As for Zhou Xiaoxian running away from home, although Zhou Xuanji felt guilty, he was more angry. This girl was too arrogant. He must learn from her mistakes. To find Zhou Xiaoxian, he had spent a whole month searching. Fortunately, his cultivation was high and he could sense Zhou Xiaoxuan's bloodline when he was near. Or else, who knew how long he would have to search? He pretended not to know Zhou Xiaoxian was here and wandered around the valley. Long Xiaoshui did not see any demons and heaved a sigh of relief. He wiped his sweat as he complained, "Big brother, are you stupid? Zhou Xiaoxian can't be hiding here. She's Emperor Sword Court's genius. Even if she wanted to hide, she would be in a city. There's a city nearby. Let's go and take a look. We must hurry. If someone finds us and goes to Emperor Sword Court to claim credit, I will not be Zhou Xuanji's personal disciple. At this point, he became anxious like an ant on a hot pan. Zhou Xiaoxian, who was hiding in the bushes, heard him and relaxed. It seemed like they were not enemies. They were her father's admirers. Someone's here. Zhou Xuanji cried out suddenly. Next, he tossed out the book-cutter sword, which cut through the bushes and landed in front of Zhou Xiaoxian. Her face turned pale. She quickly got up and said, "Don't do it. I have no ill intentions." Long Xiaoshui looked over and opened his eyes wide. His chubby face blushed immediately. It was Zhou Xuanji's first time seeing Zhou Xiaoxian, and he was a little dazed. She really looked like Jiang Shui, but also a little different. This girl was pretty like her mother, but her eyes and brows were very similar to his. They were filled with fighting spirit. Zhou Xiaoxian saw Zhou Xuanji too. She felt that she had seen this face before, but she could not remember where. When she was young, her mother showed her Zhou Xuanji's portrait, but she could not remember clearly after a long time. Usually, she would not want to see her father's portrait. Because she had heard too many stories about Zhou Xuanji, she began to rebel from the age of 6. She wanted to roam the world with her sword every day and shake the world when she was young. Such a pretty girl. Let's kill her and make a stew. Zhou Xuanji suddenly smiled evilly and licked his lips intentionally. Zhou Xiaoshuan's body tensed up when she heard that. Long Xiaoshui's eyes widened as he said in a trembling voice, "Big brother, what are you talking about?" Thinking about the days he spent with Zhou Xuanji, if this guy really liked to eat people, if *CK. I'm in such a dangerous situation. Zhou Xuanji waved his right hand, and the book-cutter sword returned to his hand. He walked toward Zhou Xiaoxian and chuckled, "Little girl, do you have any last words?" He was quite pleased with himself. He didn't expect Zhou Xiaoxian to have already reached the 10th level of the foundation building realm. She was very close to the enlightening realm. This girl was only 13 years old, but she was already so talented. Sure enough, dragons gave birth to dragons and phoenixes gave birth to phoenixes. Zhou Xiaoxian unsheathed her sword and assumed the stance of the vibrant raindrop sword. "You man-eating demon, do you really think I'm a pushover?" After that, she entered sword will mode straightaway. Stomping on the ground with her right foot, her body spun as she charged toward Zhou Xuanji. Xiu! Xiu! Swoosh! The blade trembled, and countless sword flowers appeared. They looked like falling petals or a torrential downpour. The sword chi inundated Zhou Xuanji. Long Xiaoshui was dumbfounded. Such a cool sword technique. Compared to her, his emperor's Wei thousand-hand sword Buddha was like H**2. Zhou Xuanji pretended to receive the attack with great difficulty. He gritted his teeth purposely, and cold sweat seeped out of his forehead. Zhou Xiaoshuan's aura grew more powerful, which caught him off guard. Finally, with a loud thump, Zhou Xuanji's book-cutter sword flew out of his hand. The tip of Zhou Xiaoshuan's sword was pressed against his throat. "You lost," she said with a cold face. Zhou Xuanji sighed and said, "You should kill me. I want to eat you." Zhou Xiaoxian frowned and snorted, "You are trash. Even if you want to eat me, you can't." Zhou Xuanji almost vomited blood. This girl was too arrogant. And a poisonous tongue. Why was she so similar to Xianxia? At this moment, Long Xiaoshui came over and said with a big smile, "My lady, we don't have any ill intentions. He's just joking with you. If he wanted to eat you, he would have eaten me long ago." Even though he said this, he was not confident in his heart. After spending a month with Zhou Xuanji, he felt that this guy was temperamental like a lunatic. Zhou Xiaoxian sheathed her sword and said, "You are looking for Zhou Xiaoxian?" Long Xiaoshui nodded. "You are Zhou Xiaoxian?" he asked with his eyes wide open and breathing rapidly. She was so young and had such exquisite sword techniques. She must be. He became excited immediately and said, rubbing his hands, "Follow me back to Emperor Sword Court and ask the Sword Emperor to take me as his disciple." The heavens did not disappoint those who worked hard. Zhou Xiaoxian sized him up and shook her head, saying, "Your talent is too poor. You can only be an odd-job servant." Long Xiaoshui's smile froze immediately. Moreover, my father disappeared for 13 years. I have not seen him since I was born. Don't think about him anymore, Zhou Xiaoxian said with curled lips. Zhou Xiaoxian curled her lips. Speaking of this matter, she was filled with righteous indignation. She had not seen her father since she was young, so naturally she was indignant. However, she did not object to Zhou Xuanji fighting Lu Wuji. If she were Zhou Xuanji, she would do the same. Just like Emperor Sword Court's motto, to support the world with the sword and save the world with the sword. But even though she was rational, she was still very sad without her father. Sometimes, even she could not understand her own complicated emotions. Don't worry. The Sword Emperor is unparalleled in the world. He must be in isolated cultivation. Long Xiaoshui said with his hands on his waist. Seeing how he was acting like Zhou Xuanji's fanboy, Zhou Xiaoxian did not have any ill feelings toward him. Zhou Xuanji said, "You are not powerful enough. Instead of wandering around, why don't you go back and cultivate? There are so many sword techniques in Emperor Sword Court, enough for you to cultivate for a few thousand years." Zhou Xiaoxian stared at him and said, "What do you know? I'm going to search for the inheritance of the ancient sword emperors. My father obtained 2 inheritances. I want 3 too." Zhou Xuanji was furious. Why did this little girl have to fight with him for everything? Jajage! I finally found you. A sinister laughter came. A strand of ghost chi descended from the sky and landed beside the 3 of them. It was Wanzong King Spectre. Zhou Xiaoshuan's face was pale. She only had 1 concealing grass. It was over. Long Xiaoshui was also shocked by Wanzong King Spectre's appearance. After the ghost chi dissipated, Wanzong King Spectre appeared. He glanced at Zhou Xuanji and Zhou Xiaoxian but did not care. Hold on. Wanzong King Spectre opened his eyes wide as though he had seen a ghost. He was so frightened that he turned into a strand of ghost chi and flew away immediately. Zhou Xiaoxian was stunned. He left just like that? She looked at Zhou Xuanji and Long Xiaoshui instinctively but did not see anything wrong. She looked around and thought that there were horrifying demons hiding in the dark. I have to go. Bye. Zhou Xiaoxian waved her right hand and left on her sword. Long Xiaoshui wanted to chase after her but was stopped by Zhou Xuanji. After Zhou Xiaoxian left the valley, Zhou Xuanji waved his right hand and slashed out with the windcutter sword. A miserable cry came from the top of the mountain. Next, a silhouette fell down. It was the girl in the green dress who followed Zhou Xiaoxian. Chapter 366. The lady in green dress was stabbed in the abdomen by the windcutter sword. Blood gushed out along the blade. She climbed up from the ground and stared at Zhou Xuanji. Who are you? You are so powerful, but you pretended to be weaker than that girl. She asked with gritted teeth. Zhou Xuanji used universal attraction, sucking her in front of him and gripping her throat. He stared into her eyes and coldly said, "Evildoer, don't think that I can't see through your true form just because you're in human form. Zhou Xiaoxian, what are you trying to do? Monster?" Long Xiaoshui shuddered. However, he was more curious about Zhou Xuanji's strength. Compared to before, he was like a completely different person. After interacting with Zhou Xuanji for a month, he still could not tell how powerful Zhou Xuanji was. It was as though no matter what demons they encountered, they could not even withstand a single blow from him. Could it be that the old evil devil was scared away by this guy? The green-dressed woman's expression changed. Even Wanzong King Spectre could not see through her true form, but Zhou Xuanji could do it with a glance, which made her shudder. "Speak or die," Zhou Xuanji said coldly. A horrifying murderous aura engulfed the lady in green, and she trembled in fear. The truth sword was drawn and pierced into her chest. She gritted her teeth and said, "I am Jihuang Demon Lord's daughter. I want revenge. I want to capture Zhou Xiaoxian and force Zhou Xuanji to come out." Her eyes widened and her face was filled with fear. Why did she tell the truth? Zhou Xuanji squinted his eyes. He did not expect Jihuang Demon Lord to have a daughter. That's right, as the sovereign of the demon race, he must have countless children. Zhou Xuanji suddenly sheathed his sword and smiled. "So that's how it is. You can leave then." The woman in green was stunned. She had already made up her mind to die, but she did not expect Zhou Xuanji to let her go. She immediately leaped up and fled quickly, afraid that Zhou Xuanji would change his mind. Long Xiaoshui panicked and said, "She's a demon, and she wants to kill Zhou Xiaoxian. How can we let her go?" Zhou Xuanji glanced at him and said, "You are going to chase after him?" Long Xiaoshui choked. Zhou Xuanji slowed down his tone and said, "Go to Great Zhou and find the hidden sword sect's elder, Qiu Bailey. Ask him to recommend you to Emperor's Sword Court." With a flip of his right hand, a token appeared in his hand. The token was black iron in color, and its top was formed by two crossed swords. The word Emperor was engraved between the blades. Emperor's Sword Token. Long Xiaoshui was dumbfounded. He only came back to his senses after receiving the Emperor's Sword Token. Zhou Xuanji brushed past him. He quickly asked, "Who the hell are you?" Zhou Xuanji glanced at him and smiled, "Using the sword to support the world, using the sword to save the world." After he spoke, Zhou Xuanji disappeared. Long Xiaoshui became excited. These words were the words of the Emperor's Sword Court. Could it be that this fellow was a disciple of the Emperor's Sword Court? It turned out that he was sent by Emperor's Sword Court to protect Zhou Xiaoxian. Long Xiaoshui happily walked out of the valley, ready to find the hidden sword sect. After leaving the valley, Zhou Xuanji quickly tracked down Zhou Xiaoxian. He did not jump out immediately but followed her. He had purposely let the green-dressed woman go in order to create danger for Zhou Xiaoxian. He would only make a move when her life was in danger. Only then would she learn her lesson and not run away from home so easily in the future. At the same time, Zhou Xuanji wanted to tell her that traveling the world was very dangerous, especially when she was alone. He wanted her to understand the importance of power. Zhou Xuanji lay on the formless sword and traveled freely above the clouds. The spiritual qi in the world of the living was much fresher than in the netherworld, which made him feel more comfortable. "You are back indeed." A voice came into Zhou Xuanji's ears. He did not open his eyes, but he knew who it was. It was Dao Seeker. "Are you a dog?" He asked casually, "Your nose is so sensitive. I just came back and you are here." He still had some complaints about Dao Seeker. During the battle at the Hunyuan royal city, Dao Seeker was watching the battle too. When he and Lu Wuji lost their ability to fight, this guy did not save him. Dao Seeker was wearing a Daoist robe. His expression was calm, just like 13 years ago. He stared at Zhou Xuanji and said, "I know you have complaints. As a tribulation executive, I can't do anything. This is not important. You have returned safely, and the catastrophe of the northern wilderness region has just begun. You are the top cultivator in the world, and your responsibilities have just begun." Zhou Xuanji opened one eye and asked, "What do you mean?" "Lu Wuji just died and someone else jumped out." "Bai Hao Yisun?" He felt depressed. Why were there so many things? People like Lu Wuji, Bai Hao Yisun, and Shi Shenzong could reign supreme in an era, and it was rare to see one in 10,000 years. But in his era he encountered all of them at once. There was also heaven and the threat from overseas. Is heaven against me? The heavenly Xianyuan clan lost 2 geniuses, and they are furious at the northern wilderness region. They are preparing to send powerful cultivators from the upper realm down to enslave the northern wilderness region. Other than that, the descendant of the demonic emperor bloodline has already appeared. More accurately, he was born a long time ago, but his fate was only revealed recently. Dao Seeker sighed. He felt helpless too. The descendant of the demonic emperor bloodline? Zhou Xuanji heard about it from Jiang Wudi a long time ago. He asked with a frown, "Who is the descendant of the demonic emperor bloodline?" At the same time, he was full of doubts about the heavenly Xianyuan clan. Could the upper realm bully the mortal realm so casually? Dao Seeker shook his head and said, "I'm not sure. No one knows, but you must be prepared. You are now the top cultivator in the world, and you have the greatest hope of becoming a great emperor. As long as you protect the northern wilderness region and kill all these powerful enemies, you will be recognized by the heavenly law and become a great emperor. When you ascend to the upper realm, your status will not be low." Becoming a great emperor. Zhou Xuanji squinted his eyes, and his mind became active. Dao Seeker did not speak anymore and let him think alone. After that, Dao Seeker turned around and dissipated into a puff of smoke. Zhou Xuanji got up with a flip and spat. Great. Since I'm already the top cultivator in the world, don't think about kicking me down. After returning from the netherworld, he killed Lu Wuji easily, which boosted his confidence. He was not afraid of trouble. Zhou Xiaoxian, who was below, stopped by the river and began drinking water. She sat by the river and drank a few mouthfuls of water. She did not get up but looked into the distance with a pout. She regretted leaving Skyfall for so long. She was still a child after all, and it was inevitable for her to miss home. Zhou Xuanji looked at her from the sky and could not help but recall the past. For the next period of time, the moon set and the sun rose. No matter where Zhou Xiaoxian went, Zhou Xuanji followed her and did not show himself. In the palace of the Hunyuan Empire's royal palace, Yang Di sat on the throne with 9 little golden dragons by his feet. They were all sleeping soundly, and their nostrils and mouths were breathing out scorching air. He had already absorbed the dragon vein, and his cultivation had reached an unprecedented level. The fate of countless people in the Hunyuan Empire was gathered on him, which was unprecedented. He looked up at the palace and saw the man in the woven rush raincoat standing before him. What's your ambition? You got the dragon vein and absorbed it completely to transform it into your magic energy, while the people of the Hunyuan Empire will face a catastrophe. You lied to them, the man in the woven rush raincoat said with a deep voice. He could not hide the anger in his tone. He chose Yang Di. But Yang Di went against their initial agreement. Someone said that he must not let Long Xiaoshui marry Zhou Xiaoxian. This was a strange point of view. How could he tell that they were going to be together? He was neither handsome nor vulgar. Unless he was the main character, how could he win against the proud lady? Mobile version of the fastest updated website. Chapter 367. Sunlight Emperor stared at the man in the woven rush raincoat indifferently and said, "You wanted me to become the strongest in the world, and I did it. You wanted me to create the great Fate Empire, and I am working hard. You wanted me to guard the future of the human race, and I am waiting. You're talking nonsense. Do you think this is easy? Why can't this emperor pursue power?" His majestic voice echoed throughout the hall, like a god interrogating mortals. The man in the raincoat gritted his teeth and said, "I told you to guard the future of the human race, including protecting every mortal who isn't a great villain." The corners of Sunlight Emperor's mouth rose. He shook his head and laughed, saying, "You are so naive. There is no perfect method in the world. How many lifetimes have you lived for your great ambition? How many deaths have you seen?" The man in the straw raincoat was so angry that his entire body was trembling. This brat had completely betrayed them. He was filled with regret. If he had known this would happen, he would have chosen someone else from back then. Sunlight Emperor waved his hand and said, "You should have retired and ascended long ago. You are powerless to stay in the human world. Why bother?" The man in the raincoat snorted coldly, flicked his sleeves, and left. Looking at his back, Sunlight Emperor's expression became cold, with killing intent flashing in his eyes. "How can you understand this emperor's ambition?" Sunlight Emperor murmured to himself. His tone was full of disdain. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. Zhou Xuanji followed Zhou Xiaoxian across mountains and lakes. The girl encountered many demons, but with the vibrant raindrop sword, she overcame all obstacles, and her sword techniques became more and more powerful. But from the looks of it, it would take at least a few thousand years for her to find the legacy of the ancient emperor. Zhou Xuanji was a little frustrated. Why hadn't Jihuang Demon Lord's daughter acted? Running away from home this time made Zhou Xiaoxian feel an unprecedented loneliness, but it also made her gradually stronger. On this day, she practiced her swordsmanship as she advanced. In front of her was a boundless grassland with no end in sight. With a bitter expression, she sighed and said, "Sigh, when will I be able to find the inheritance of the ancient sword emperors? I really miss Mother's lotus seed soup." Being alone outside, everything she ate tasted tasteless. Her mouth was so bland that it was about to fall out of her mouth. The more she thought about it, the more upset she felt. But soon, she adjusted her mood and continued on her way. Zhou Xuanji, on the other hand, felt quite spirited. This was because there was a very powerful aura on the grassland, beyond the Mahayana realm. Strange, how could there be such an expert near the southern snow kingdom? Are you all here to capture my daughter? Zhou Xuanji rubbed his chin and mumbled to himself. There were not many great tribulations scattered immortals in the world. Especially after Lu Wuji was born. That fellow had killed more than half of the human race's peak experts. Fortunately, Zhou Xuanji had also killed all of the demon race's peak experts, so the two races were still at peace. 100 miles away from Zhou Xiaoxian, a man in a tattered armor was sitting cross-legged on the grass. There were 2 scars on his face on both sides of his cheeks. His pupils were green, and he had no eyebrows. His hair was tied back with a string. His eyes were locked onto Zhou Xiaoxian. The Sword Emperor's daughter is indeed blessed. He muttered to himself with a strange smile on his face. After a long while, Zhou Xiaoxian finally saw him and subconsciously stopped. The armor on his body was broken, as if he had just gone through a fierce battle, causing people to feel apprehensive. Zhou Xiaoxian frowned. After a moment of thought, she turned around and walked in another direction. At this moment, the armored man stood up, scaring her into drawing her sword. Zhou Xuanji's daughter? Tsk. Such audacity to travel the world alone. Come with me. As long as you perform well, I can grant you power that surpasses your father. The armored man laughed softly as he walked toward Zhou Xiaoxian. For you? Zhou Xiaoxian asked with gritted teeth. Given how arrogant he was, he might not be an ordinary person. She was anxious. Without the concealing grass, who could protect her? I'm from overseas and have been in the northern wilderness region for 100 years. I've seen Zhou Xuanji rise to fame and shake the world. You are his daughter, and your talent is not inferior to his. Come with me, and I will take you as my disciple. In the future, you can ascend and even become an immortal. The armored man continued to speak with a passionate smile in his eyes. I can ascend with my father, Zhou Xiaoxian said warily. Hearing this, the armored man laughed heartily into the sky. He laughed heartily. Your father? He's already dead. He fell into hell. How can he rise again? Even if he returns, he will be reincarnated. The 8 sanctums did not mention this. Do you know why? It's not to commemorate the Sword Emperor but to intimidate the demons and overseas factions. After all, he was the invincible person who killed Lu Wuji. Zhou Xiaoxuan's face turned pale. She had been waiting for her father's return. But sometimes she would think to the extreme. Although she said that she wanted to surpass Zhou Xuanji, if Zhou Xuanji was not around, it would be meaningless even if she could surpass him. She recalled the scene of her mother crying quietly in the middle of the night. The more she thought about it, the more terrified she became. Sorrow welled up in her heart, and she felt as though the world was falling apart. The northern wilderness region is in its final phase. The world epic is here, and a new overlord is about to appear. You will surely die if you stay in the northern wilderness region. Follow me. This is your serendipity. The armored man came up to Zhou Xiaoxian and looked down at her. She was so frightened that she stumbled backward. Swoosh! An air-piercing sound came and landed between the two of them. It was the dog-culling sword. The two turned around and saw Zhou Xuanji dashing toward them from the end of the grassy plain. It's him. Zhou Xiaoxian opened her eyes wide. She did not expect that the loser would come to save her. Zhou Xuanji suppressed his aura to the great realization stage intentionally and came up to Zhou Xiaoxian quickly. He raised his right hand, and the dog-culling sword appeared in his hand. Little girl, are you afraid? Zhou Xuanji stared at the armored man and said with a deep voice. Zhou Xiaoxian heard him and immediately raised her sword. I'm not afraid, she said softly. The armored man smiled disdainfully and said, Great realization. Powerful indeed. Seems like Emperor Sword Court already knows of her whereabouts. Zhou Xuanji used a sword, so he naturally thought of Emperor Sword Court. It's a pity that I'm a second tribulation's scattered immortal. Do you want to die? The armored man laughed sinisterly, which shocked Zhou Xiaoxian so much that her pupils contracted. Second tribulation scattered immortal. Other than Zhou Xuanji, no one else in Emperor Sword Court had reached the Great Tribulation's scattered immortal stage. She smiled bitterly and mumbled, "It's over. It's over." She was still one step away from the enlightening stage. How could she defeat the armored man? With his back facing her, Zhou Xuanji said, "Do you regret it now? If you had cultivated in Emperor Sword Court and worked hard to become more powerful, you would not be in danger today. Your father didn't have a choice back then. He created Emperor Sword Court so that you could cultivate peacefully, but you didn't cherish it. If your father really died and you were captured, how sad would your mother be? You are her only relative in this world." Zhou Xiaoxian felt ashamed of herself. Her body trembled as she held the sword in her hand tightly. The armored man raised his right hand, and a black halberd appeared in his hand. "Isn't it a little too late to preach now?" He laughed loudly. Mobile version of the fastest updated website. Chapter 368. The armored man slashed at Zhou Xuanji with his halberd. Zhou Xuanji blocked with his sword. He pretended to be defeated and was forced to retreat, which made Zhou Xiaoxuan's heart beat faster. "Brat, it's your serendipity to die in my hands." The armored man laughed. He did not cast any spells or divine abilities but hacked at Zhou Xuanji with his halberd. Zhou Xuanji was caught off guard and was forced to retreat. Zhou Xiaoxian gritted her teeth and charged at him with her sword. The armored man swung his halberd casually and sent Zhou Xiaoxian flying away. Seeing that his daughter was vomiting blood, Zhou Xuanji's eyes turned cold. But he still pretended to be defeated. This was a good opportunity for Zhou Xiaoxian to understand the dangers of the world and how weak she was. Clang, clang, clang. Zhou Xuanji and the armored man began fighting fiercely. Both of them were locked in a fierce battle. He purposely used the 8-step sword lunge and charged at the armored man from different directions, as though he was giving it his all. But the armored man forced him back again and again. To make it more exciting, Zhou Xuanji forced out a mouthful of blood and spat it into the air. He looked dispirited like an arrow at the end of its flight. "Stop. I'll go with you." Zhou Xiaoxian opened her eyes wide and shouted. After that, she wiped the blood at the corner of her mouth and walked toward the armored man. She looked at Zhou Xuanji apologetically. If not for her, Zhou Xuanji would not have been so severely injured. She did not have the time to recall if she had met Zhou Xuanji in Emperor Sword Court. She was filled with unwillingness and guilt, which made her feel like the world had turned dark. If only she was powerful enough. If only she was as powerful as her father. If only she did not leave the mountain. Extreme regret made her eyes glow with purple light. She lowered her head, and no one noticed her abnormality. "Why are you leaving? You are not as good as your father in this aspect." Zhou Xuanji, whose face was covered in blood, shouted with gritted teeth. His eyes were filled with rage. "The world only knows about your father's talent and prowess. But do you know how he got to where he is today? He encountered too many enemies who were far more powerful than him. But to protect the people around him and to take revenge, he wandered between life and death time after time. He was never afraid. Lu Wuji has surpassed 8th tribulation scattered immortal, and your father is no match for him. However, for the northern wilderness region, for all of you, he will fight to the death. Don't be afraid of regret. You should turn your regret into fighting spirit. Hold the sword in your hand tightly and fight with me. Either we die or he dies." If Zhou Xiaoxian really left with the armored man, she would be traumatized for the rest of her life. Of course, with Zhou Xuanji around, half of the armored man's body was already in the ground. Hearing this, Zhou Xiaoxuan's body swayed. She took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. She suddenly raised her head and gritted her teeth. "You're right, I can't be a disgrace to my father." She grew up listening to her father's legendary stories, so she knew that Zhou Xuanji was telling the truth. With that thought, she raised her sword and rushed towards the armored man. Zhou Xuanji moved simultaneously. The father and daughter attacked the armored man together. To prevent Zhou Xiaoxian from being injured, Zhou Xuanji increased the power of his attacks. At the same time, he helped Zhou Xiaoxian defend against the armored man's magic energy. The two of them worked together and caught the armored man off guard. Soon, Zhou Xiaoxian managed to injure him. Zhou Xiaoxuan's sword Gale was more ferocious. Not only did she know the vibrant raindrop sword, but she also knew the 8-step sword lunge. Just like Zhou Xuanji, she fought like a phantom, except that her speed and aura were far inferior. What's going on? The armored man opened his eyes wide. Waves of shock surged in his heart. He glanced at Zhou Xuanji instinctively. This bastard is pretending to be weak. He was furious. He shook his arms, and a horrifying aura exploded, sending Zhou Xiaoxian flying away. Zhou Xuanji quickly caught her in his arms. The grass swayed, and a visible wave of energy transformed into a long pillar that soared into the sky. You dare to make fun of me? You're courting death. The armored man roared furiously. He raised his halberd high, and the blade glowed with a black radiance, which gathered the thunderclouds. Zhou Xiaoxian opened her eyes wide in shock. It was her first time feeling the aura of a great tribulation's scattered immortal. So powerful. She felt like she was facing a god. He was only a second tribulation's scattered immortal. How horrifying was the Lu Wuji that her father was facing? Cold sweat trickled down her forehead. Zhou Xuanji held her up and said with a bitter smile, "My lady, it seems like we are going to die here." Zhou Xiaoxian bit her lip and got up with her sword. Zhou Xuanji noticed her pupils and frowned. Her pupils turned purple. Looking closely, there was a purple Tai Chi diagram in each of her pupils. How can it be? He was stunned. The purple Tai Chi diagram was the symbol of world reincarnation. How could this girl know it? Could it be the violet demon monarch's heart? Before he could think, the armored man slashed at him with his halberd. A horrifying saber chi tore through the ground like a roaring dragon. A violent gale blew, intending to sweep Zhou Xuanji and Zhou Xiaoxian away. Facing such an attack, Zhou Xuanji sighed softly. It seemed like he could not put on a show anymore. Boom! A ball of flames descended from the sky and hit the armored man, burning him into ashes immediately. The waves of flames swept in all directions. Zhou Xuanji quickly carried Zhou Xiaoxian and flew far away. After the two landed, they looked up and saw many fireballs in the sky. They streaked across the clouds toward the horizon. Each fireball left a long trail of smoke behind them, like a meteor shower. What's that? Zhou Xiaoxian asked in astonishment with her eyes wide open. The arrogant armored man died just like that? Zhou Xuanji frowned tightly. He sensed many powerful auras. Within those fireballs were people. Each of them had surpassed the great realization stage. So many great tribulations scattered immortals. Heavenly Xinyuan clan. The upper realm was going to enslave the northern wilderness region. TSK. I didn't expect to encounter a second tribulation scattered immortal right after I descended. Interesting. A mocking laughter came from the wave of flames. The two turned around and saw a silhouette rising from the wave of flames. He wore an exquisite and heavy golden armor with a red cape on his back. His face was handsome and domineering, and he wore a golden cow-horned crown on his head. In his hand was an extremely exaggerated halberd. He stared at Zhou Xuanji and Zhou Xiaoxian and said with interest, "Your fates are so unpredictable. I will kill you first to prevent any unexpected changes." After that, he flew toward Zhou Xuanji and Zhou Xiaoxian with his halberd. This person killed a second tribulation's scattered immortal instantly. Zhou Xiaoxian swallowed her saliva out of fear. What would my father do in such a situation? She asked softly. Zhou Xuanji sighed. If it were before, he would surely flee. She frowned and turned to look at Zhou Xuanji furiously. What about now? This guy made her father sound so brave and fearless. Why did he change his words now? Zhou Xuanji took a step forward and stared at the armored man. He has a daughter, so he must fight, of course. His voice was soft but firm. Numerous legendary swords appeared above his head. Each of them was emanating a unique aura and radiance, which illuminated Zhou Xiaoxuan's pretty face. He let go of the dog-culling sword, and the heavenly retribution martial punishment sword and true Lord Xianxia sword appeared in his hands. With both swords in hand, he no longer concealed his aura. His sword Qi soared into the sky like a legendary sword. This is Zhou Xiaoxian opened her eyes wide. She fell into a daze and let go of her sword instinctively. Mobile version of the fastest updated website. Chapter 369. Fourth Tribulation Scattered Immortal? Impressive. The golden-armored man sneered. He still did not take Zhou Xuanji seriously. He continued to fly toward Zhou Xuanji and Zhou Xuanji. Suddenly, he stopped and said in astonishment, "So many swords and such cultivation. Could you be the Sword Emperor Zhou Xuanji?" Zhou Xiaoxian looked at Zhou Xuanji's back blankly. Her white clothes fluttered in the strong wind. "Father," she mumbled. The blood on Zhou Xuanji's body receded at a speed visible to the naked eye. His face was as smooth as jade, and he smiled as he said, "Heavenly Xianyuan clan, right? Do you really think that the northern wilderness region is something that you can do whatever you want?" It was his first time acting cool in front of his daughter. It was so exciting. This battle must be clean, handsome, domineering, and majestic. "Zhou Xuanji, you are on my clan's kill list. Remember, the person who killed you is Xianyuan Huangchen." The golden-armored man became excited immediately. He charged toward Zhou Xuanji with his halberd. Zhou Xuanji was even faster. He activated the Emperor's Wei Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha straightaway. A majestic golden Buddha rose from the ground, illuminating the land with a divine golden radiance. He merged into the Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha's body, and 1,000 golden arms grew out from his back. Clang! The halberd struck the Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha but did not cause any damage. Zhou Xiaoxian raised her head and clasped her hands before her chest. Her mouth was wide open, and she looked shocked. She had seen the Emperor's Wei Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha at Skyfall, but she had never seen such a majestic one. It was like a Saint Buddha descending from the heavens, unreachable and sacred. So powerful, her eyes were beaming with excitement. So this was her father's power. At the same time, she was ashamed and angry. Zhou Xuanji must have been following her since 2 months ago. Didn't he see all her embarrassment and fear along the way? But she felt even more blissful in her heart. Her mother did not lie to her. If her father was here, he would surely dote on her. Xiaoxian watched carefully. "I will teach you when we get back." Zhou Xuanji's arrogant laughter came. He did not take Xianyuan Huangchen seriously at all. The Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha attacked. 1,000 swords merged into one, and the attack was extremely fast. Xianyuan Huangchen was shocked. He could not dodge in time and was slashed into the ground. Boom! The earth shattered, and dust flew everywhere, covering the sky. Zhou Xiaoxian screamed as she was sent flying by the violent tremors on the ground. Fortunately, a huge golden hand caught her. The golden hand placed her on the head of the Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha. She was pleasantly surprised. Looking down from here, everything seemed so small. The Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha opened its eyes and shouted, "Chaos!" Even Zhou Xiaoxuan's blood began to boil when she heard the roar that shook the heavens and earth. Streaks of sword shadows appeared out of thin air around the Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha. There were so many of them that her eyes widened in shock. Great Chaos Sword Shadow. Zhou Xuanji rarely used this sword technique. Although it had great destructive power, it was not suitable for one-on-one battles. Today, in order to let his daughter see how strong he was, he naturally had to choose a gorgeous and domineering sword technique. In an instant, millions of sword images floated in the air. Each sword image was 30 meters long and looked like Zhou Xuanji's legendary swords. This move used up all of his magic power. Fortunately, he had the Tianxia map. What kind of sword technique is this? Zhou Xiaoxuan's face was red with excitement. She looked around and decided that she must learn this sword technique. The ground was covered by a dust storm. Xianyuan Huangchen leaped up. His face was covered with blood, and his chest almost exploded from anger. "Zhou Xuanji, don't be so arrogant." He roared furiously and swung his halberd quickly. A violent gale blew and turned into a gigantic wind dragon that coiled around his body. At first glance, this wind dragon was no smaller than the Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha. The two of them confronted each other like 2 giant mountains. Far away, a group of cultivators stood on the peak of a mountain. All of them were stunned. They were disciples of a sect who went out to train. They did not expect to witness a huge battle in the distance. Emperor's Wei Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha. It's the Sword Emperor. The Sword Emperor. I told you that the Sword Emperor is not dead. Such a domineering Sword Buddha. Who's the other person? Such a powerful aura. Could it be Yang Di? Too powerful. Are they immortal gods? These cultivators discussed excitedly. They did not expect to encounter such a huge battle during their training. Even though they were just spectators, it broadened their horizons greatly. Zhou Xuanji controlled the primordial chaos sword shadow with his mind. The sword shadow was like a downpour of rain, like the toppling of mountains and rivers. Its aura could break the heavens and was unstoppable. Xianyuan Huangshan controlled the wind dragon to attack as well. Boom! The two horrifying energies clashed together. The dust on the grassy plain dispersed, and the mountains far away shook. Thunderclouds billowed. Zhou Xuanji had two intimidating spirit legendary swords in his hands. His power was definitely not that of a fourth tribulation scattered immortal. The wind dragon was penetrated by the sword shadow and dispersed in a short while. Xianyuan Huangshan held his halberd with both hands and spun it to block the sword shadow. Even if he could block it, he was forced back continuously. This guy is so powerful. No wonder he could defeat Shi Shenzong. Xianyuan Huangshan thought to himself with gritted teeth. His eyes were filled with murderous aura. How could he lose to Zhou Xuanji when he just descended into the mortal realm? He cried out furiously and swung his halberd ferociously. Countless wind dragons appeared and charged toward the thousand-hand sword Buddha with a roar. Zhou Xuanji decided to end the battle quickly without any delay. The thousand-hand sword Buddha disappeared into thin air. Zhou Shaoxian shrieked and fell down. Zhou Xuanji wrapped his left arm around her waist and held true Lord Xianxia sword in his right hand. He conjured the sky-dominating divine sword Sword Soul. Zhou Shaoxian looked up at him. His handsome and confident face gave her a sense of security that she had never felt before. She could not help but praise him in her heart. So handsome. No wonder her mother often said that her father was the most handsome man in the world. She did not believe it before, but now she did. My good daughter, look closely. Let me show you how your father kills the enemy. Zhou Xuanji said with a heroic smile. After he spoke, he came up to Xianyuan Huangshan with the 8-step sword lunge. Zhou Shaoxian felt her vision blur, and Xianyuan Huangshan appeared before her. His face was so hideous, as though he was possessed by a malicious spirit. At this moment, a black beam of light flashed before her eyes. Boom! A powerful light burst forth. She did not feel any wind or waves, but she could hear an incessant rumble. When the powerful light dissipated, Xianyuan Huangshan was nowhere to be seen. The 3 golden storage rings landed on true Lord Xianxia sword's blade but did not fall off. A 5th tribulation scattered immortal is powerful indeed. But it's a pity that you picked the wrong opponent. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and smiled, which made Zhou Shaoxian admire him. She did not even see how Zhou Xuanji attacked, and the enemy was already dead. Moreover, the enemy was a 5th tribulation scattered immortal. With such cultivation, he was qualified to be the top cultivator in the world. She suddenly thought of the lady in green and snorted coldly in her heart. My father is still the most powerful. You are just a frog at the bottom of a well. She believed that if the lady in green witnessed this battle, she would not make such wild claims. Her father was the top cultivator in the world. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 370. Zhou Xuanji left the battlefield quickly with Zhou Shaoxian, but the spectators did not leave. They were shocked and could not calm down for a long time. Half an hour later, the father and daughter landed beside a river. Zhou Xuanji put down Zhou Shaoxian and stretched his waist. How is it? Do you still dare to run away from home? He asked with a smile. Zhou Shaoxian heard him and blushed. She turned her head and snorted. If I don't run away from home, can I force you out? Although she was pleasantly surprised by Zhou Xuanji's appearance, she did not hug him directly. After the battle, her mood became complicated. Since she was born, she had never seen Zhou Xuanji. The unexpected meeting made her a little awkward. She did not know how she should face him. The more she thought about it, the more tears welled up in her eyes. She had an urge to cry. Zhou Xuanji saw this and sat down with his legs crossed. "How about I tell you a story?" he asked with a smile. Zhou Xiaoxian heard him and sat down beside him. "Tell me." She snorted. Her mother often mentioned that Zhou Xuanji would tell her stories to comfort her when they were young. A long time ago, the immortals lived in the heavenly court. The ruler of the heavenly court was the Jade Emperor. He was the leader of all gods, the ruler of all gods. His daughter, the third Saint Mother, suddenly became interested in the mortal realm, so she descended to the mortal realm. Zhou Xuanji began to tell the story with a sorrowful expression. The third Saint Mother was bewitched by a mortal and gave birth to her unfilial son, Lu Chenxiang. The Jade Emperor was heartbroken when he found out about this and wanted to summon the third Saint Mother back. But the third Saint Mother did not listen and resisted. Her brother, Yang Jian, was so furious that he came to capture her personally. But that mortal was vicious and killed himself straight away. Before he died, he entrusted his will to his son, Lu Chenxiang, to take revenge for him. This caused the Jade Emperor's family to fall apart. After that, the Yang clan suppressed the third Saint Mother under Mount Hua. After Lu Chenxiang grew up, he received the inheritance of the great sage, Heaven's Equal, who was a powerhouse of the demon race. He led the demons to attack the heavenly court, causing chaos in the heavenly court. The heavenly court suppressed Lu Chenxiang with their resources. Yang Jian couldn't bear to see his nephew die, so he purposely lost to Lu Chenxiang and let him escape. In the end, the gods took out their anger on him. From then on, Yang Jian was no longer the war god of the heavenly court and rarely returned to the heavenly court. The Jade Emperor also gradually became less and less worried. It wasn't until the great sage, Heaven's Equal, attacked the heavenly court that the father and son had a chance to reunite. At this point, Zhou Xuanji sighed faintly. No one knew if he was sighing for the Jade Emperor, Yang Jian, or the third goddess. In his heart, he apologized to the three holy mothers and Lu Chenxiang. It was all for the sake of educating his children. Zhou Xiaoxian clapped her hands and said indignantly, "So it was all the great sage's scheme." Zhou Xuanji almost fainted. This girl's way of thinking was really weird. He said helplessly, "This story is to tell you not to run away from home without telling your parents." Zhou Xiaoxian curled her lips in disdain. She crossed her arms in front of her chest and snorted, "Where have you been all these years? Some people say you're in hell, is that true?" Compared to the story, she was more interested in Zhou Xuanji's past. Ever since she was young, she had a competitive heart. The person in front of her did not look much older than her, but he was the most powerful man in the world. Zhou Xuanji shrugged and said with a smile, "Yeah, I fell into the netherworld." He told her about his experience in the netherworld. Although Zhou Xiaoxian was only 13 years old, she already had the ability to be independent. It was time to let her know how big the world was. Zhou Xiaoxuan's face was filled with longing. So the netherworld really existed. Even the judges and impermanences in the legends really existed. Zhou Xiaoxian was excited. She forgot about the awkwardness of meeting father and daughter for the first time and kept asking questions. Zhou Xuanji answered everything he knew, which made her cry out in surprise. Seeing that the girl was so excited, Zhou Xuanji felt very pleased. He had to admit that although the girl was still young, she was already a beauty. He could not let her run away from home alone in the future, unless she had the power to travel the world. The father and daughter chatted by the riverside. Dust billowed, and the grassland had turned into a wasteland. Two silhouettes levitated in the air. They were both wearing golden armor. Xinyuan Huangshan is dead. He was a fifth tribulation scattered immortal, and he died the moment he came down. No wonder the Heavenly Hall wants the Heavenly Guards to attack the northern wilderness region. One of the muscular men sighed in amazement, and the other Heavenly Guard nodded. The other Heavenly Guard had messy hair and a pair of sharp horns. He frowned and said, "There's an extremely powerful sword chi here. There's only one possibility, and that's the sword Emperor Zhou Xuanji. He did not die and came back from the netherworld." Sword Emperor Zhou Xuanji. This person's name had already spread across the upper realm. Shi Shenzong called him the most powerful genius and the rival of his life. The Hegemon Sword Emperor said that he was his brother. It was all thanks to Zhou Xuanji that he was enlightened. The sky-sundering Sword Emperor thought that this brat was the reincarnation of a powerful cultivator and had a powerful background. This time, Zhou Xuanji was on the Heavenly Guard's must-kill list, and he was ranked first. Because of Xianyuan Zhou, the conflict between the Heavenly Hall and Zhou Xuanji could not be resolved. Moreover, Zhou Xuanji had the Tianxia map. At this moment, a loud cry resounded across the entire northern wilderness region. I am the great god of the Heavenly Hall, Spirit Sovereign Yen. The northern wilderness region has disregarded heaven's will and angered the heavens. From today onwards, the immortal gods will guide all living beings in the northern wilderness region. The heavenly guards will build heavenly steels in various places. Mortals like you must pay tribute and kneel to them every day. Anyone who disobeys will be killed without mercy. This voice was extremely majestic, like the might of the heavens. All living beings were in awe. The world was in an uproar. The immortal gods had descended. Heaven's will was going to enslave the mortals? Zhou Xuanji and Zhou Shaoxian, who were by the river, heard Spirit Sovereign Yan's words too. Their expressions were different. Zhou Xuanji was thinking about Spirit Sovereign Yan's cultivation with a frown. Just from the voice alone, he seemed to be very powerful, even more powerful than Lu Wuji. Zhou Shaoxian was frightened. To mortals, the immortal gods were lofty and undefeatable. How could she not be afraid? The following names are those that the heavens must kill. Those who provide clues or help to kill these people will be blessed by the heavens. Their cultivation and fate will grow tremendously, and they may even be listed as immortals. They are Zhou Xuanji, Bai Hao Yisin, Feng Yul, Xian Xianghua. Spirit Sovereign Yan's voice came again. This time, his words were even more explosive. Zhou Shaoxian got up in fright and cried out anxiously, "Father, run quickly. The immortal gods want to kill you." Zhou Xuanji stood up slowly. He stroked her hair and smiled, "Don't be afraid, father. It's not certain who will kill who." Very good. He did not expect the Heavenly Hall to kill him as soon as they descended. Since that was the case, he would not hold back. He turned around and walked toward Skyfall. "Follow me," he said. Zhou Shaoxian was stunned and quickly followed him. At the same time, the world was shocked. All the empires and kingdoms were in an uproar. "What do you mean? Why do you want to kill the Sword Emperor?" "That's right. If not for the Sword Emperor, Lu Wuji would have killed us all. Why do the immortal gods act like demons? They force us to worship them and even want us to help them kill them. The immortal gods are heartless. The ancient sages were right. Never trust the immortal gods completely. Trust the heavens. **T. They must be demons pretending to be immortal gods. But they came from the upper realm and must be very powerful. Who can defeat them?" Wonderful Book House. Chapter 371. Skyfall. Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Zongjian, Lin Chang'e, and the others gathered in a stone pavilion. Everyone had a serious look on their faces. They were no different from how they were 13 years ago. Even Jiang Shui, who had given birth, looked like a young girl. This means that Master is fine and still alive, right? Huang Lianxin broke the silence and said with a smile, causing everyone to roll their eyes. In their hearts, Zhou Xuanji had never died. Daoist old man sighed and said, "Looks like it's because of that Tian that the heavenly palace hates Xuanji so much." Jiang Shui frowned and said, "If Xuanji is already in the northern wilderness region, why isn't he back yet? Is he in trouble?" The person she cared about the most was always Zhou Xuanji. Even Zhou Shaoxian could not shake his position in her heart. Lin Chang'e said, "Why don't I ask around? If he's on the mainland, there must be news about him already. It's highly likely that he's on the coast." Even though Zhou Xuanji disappeared, he did not leave. All of them firmly believed that Zhou Xuanji would come back. Daoist old man waved his hand and smiled. "I have a feeling that he and Shaoxian will be back soon." Jiang Shui was surprised and asked, "They're together?" Daoist old man smiled without saying a word. After that, they started to discuss Emperor Sword Court's recent actions. The heavenly hall wanted to kill Zhou Xuanji, so the disciples could not casually go out. It was too dangerous. In the imperial garden of the Han Yuan Empire, when Sunlight Emperor was practicing calligraphy, a man in black appeared behind him out of nowhere. "Great Emperor, the heavenly palace has descended into the mortal world. What should we do?" The man in black asked in a deep voice. When he mentioned this, his voice trembled a little. The arrival of the heavenly hall would have an unprecedented impact on the northern wilderness region. Sunlight Emperor's expression did not change. He waved the brush and wrote down the words, "Spirit Sovereign Yen." Then he said leisurely, "Find out the location of Spirit Sovereign Yen and the whereabouts of other heavenly guards." He was not on the heavenly palace's must-kill list, but Spirit Sovereign Yen would definitely affect his progress. So, he had already taken Spirit Sovereign Yen as his enemy. Yes. The man in black accepted the order and left. Sunlight Emperor looked up at the sky and murmured, "What kind of world is the upper world?" His cultivation and lifespan were enough for him to ascend, but he wanted to continue to become stronger in the mortal world. When one ascended, there would be a chance of metamorphosis. The stronger one was in the mortal world, the more metamorphosis there would be. 1 became 10, and 2 became 20. Before ascension, there was a difference of 1, and after ascension, there was a difference of 10. After the heavenly hall descended, the northern wilderness region was in chaos. The heavenly guards were all great tribulation scattered immortals, and they forced the mortals to build temples or sacrificial altars in order to worship the heavenly hall. Occasionally, there would be killings, but the heavenly guards did not kill wantonly. As such, the humans in the northern wilderness region did not collapse, but they were still very depressed. Under the call of the immortal gods, more and more people started to chase after Zhou Xuanji, Bai Hao Yisin, and dozens of other experts. Zhou Xuanji did not recognize most of the names that Spirit Sovereign Yen had listed, but for the heavenly palace to remember them, they were definitely not simple. 10 days later, Zhou Xuanji and his daughter left the human race and entered the demon race's territory, heading toward Skyfall. Along the way, Zhou Xuanji was teaching Zhou Shaoxian sword techniques. He imparted the sky-dominating divine sword to Zhou Shaoxian and told her that this was the inheritance of an ancient sword emperor. She happily accepted it and no longer talked about the ancient sword emperor. On this day, Zhou Xuanji met a few people. They were Bai Hao Yisin and Feng Qiu. Seeing Zhou Xuanji, Bai Hao Yisin's face instantly became green. Feng Qiu's expression was also quite unnatural. What a coincidence! Zhou Xuanji greeted them with a smile. Zhou Shaoxian hid behind him and sized up Bai Hao Yisin and Feng Qiu curiously. Both of them did not look like ordinary people. Bai Hao Yisin said bitterly, "No wonder the heavenly palace is after me. I met you indeed." Whenever he met Zhou Xuanji, his luck would be extremely bad. Lu Wuji, who had just passed by, encountered the even more powerful heavenly palace. He suddenly wanted to die. Feng Qiu was shocked that Zhou Xuanji had returned from the netherworld. "Do you want to work together?" Zhou Xuanji asked with a smile. He did not have any ill feelings toward Great Emperor Heartless. If he brought this guy along and let him self-destruct in front of Spirit Sovereign Yen, it would weaken Spirit Sovereign Yan's power. "I feel unlucky whenever I see you." Bai Hao Yisin snorted coldly before leaving. Feng Qiu glanced at Zhou Xuanji and followed closely behind. "Who are they?" Zhou Xuanji asked curiously. Zhou Xuanji said intently, "One is a fortune-teller, and the other is Great Emperor Heartless, who lived for 90,000 years. Interesting. He realized that Bai Hao Yisin had become more powerful. It seemed that this guy had not been idle these 13 years. Great Emperor Heartless? Zhou Shaoxian opened her eyes wide. She had heard of the legends of Great Emperor Heartless, but she did not expect such a person to live in the world. She suddenly felt reverence toward the world. Before, she was indeed childish. She always thought that she could be as famous as Zhou Xuanji. Under the blue sky, Skyfall was surrounded by dozens of heavenly guards. All of the Emperor's Sword Court's disciples were waiting on the mountain. Looking at the mighty and domineering heavenly guards, the disciples felt extremely anxious. How powerful are these heavenly guards? They feel so powerful, more powerful than Martial Uncle Ning and the others. It's over. We can't defeat them. The Grand Teacher isn't here. What should we do? They must want to kill the Grand Teacher. They're all from the upper realm. Even if the Grand Teacher is here, he might not be able to defeat them. It was the first time they were facing immortals from the upper realm. All of the disciples were very nervous, including Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Zongjian, and the others. Daoist old man flew into the air and cupped his fist as he asked, "Immortals, what business do you have here?" The heavenly guards were very pleased with his words. They were not real immortals or gods, but to mortals they were gods. The leader of the heavenly guard stood out and said, "I'm Heavenly General Zhenwu. This time, I'm leading troops to suppress Zhou Xuanji. Tell me where Zhou Xuanji is." With their cultivation, they could naturally tell that Zhou Xuanji was not at Skyfall. However, the northern wilderness region was very big, and it would be too troublesome to find Zhou Xuanji. As such, they wanted to find him through Emperor Sword Court. Hearing this, Daoist old man smiled bitterly and said, 13 years ago, after he fought with Lu Wuji and fell into the netherworld, he never appeared again. We don't know where he is either." "The netherworld?" Heavenly General Zhenwu frowned. "How can mortals go to the netherworld?" Daoist old man did not hide anything. In the past 13 years, he had often divined Lu Wuji's whereabouts. Out of 10 times, he had only succeeded once. He divined that Lu Wuji was in the netherworld and was lying in ambush for Zhou Xuanji. This was the first time he had told them about this. Previously, he had not even told Jiang Shui and the others. Hearing this, Heavenly General Zhenwu's frown deepened as he said, "You mean that Zhou Xuanji is already dead?" Daoist old man did not reply, his face full of sorrow. "If that's the case, then all of you can die too," Heavenly General Zhenwu said in a low voice. After that, he raised his spear and was prepared to attack. "Don't." Daoist old man became anxious and immediately cried out, "He might come back. We can be your hostages." He was not afraid of death, but the hundreds of thousands of people on Skyfall could not die because of this. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 372. Wait for him to resurrect? How long will that take? Trying to trick me? You guys should just die first. Heavenly General Zhenwu said with a cold expression. After that, he swept his spear down. Daoist old man was caught off guard and was split into 2 halves. Blood sprayed through the sky as he fell. This scene made the eyes of hundreds of thousands of disciples turn red. Su Yang leaped up, raised his treasured sword, and roared furiously, "What are the disciples of Emperor Sword Court still standing there for? Rather than dying, it was better to die in battle. Don't forget the purpose of our Emperor Sword Court." Daoist old man was Zhou Xuanji Sr., and he was the most respected person in Skyfall. For him to be killed like this was undoubtedly trampling on Emperor Sword Court's face. Supporting the world with the sword. Using the sword to save the world. Supporting the world with the sword. Using the sword to save the world. Supporting the world with the sword. Using the sword to save the world. Several 100,000 disciples drew their swords, roaring in unison. As they shouted, they leapt into the air, flying into formation. Lin Chang'e, Ning Zifeng, Xiao Jinghong, and the rest followed suit. The 4 mountain-guarding kings roared and transformed into their true forms. Fenyu Dragon King flew out from the back of the mountain, his dragon body expanding rapidly. The heavenly guards, on the other hand, were disdainful. A group of mortals dared to resist. They would only die a more painful death. Jiang Shui gripped her staff and took a deep breath. Her eyes were filled with determination. Since Xianji wasn't around, she had to protect Skyfall. Zhou Xuanji had encountered such an undefeatable enemy more than once. Get into formation and kill the enemy. She raised the formation up high and shouted loudly. Raging flames coiled around her body and turned into a fire dragon. Violent winds whistled over and turned into a tornado that stood above her head. Countless water droplets appeared out of thin air and condensed into a giant water spear. The second-generation disciples formed the Sealing Dream Sword formation, while the third-generation disciples formed the 100-star sky-covering sword formation. Can't even take a single blow. Heavenly General Zhenwu shook his head. He had wanted to see if Zhou Xuanji's disciple was powerful, but it turned out that he was just SOSO. Xiu. The sound of air being torn apart suddenly rang out, tearing apart everything. With a poochie sound, the ghost wail pierced Heavenly General Zhenwu's chest. The world fell silent. All of the heavenly guards immediately turned around and saw Zhou Xuanji carrying his daughter flying over on his sword. Zhou Xiaoshuan's face was full of excitement as she mumbled, so handsome, ranged sword propelling. She had also learned it before, but she felt that it was just an ordinary sword technique. It was too much of a test of one's accuracy. But when she saw Zhou Xuanji use ranged sword propelling, she immediately wanted to pick up this sword technique again. I am not dead yet. Who dares to disturb my Emperor Sword Court? Are you tired of living? Zhou Xuanji's laughter resounded through the clouds, causing all of Emperor Sword Court's disciples to explode. Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Zongjian, and the others were also very excited. He was finally back. When Jiang Shui saw the scene of Zhou Xuanji hugging Zhou Xiaoxian, tears streamed down her face instantly. She smiled in pleasant surprise. Her Xuanji had returned, and he had even found their daughter. Woo! The wails of gods and ghosts rang out one after another. Heavenly General Zhenwu's expression turned ugly as he shook his arms and forced the divine sword out of his chest. He turned to look at Zhou Xuanji and said coldly, "You've come at the right time. I'll kill you first and let your disciples watch you die before making them die in despair." Boom! He raised his spear and charged toward Zhou Xuanji, and dozens of heavenly guards also charged toward Zhou Xuanji. They already knew that Xianyuan Huangchen was suspected to have died in Zhou Xuanji's hands, so they did not dare to be careless. Zhou Xuanji directly took out the sun-devouring Tiango sword. Celestial shaking grade divine energy entered his body, and his aura soared. The tri-sun flame chi robe fluttered, and Zhou Xiaoxian, who was in his embrace, stared with wide eyes. So powerful, this power. She stared at Zhou Xuanji's face as she muttered to herself. Zhou Xuanji did not put her down, and he held her waist with one hand as he swung his sword with the other. 5 sword souls were condensed by him. Sky-dominating divine sword, soul eater / tempest / 10,000 ultimate steps, and Emperor's Way thousand-hand sword Buddha. The 5 sword souls gave off different lights and shined on his body, making him look like a god. This was the first time he had used the sun-devouring Tiango sword with his full strength. Facing Lu Wuji before, that fellow had been too weak and had knelt before he could use his full strength. Zhou Xuanji quickly swung his sword, and the sword souls continuously shot out, incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, the 6 heavenly guards were directly turned to dust. Heavenly General Zhenwu felt quite shocked and hurriedly came behind Zhou Xuanji. He gripped his spear with both hands and ferociously stabbed out. A world-destroying gale wrapped around the spear's shaft as it shot out. A gale swept out, wanting to destroy Zhou Xuanji and Lu Wuji's souls. Zhou Xuanji flipped his hand and slashed out. A sword soul shot out, and countless rays of sword light flashed out. Sword chi swept out, causing Heavenly General Zhenwu to cough up blood and fly back. Primordial chaos sword shadows sword soul. It was as if millions of swords had simultaneously slammed into Heavenly General Zhenwu, causing his chi and blood to tremble and making him feel incredibly uncomfortable. After flying back hundreds of kilometers, he landed on a tall mountain and used the momentum to rush at Zhou Xuanji. Boom! The tall mountain was shattered by the shockwave, and dust rose into the sky. Zhou Xuanji looked at him and smirked, giving a condescending smile. Seeing this, Zhou Xiaoshuan's heart rate sped up. Such boldness. Even facing an immortal god, he was still confident and domineering. Her heart was filled with pride. This was her father. The #1 in the world, peerless and unparalleled. All of the legendary swords appeared around Zhou Xuanji, all of them exploding out with power. 10,000 ghosts howled, crimson dragons roared, hell kings roared, phoenixes cried, dragons roared, thunder rumbled, etc. All sorts of deafening sounds gathered together, as if the heavens and earth were going to explode. Seeing this, all of Emperor Sword Court's disciples were dumbfounded. In front of Zhou Xuanji, the heavenly guards seemed so weak and were no longer peerlessly domineering. Zhou Xuanji also unleashed the primordial chaos sword shadow. Millions of sword shadows appeared and gathered into mountains and rivers, giving off a boundless aura. It was the primordial chaos mountains and rivers, just like his magic energy, boundless and mighty. Immortal God? I'll show you the power of mortals. Zhou Xuanji loudly laughed as all of his legendary swords shot out, and the primordial chaos sword shadow also moved. The legendary swords and sword shadows shot out in different directions, causing the heavenly guards to flee. They flew into the sky and dove into the ground, but they were still unable to escape from this terrifying attack. Boom, 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 the ground shook, and trees were destroyed. Smoke filled the air, filling the sky and earth. Emperor Sword Court was so shocked that they all retreated to defend Skyfall. Heavenly guards were killed one after another, and pained cries continuously sounded out. So powerful, Zhao Zongjian gripped his fists. Looking at this majestic sword technique, he immediately wanted to learn it. A sword technique that was even more domineering than the Emperor's Wei Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha. The others also felt shocked, but they were more curious about Zhou Xuanji's cultivation. Too powerful. This was not the power that mortals should have. Zhou Xuanji, what divine weapon are you using? Heavenly General Zhenwu asked furiously. He swung his spear with both hands and blocked the endless sword shadows. Zhou Xuanji carried his daughter and flew up high. He looked down at Heavenly General Zhenwu and said, Sun-devouring Tiango sword, specialized in killing pigs and dogs. You, Heavenly General Zhenwu almost exploded in anger. This fellow dared to insult him. He gritted his teeth and raised his spear as he furiously roared, Heaven, please bestow me with divine power. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow and charged over with 10,000 ultimate steps. P.S. Heavenly General Zhenwu's head flew up, and blood spurted out from his neck. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 373. Before the heavenly power landed, Heavenly General Zhenwu's head was chopped off, and his life was cut off. His body was so powerful, but it was a pity that he could not withstand the sharpness of the celestial shaking legendary sword. Even his astral spirit did not have the time to project. To prevent any accidents, Zhou Xuanji activated Six-Path Sword Shadow and Soul Eater Slash, turning Heavenly General Zhenwu into ashes. The entire process happened so quickly that Zhou Shaoxian was dazzled. Before she could see clearly what happened, Heavenly General Zhenwu was no longer there. Zhou Xuanji noticed her gaze and lowered his head with a smile. Don't worry. With your old man here, no one can hurt you. After that, he walked toward the other heavenly guards. At this point in the battle, there were only 17 heavenly guards left. They trembled in fear and quickly retreated. Zhou Xuanji laughed heartily. Tell Spirit Sovereign Yan that if anyone dares to come to Skyfall again, he will be the one to die. The heavenly guards did not dare to threaten him and quickly fled. The battle ended just like that. Zhou Xuanji was not injured at all. He displayed his might and showed everyone how powerful he was. He stored all his legendary swords and entered the mountain with Zhou Shaoxian. All the disciples cried out the Sword Emperor's name in excitement. Too powerful. They had never seen such a powerful person before. Especially the new disciples. Each of them was more excited than the last, and they could not wait to rush up to Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji looked around and realized that the number of disciples had doubled. It seemed that Emperor Sword Court had not stopped developing during the years he was away, which made him very satisfied. In today's battle, I want to tell you to cultivate well. The way of the sword can slay immortals and slay gods. I hope that you can protect me one day. Zhou Xuanji's voice resounded throughout Skyfall, and all the disciples felt their blood boiling. I hope that you can protect me one day. This sentence was just too charming. Even the odd-job disciples had the urge to break Zhou Xuanji's body and crush his bones. If it was someone else who said this, they would not care. But Zhou Xuanji had already shown how powerful he was. How could someone who could protect him be weak? Zhou Xuanji brought Zhou Shaoxian to Jiang Shui and said with a gentle smile, I'm sorry for making you wait for 13 years. Let's go up and talk. As he spoke, he raised his right arm and embraced Jiang Shui. Hugging his wife and daughter, he turned into a beam of sword light and soared into the sky. Xiao Jinghong, Lin Chang'e, and the others followed closely behind him. Above the clouds, everyone gathered in the stone pavilion, and before anyone could ask anything, Zhou Xuanji told them about his experiences over the past few years. After he finished speaking, everyone looked at each other and exclaimed in surprise. So there really is an underworld. Master is really amazing. You can even make friends with Judge Cui. In the future, when you go to the netherworld, won't you have someone to rely on? Haha, does that mean we don't have to fear death? You're thinking too much. At most, I'll let you reincarnate into a good life. Master, you're truly number one in the world now. You're only 73 years old, not even 100. When mentioning Zhou Xuanji's age, everyone could not help but shake their heads and sigh. This was too much of a blow. Zhou Xiaoxian stood behind Zhou Xuanji proudly. She also wanted to become a great tribulation bodiless immortal before she turned 100 years old. For the next period of time, let the disciples go out as little as possible. Of course, there is no need to prohibit them. Heroes are born in troubled times. Everyone has to be responsible for their own choices. Zhou Xuanji instructed, and Xiao Jinghong nodded. As Zhou Xuanji's only disciple, he was in charge of all the disciples. The others were in charge of different organizations, such as Xuanji Sword Library, 10,000 Swords House, and so on. After that, he asked everyone to tell him about Emperor Sword Court's situation. Now, Emperor Sword Court had more than 1 million disciples. There were 360,000 third-generation disciples and 700,000 odd job disciples. 3 of the second-generation disciples were missing. They died in accidents while out on missions. Just as everyone was chatting, the pale-faced Daoist old man walked over. Zhou Xiaoxian immediately dashed over and hugged him. "Bad old man, I'm back." She giggled. Seeing her, Daoist old man smiled amiably and cursed, "Brat, do you dare to go out alone again?" There was no etiquette in their conversation, but they enjoyed it. The reason why she was named Xiaoxian was because of Zhou Xuanji's mother, Lady Xiaoxian. The young Lady Xiaoxian was the same as Zhou Xiaoxian. She was disrespectful to Daoist old man, but their relationship was the best. After the grandfather and granddaughter chatted for a while, Daoist old man sat down beside Zhou Xuanji and sighed. "Brat, why didn't you come earlier? If I used my divine ability again, I might really die." His undying divine ability consumed a lot of energy, and he used his lifespan as the price. As such, even though he was only a few thousand years old, he looked even more ancient than Xianxia, who was over 10,000 years old. It was as if he already had 1 foot in the coffin. Zhou Xuanji shrugged and said, "When the time comes, tell Magistrate Cui my name. In your next life, I'll let you live in a wealthy family and let you live a happy and romantic life." Daoist old man glared at him, feeling quite depressed. Following this, Zhou Xuanji asked Beixiao Wangjian to prepare some food and wine. He was going to drink to his heart's content today. In the northern wilderness region, on an ice mountain in the north, the heavenly palace had temporarily built an ice palace. Spirit Sovereign Yen sat on the main seat. He was nearly 30 meters tall and wore heavy chest armor. His hair was loose, and his muscles were exaggerated. His face was valiant, and his eyes gave off an oppressive aura. He held a massive sword in his right hand, and the blade was pointed at the ground. He looked at the heavenly guards kneeling below and said in a low voice, "Zhou Xuanji killed Heavenly General Zhenwu and 20 or so heavenly guards?" Heavenly General Zhenwu's cultivation was 7th Tribulation Scattered Immortal, and the weakest of the heavenly guards was a 1st Tribulation Scattered Immortal. How could they not defeat Zhou Xuanji? His first reaction was disbelief. How could there be such a powerful existence in the mortal realm? Moreover, Zhou Xuanji was not even 100 years old. Even if he was the reincarnation of a powerful being, he could not be so ridiculously powerful. The heavenly guard gritted his teeth and replied, "Yes." Thinking back to the battle back then, he felt a chill. Too powerful. He mustered up his courage and said, "Sovereign, a lot of your cultivation has been sealed, so you can't be careless. This boy has power that surpasses mortals." Spirit Sovereign Yen frowned and coldly harumphed, "As long as he doesn't surpass Great Tribulation Scattered Immortal, he won't be able to kill me." Hearing this, the heavenly guard did not say anything else. Spirit Sovereign Yen, right? You want to kill this emperor? You really don't know the immensity of the heavens and earth. Get out here and die. Bai Hao Isen's furious voice sounded out from outside the palace, causing the heavenly guard to get up. Spirit Sovereign Yan's frown became even deeper as he muttered, Great Emperor Heartless. In the upper realm, Great Emperor Heartless was an influential figure, and he had once looked up to him. However, this fellow had already reincarnated, and even dealing with Shenyuan Zhou was very difficult. He stood up and walked out of the ice palace with his sword. Bai Hao Isen and Feng Qiu stood amidst the flying snow. One stood proudly, while the other felt uneasy. Seeing Spirit Sovereign Yen, Feng Qiu swallowed his saliva and said, Great Emperor, are you really going to do this? Bai Hao Isen laughed condescendingly and said loudly, You don't know this, but back then, when this emperor was in the upper realm, even the heavenly hall's lord had to treat me with respect. He's just a spirit sovereign, so what? If it was before, this emperor could kill a bunch of brats like him with a single slap. I'll continue writing. There's more today. The monthly votes are coming. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 374. Hearing Bai Hao Isen's arrogant words, Spirit Sovereign Yen coldly harumphed. You are no longer the all-powerful Great Emperor Heartless from back then. Because of your own selfish desires, you were deceived by someone and gave up your cultivation to descend into the mortal realm. What a fool. Today, I will let you feel pain that you have never felt before. I will let you be defeated by an existence that you once looked down on, and I will let you live a life worse than death. Spirit Sovereign Yen said coldly. As he spoke, he walked towards Bai Hao Isen with his sword. His aura quickly exploded out, shaking this world of ice and snow. Feng Qiu was so frightened that he took 3 steps back and gulped. He said carefully, If you are going to, remember to remind me. Thinking about Bai Hao Isen's past accomplishments, he did not feel confident. So, why did he have to follow a great emperor like this? It was too dangerous. Bai Hao Isen did not reply and continued to look at Spirit Sovereign Yen. A spear wrapped with silver dragon energy appeared in his hand, and he laughed proudly as he said, Brat, watch carefully. He raised the spear and charged towards Spirit Sovereign Yen, advancing with indomitable will. Unstoppable. After returning to Skyfall, Zhou Xuanji spent 5 days teaching his disciples with the sword before spending the rest of the time with his wife and daughter. After teaching Zhou Shaoxian, he found that this girl's talent in the way of the sword was truly amazing. She was not inferior to Lin Chang'e at all. Of course, compared to the 2 10,000-year princes, she was still a bit inferior. Chen Bantian and Meng Tianlang had become close friends. 3 months ago, the two of them had gone out to train and had not returned. It was said that Chen Bantian had reached the spirit refinement stage, while Meng Tianlang had begun to break through to the great realization stage. Putting aside Zhou Xuanji, this cultivation speed was already inconceivable. Emperor Sword Court's strength increased day by day. Even though it had not produced a Great Tribulation scattered immortal, it could already rank in the top 10 in the world. At this rate, within 100 years, it would have 3 more Great Tribulation scattered immortals. Apart from the dense spirit chi in Skyfall, it was also related to the colorful celestial tree. This tree needed to bear fruit once every 100 years, and the fruits that fell to the ground would disappear within 10 years. As such, it had to be consumed and could not be stored. Before leaving, Zhou Xuanji listed the 5-color celestial fruit as a first-class reward in the Firmament Inner Court. Doing missions in the Firmament Net could earn contribution points, which could be exchanged for sword techniques, spirit pills, medicines, swords, natural treasures, and so on. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. The heavenly guards did not come to capture Zhou Xuanji again. He enjoyed the leisure. On this day, Lin Chang'e brought back the report, and he stood in front of Zhou Xuanji with a strange expression. Zhou Xuanji looked at Zhou Shaoxian, who was training her sword not far away. What's wrong? He asked. Lin Chang'e said, Great Emperor Heartless self-destructed again, and his opponent was Spirit Venerable Yen. The explosion flattened the snowy mountains in the surrounding 100 miles, causing a sky-high avalanche that engulfed the cities at the edge of the human race. There were countless casualties. At the mention of this matter, his expression became increasingly strange. As a great emperor, other than self-detonation, did he not have any other abilities? Zhou Xuanji laughed. This old fellow was quite something, self-destructing anyone he saw. Even if Spirit Sovereign Yen did not die, he would be incredibly angry. He asked, Spirit Sovereign Yen hasn't moved recently. Could it be that he's severely injured? If that was the case, this would be the best chance to attack Spirit Sovereign Yen. Lin Chang'e nodded. Because of this, all the heavenly guards have been transferred back to overlook North Ridge. Zhou Xuanji immediately got up and gathered everyone, telling them about his arrangements. No one had any objections. Zhou Xuanji was already powerful enough, to the point that they could not predict him, so they could only support him. You still need to be careful, don't let your guard down just because you've become stronger, Jiang Shui reminded him. However, she believed that Zhou Xuanji would not be arrogant. If he was arrogant, he would have died long ago. Ever since he had become famous, Zhou Xuanji had been more cautious than anyone else. In his own words, he was paranoid, so every time he killed an enemy, he would stab them tens of times. Father, take me with you, Zhou Shaoxian said excitedly. She really liked the scene of Zhou Xuanji taking her into battle. She could sense how powerful he was, and she felt a sense of contempt for him, as if he was just a drop in the ocean. Zhou Xuanji glared at her and said, Do you want to get your father killed? You're just a small fry, so just focus on cultivating at Skyfall. After saying this, he turned into a ray of sword light and quickly disappeared over the horizon. Zhou Shaoxian pouted, feeling quite wronged. Jiang Shui stroked her head and smiled as she said, Your father is right. Everyone laughed and teased her, making her so angry that she drew her sword and chased after them. After leaving Skyfall, Zhou Xuanji stood on the windcutter sword and rushed toward the north at full speed. He took out the bronze dagger and sent his magic energy into it, summoning Dao Seeker. Soon, Dao Seeker's image appeared. Are you thinking about Spirit Sovereign Yan's injuries? Dao Seeker asked first, causing Zhou Xuanji to raise his brow. Ho, this old fellow's predictions were quite accurate. Before Zhou Xuanji could speak, he continued, Spirit Sovereign Yen is indeed injured, but he still has power that surpasses Lu Wuji's. Moreover, a month has passed, and his injuries have mostly recovered. He also has hundreds of heavenly guards with him, and they are all great tribulation scattered immortals. No matter how powerful you are, it will be very difficult for you to kill him. Zhou Xuanji gave a smile that did not seem like a smile and said, You mean for me to retreat? Dao Seeker shook his head and said, Go to Juadi Cliff. There's a very powerful being hidden there. You have already established a connection. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes and immediately thought of Dugu. Dugu was most likely the invincible genius from 50,000 years ago, Devil Emperor Dugu. However, why was his soul at Juadi Cliff? Didn't he ascend? Could he have reincarnated into the mortal realm like Bai Hao Isin? Even if we find him, how long will it take for him to recover his cultivation in his current state? Zhou Xuanji asked. He did not slow down, nor did he change his direction. Dao Seeker was silent. This was indeed a problem. Dugu was only a remnant soul now. Even if he was rescued, he would not be of much use. I'm most worried about one thing now. If I kill Spirit Sovereign Yen, will the Heavenly Hall send someone even more powerful? Zhou Xuanji continued to ask. After fighting the small, he would fight the big. After fighting the big, he would fight the old. Would there be an end to this? Before, he felt that the antagonists were all pigs. They sent themselves to him one after another. But now that he was in the same situation, he felt troubled. Each of the antagonists was very powerful. They won't. Spirit Sovereign Yen is already the most powerful cultivator that the heavenly law can tolerate. If they send someone more powerful, the heavenly law will not tolerate it. The heavenly hall will also be punished by the heavenly law. They won't be so stupid, Dao Seeker replied, which made Zhou Xuanji heave a sigh of relief. So, then Spirit Sovereign Yen was dead for sure. After that, the two chatted for a while. Dao Seeker mentioned Xianxia and said that she was close to the time of her ascension. She had lived for tens of thousands of years, and her cultivation was high. It was hard for the mortal realm to tolerate her. Zhou Xuanji was a little worried about her. The heavenly hall was after her. If she ascended, she would not have a good time in the upper realm. 2 days later, Zhou Xuanji passed by Great Zhou and Great Chen and came to the Qi Empire. The Qi Empire had always kept a low profile. Among the 7 empires, it was not eye-catching. But it was said that there was an old ancestor who had lived for tens of thousands of years in the Qi Empire. His power was unfathomable. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 375. After passing by the Qi Empire, Zhou Xuanji did not stop. He did not take that mysterious old ancestor to heart. However, just as he was about to fly past the Qi Empire's border, a voice called out to Zhou Xuanji. "Sword Emperor, please wait." Zhou Xuanji stopped and looked back. He saw a white-haired old man sitting on a crimson-red gourd flying over. He was short and had a red face, and he looked at Zhou Xuanji with an indecipherable gaze. Zhou Xuanji looked at him and waited for him to speak. For this fellow to be able to catch up to him, his cultivation was naturally not simple. According to his estimations, he was at least a 2nd tribulation scattered immortal, or even a 3rd tribulation scattered immortal. The Qi Empire actually had such an expert hidden. "Sword Emperor, are you going to deal with Spirit Sovereign Yen?" The white-haired old man asked as he bowed. Zhou Xuanji calmly asked, "What do you want?" The white-haired old man hurriedly explained, "I have no ill intentions. My name is Qi, and I'm the founding emperor of the Qi Empire. I'm also on Spirit Sovereign Yan's kill list." Founding Emperor Qi. Zhou Xuanji came to a realization. He remembered this name, but because he did not know him, he did not think too much about it. "You want to ally with me?" Zhou Xuanji asked. This old fellow's strength could at most tie down a few heavenly guards, and he could not threaten Spirit Sovereign Yen at all. Founding Emperor Qi nodded and bitterly smiled as he said, "I know the Heavenly Hall's goal and Spirit Sovereign Yan's selfishness. Even though I can't help you in terms of battle power, I can help you plan." After saying this, he waved his right hand and a formless barrier covered the two of them. At a glance, the two of them seemed to be invisible, and even divine sense could not enter. Zhou Xuanji asked in confusion, "They all have ulterior motives? Not just to take revenge for Tian?" Founding Emperor Qi nodded and said, "The Northern Wilderness is welcoming a world epic, and the Heavenly Hall wants to support a new protagonist of the world to control the Northern Wilderness fate and make it theirs. In the upper realm, each major faction controls one or even several mortal realms, and they are the immortal gods of the mortal realms. The Heavenly Hall is one of them. However, in the upper realm, true immortal gods exist, but they are high and mighty and do not participate in battles. Spirit Sovereign Yen volunteered not because he's loyal to the Heavenly Palace, but because of Fate Emperor River and his son. His son was banished to the mortal realm, so he wants to help his son become a great emperor and escape the Heavenly Palace's control." Zhou Xuanji frowned. He did not expect the upper realm to be so complicated. Spirit Sovereign Yen, who looked like a lackey, actually had his own plans. Who was his son? I don't know who Spirit Sovereign Yan's son is for now, but he definitely has great talent, so we have to be careful. Even if we kill Spirit Sovereign Yen, his son might rise up and take revenge for his father. Founding Emperor Qi sighed. His wariness towards Spirit Venerable Yan's son surpassed his wariness towards Spirit Venerable Yen. Zhou Xuanji asked with narrowed eyes, "How do you know so much?" Founding Emperor Qi didn't hide it either. "My ancestor had once ascended and appeared in my dreams 3,000 years ago, so I had no choice but to go into seclusion." Zhou Xuanji sighed in amazement in his heart. Why did it feel like all of them had backgrounds in the upper realm? It turned out that this world was a plaything of the upper realm, a game of chess created by them. "What do you want me to do?" Zhou Xuanji continued to ask. After saying so much, he most likely didn't want him to directly go and find Spirit Sovereign Yen. Founding Emperor Qi said in a low voice, "Go and take over Fate Emperor River. You will definitely be injured in your battle with Spirit Sovereign Yen, and his son might take this opportunity to devour Fate Emperor River. When that time comes," he did not say anything else. Zhou Xuanji raised his eyebrows and asked mockingly, Does Fate Emperor River belong to me or to you? This was a river for becoming a great emperor. Founding Emperor Qi Wei shrugged and said, "Of course it belongs to you. Even if I have Fate Emperor River, I will not be able to become a great emperor. You're different. After ascending, our clan can still support you and help you reach the pinnacle. I just hope that you won't forget this favor in the future." Zhou Xuanji smirked and said, "Is Fate Emperor River in Sun Hill or the Hunyuan Empire?" "Sun Hill, Fate Emperor River is difficult to move," Founding Emperor Qi Wei replied. Founding Emperor Qi Wei replied, and then the two of them rushed towards Sun Tomb. Overlook North Ridge, Ice Palace. Spirit Sovereign Yen sat on the main seat, his expression grim. Hundreds of heavenly guards were gathered in the palace, all of them incredibly nervous. "Have you still not found his whereabouts?" Spirit Sovereign Yen asked in a low voice. He was not asking about Zhou Xuanji or Bai Hao Yisin, but about his son. A horned heavenly guard came out and cupped his fists as he said, "Ji Xian has already reincarnated for a long time, and his fate has long since changed. It will be very difficult to find him. We need time." When mentioning Ji Xian, the heavenly guard's expressions became strange. They all knew that Ji Xian was a sinner of the heavenly palace. Why was Spirit Sovereign Yen looking for him? They did not dare to ask too much. This was the mortal realm, and they could not contact the heavenly palace. They could only rely on Spirit Sovereign Yen. Continue to search. Also, have you found where Fate Emperor River is? Spirit Sovereign Yen said impatiently as he waved his hand. Ever since Bai Hao Yisin had self-destructed, his soul had been damaged, and the injuries to his body could not be healed, making him feel quite uncomfortable. "We found it. It's in Sun Hill, and its owner, Yang Di, has moved to the Hunyuan Empire. We can occupy Fate Emperor River at any time," another heavenly guard replied, causing Spirit Sovereign Yen to nod. This made him feel quite pleased. "Continue to keep an eye on it," Spirit Sovereign Yen ordered. Following this, his tone changed, and his expression became savage as he said, "Up until now, not a single person on the list has died. The higher-ups are very unhappy with us, so we must force them out. Head to the 8 sanctums and 7 empires to capture 10,000 people each and bring them here. Tell the world that we will capture them once a month until Zhou Xuanji, Bai Hao Yisin, and the others appear." The heavenly guards nodded, not feeling guilty at all. After all, the northern wilderness human race's fate had come to an end, and their deaths were not to be regretted. Also, send 5 fifth tribulation scattered immortals overseas to find suitable races and help them enter the northern wilderness, Spirit Sovereign Yen said. Once the human race was destroyed, it was time for new races to take their place. In front of the bigger picture, the lives of a single race were not much. Sun Hill. Zhou Xuanji and founding Emperor Qi Wei sped on the clouds and looked at the boundless mountain forest ahead. Zhou Xuanji said in amazement, "This place is quite beautiful and has abundant spirit qi. It's suitable for cultivation." Founding Emperor Qi Wei nodded and said enviously, "It's all thanks to Fate Emperor River." He was proficient in fate detection and could divine the location of Fate Emperor River. The two of them flew into the forest without slowing down. Soon, they stopped in front of a waterfall. The waterfall was hundreds of meters tall, and the water surged violently. As the water hit the reefs below, countless diamond-like water droplets appeared. The entrance is within the waterfall. There's a mountain path inside that leads underground, founding Emperor Qi Wei said. He waved his right hand, and following this, 3 cries sounded out from the forest opposite the waterfall. Sun Hill looked like it was uninhabited, but in actuality, Yang Di had nurtured many elites. However, if these elites encountered a great tribulation scattered immortal, they would not be able to escape death. Zhou Xuanji and founding Emperor Qi Wei flew into the waterfall. After a while, a ball of demonic qi swept over and entered the waterfall. Chapter 376. After walking for a few thousand meters, Zhou Xuanji and Xian Xuanji heard the sound of flowing river water. They flew out of the cave and landed on the ground. This was a spacious underground space, and there were all kinds of crystals embedded in the walls. There were also man-made oil lamps that lit up this space. In front of them, there was a river that was 15 meters wide. The river water was very rapid, and it flowed from the darkness to the darkness on the other side. Looking closely, one would find that the river water was quite strange. It seemed like a dense fog, but the sound of flowing water did not seem fake. Is this Fate Emperor River? Zhou Xuanji asked out of curiosity. The spirit qi here was very dense, and it was not inferior to the peak of Skyfall. Founding Emperor Qi Wei sighed in amazement and said, "It's the first time I've seen Fate Emperor River." It said that Fate Emperor River flows in a cycle and only exists on this path. He paused before saying, "If you want to become a great emperor, you have to jump into Fate Emperor River. However, if your body is weak, you will be crushed by the flow of fate. Are you confident?" Zhou Xuanji frowned and asked, "Doesn't becoming a great emperor require the acknowledgement of the heavenly law?" He was confident that he was strong enough, but he did not know much about Fate Emperor River, so he did not dare to act recklessly. "Indeed, but you can prove your Tao with power." At that moment, a familiar female voice sounded out, and Zhou Xuanji and Xianxia looked over. A ball of demonic qi flew out from the cave, and after it dissipated, Xianxia, who was dressed in a bewitching purple dress, walked over slowly. A ball of demonic qi flew out from the cave, and after the demonic qi dissipated, Xianxia, who was dressed in a bewitching purple dress, walked over slowly. "Why are you here?" Zhou Xuanji asked out of curiosity. After 13 years, this old demonic woman was still as flirtatious as ever, and her aura was evidently more powerful. He felt that she was not any weaker than Shi Shinzong. It seemed that while he was not around, Long Aohua had not rested at all. Founding Emperor Qi Wei's expression slightly changed, and a look of wariness appeared in his eyes. Xianxia. She was once the top cultivator in the world, and she was undoubtedly the top cultivator in the demonic path. How could he not have seen her before? Of course it's for Fate Emperor River. After that, she looked at Founding Emperor Qi Wei and teased, "Ho, little old man, you're not dead yet." Founding Emperor Qi Wei felt quite awkward and did not know what to say. Back then, he had also been defeated by Xianxia. Before Yang Di had appeared, Xianxia had been invincible in the world. Her strength, personality, and faction were all in line with Long Aoyan's character, so Zhou Xuanji often called her Long Aohua. Back to the main topic, after the heavenly palace descended, I guessed that they would target Fate Emperor River, so I came to take a look. You've come at the right time. With your strength, you can definitely enter the river. As long as you become a great emperor, Spirit Sovereign Yen won't be able to do anything to you. Not only was this man in front of her the one she loved, but he was also her pride. He was less than 100 years old, but he had already surpassed the strength of a seventh tribulation's scattered immortal. Even Yang Di was inferior to him. Zhou Xuanji asked, "Do you want to go down too?" Xianxia shook her head and said, "If you didn't come, I would naturally go down and risk it all. But since you came, I will protect you. Moreover, your chances of success are greater than mine. You can help me after you become a martial emperor." Zhou Xuanji looked at her and said seriously, "Don't try to trick me. There can only be one great emperor in an era. If there were two great emperors, there would definitely be a battle. The two could not coexist." Xianxia lifted up his chin and smiled as she asked, "How about you protect me in the future?" Zhou Xuanji fell silent. Ever since the two of them had met, it had always been Xianxia who had protected him. Even though he had become powerful and had become the second or first in the world, he had never protected her. She was still so proud and aloof, roaming the world alone. Whenever something happened to him, she would always rush over immediately. If she had any fortuitous encounters, she would immediately inform Zhou Xuanji. This kindness was very great, and it made his heart feel heavy. "You should go down, you're about to ascend after all," Zhou Xuanji said as he sighed. Zhou Xuanji sighed. The thought of Xianxia ascending made him feel a little sad. He did not know how long it would be before they met again. Xianxia pushed him and smiled as she said, "If I become a great emperor and ascend, it will be even more troublesome. Don't waste time. After you become a great emperor, you can protect me after you ascend. If you don't become a great emperor and ascend, It will be difficult for you when you reach the upper realm. After saying this, she pushed Zhou Xuanji, wanting to push him into the river. He could not dissuade her, so he could only jump into Fate Emperor River. Founding Emperor Qi Wei, who had been eating dog food the entire time, sighed and said, "Who would have thought that Sect Lord Xian would have such a passionate side? If he was Xian Xianghua, how could he give this opportunity to the person he loved? He did not have the confidence." Xian Xianghua glanced at him condescendingly and said, "I can become a great emperor without Fate Emperor River. What do you know?" Founding Emperor Qi Wei chuckled. After entering Fate Emperor River, Zhou Xuanji's vision became hazy and he could not see anything around him. He could not sweep out with his divine sense either, and a terrifying impact continuously swept through his body. He immediately activated Golden Invincible Form, and heavenly lightning wrapped around his body to defend against the impact of fate. Is this what luck is? It's formless and colorless, and when gathered together, it has such an impact. He felt inwardly shocked and immediately activated the World Buddha art. He did not know how to use Fate Emperor River to become a great emperor. No one else knew either. Those who knew had long since ascended and did not leave behind any specific methods. Soon, he found that under the impact of fate, his body was gradually becoming stronger. This feeling, he suddenly thought of World Overlord. Perhaps he could use this opportunity to cultivate World Overlord. He sat cross-legged in Fate Emperor River and focused on cultivating. On a tall mountain at the border of Sun Hill, Dao Seeker stood before a cliff and looked in the direction of Fate Emperor River with a complicated expression. He mumbled, "It's too early. This path is not as beautiful as people think." A black shadow came out from his shoulder and turned into a horrified face. It laughed sinisterly and said, "You must have miscalculated. Who would have thought that he would reach fourth tribulation scattered immortal cultivation so quickly, and his strength even surpasses seventh tribulation scattered immortals? Who would have thought that he would enter Fate Emperor River so early?" Dao Seeker sighed and did not reply. Everything was fate, but it was also a variable. The human race is about to collapse, and he alone will not be enough to turn the situation around. After entering Fate Emperor River, it is extremely difficult to become a great emperor. Most geniuses have died at the bottom of the river. Even if he succeeds, he will not be able to save the human race. "You need to find another way," the black shadow said faintly. The black shadow said faintly. Dao Seeker understood this. But what other way was there? A few days after Zhou Xuanji entered Fate Emperor River, a piece of news spread across the world. The Heavenly Guards captured 10,000 people from each of the sanctums and empires. They claimed that they would capture people every month and bring them to the Ice Palace to be executed. They claimed that everyone on the kill list would be killed. Once this news spread, the world was shocked. They captured 150,000 people every month, and 1 million people would die in a year. As time passed, Spirit Sovereign Yen would become more and more impatient, and more people would die. But those who were being hunted down by the Heavenly Guards were all powerful. Who would be willing to accept their fate? Soon, the northern wilderness region was in complete chaos. Update at night. We are ranked 25, which is not enough. If the event ends and we are in the top 10, I will update at least 10 more chapters. If you participate in this activity, you can also get book coins and other prizes. Everyone, come to QQ to participate. On the Discover page, in the upper right corner of the Receive Benefits section, you can find the activity Online Literature True Love Battle. Recommendation votes, monthly votes, gifts, subscriptions, and shares can all help. Chapter 377. On the 5th day after the Heavenly Guard's words spread, the leaders of the 7 great dynasties and the 8 sacred grounds gathered together to discuss the matter of the Heavenly Hall. They were in a great hall of the Tsunghai Ziggurat. The Tsunghai Ziggurat was a neutral sacred land and rarely participated in battles. Its reputation was also the most reassuring. Yang Xindi knocked on the table with his finger and spoke first. "The Sky Palace's plan is to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Not only is it justifiable to kill, but it also creates a gap between us and the top experts of the world. Once the Sword Emperor and Xian Xianghua are dead, even if the human race survives, We will be at death's door and forever be slaves. What he meant was very simple. He could not allow the heavenly palace to do whatever they wanted. Zheng Junlu added, "That's right. We should join forces with the Sword, the Arch, and the others to counterattack the heavenly palace." The other leaders had similar opinions. Zhou Xuanji had saved the human race more than once. How could they sacrifice him? Furthermore, if he died, the human race would lose their strongest fighting force. Sunlight Emperor sat in the corner and said nothing. He was now the Hunyuan Emperor and also the strongest person present. Hearing others boast about Zhou Xuanji, he felt a little displeased. He was number one in the world. However, he wasn't angry. He knew who his enemy was. "I think we need to contact the outer seas. The human race should be united," Lin Yu said. As soon as he said this, everyone fell silent. Overseas. Until today, the various factions could already feel how powerful the overseas region was. However, they did not point it out and were still immersed in the illusion that the northern wilderness region was the most powerful. Now that Li Yinyu mentioned overseas, they felt even more pressured. Sun Tomb, within Fate Emperor River. Vast amounts of spirit qi rose up from the bottom of Fate Emperor River and flowed into Zhou Xuanji's body, making him feel delighted. He could clearly feel his cultivation rapidly increasing. This feeling was indescribable. At the same time, his understanding of the world overlord became less and less. Fate Emperor River was the materialization of the heaven and earth's fate, and the spiritual qi it absorbed came from the depths of the ground. It was the purest spiritual qi. The profundity of being the overlord of the world was to draw upon the power of heaven and earth to become the overlord of the world. It was similar to the current situation. Dong, dong, dong. His heartbeat suddenly sounded out. It was powerful, and even Fate Emperor River could not drown it out. On the riverside, Xianxia and Founding Emperor Qi Wei heard it as well. Just how strong is his physical body? Founding Emperor Qi Wei was speechless. This was the first time he had heard such a terrifying heartbeat. It was like a primordial demon that had lived for countless years. Xianxia fell into deep thought. This kind of heartbeat was clearly not achieved through cultivation. It seemed like this kid was not simple and had many secrets. Or perhaps it was the effect of the world Buddha art. No matter what, she was still very happy. She liked how unfathomable Zhou Xuanji was. If she could see through him, what else could she look forward to? Time continued to pass. 10 days had passed since Zhou Xuanji entered Fate Emperor River. However, he still had no idea how far he was from becoming a martial emperor. He could only try his best to become stronger. As for whether he could become a martial monarch or not, it all depended on the will of the heavens. The abnormality of Fate Emperor River attracted the attention of many people who were proficient in divination. There were many lackeys of Sunlight Emperor in the Sun Tomb. Not only did the news spread to Sunlight Emperor, but it also spread to the whole world. In less than half a month, the entire world knew that Zhou Xuanji had become a great emperor in Fate Emperor River. Back when Sunlight Emperor had just discovered Fate Emperor River, the various factions had already scouted out the whereabouts of Fate Emperor River. However, they were not strong enough, so they could only look at the Mountain of Gold. Even with the Heavenly Hall's evil deeds, the conflicts within the human race did not stop. Those in power in the dark could not obtain Fate Emperor River, so they could only use other methods. For a time, the human race was shaken. Achieving the martial monarch realm? The Sword Emperor has already reached such a height? Even the strongest human cultivator fell under his feet. Why can't he become a martial monarch? Our ancestors said that our era is far from the past, but I don't think that's necessarily the case. That's right. Zhou Xuanji will surely shock history. If he succeeded in becoming a martial emperor, wouldn't he be able to expel the Heavenly Hall? Who leaked the news? What evil intentions? To most mortals, Zhou Xuanji becoming a great emperor was not a bad thing, because becoming a great emperor was too far away for them. This was especially so in the current situation. They all hoped that Zhou Xuanji could defeat Spirit Sovereign Yan. The world was in turmoil, and the future of the human race was even harder to predict. The news soon reached Spirit Sovereign Yan's ears. After hearing that Zhou Xuanji wanted to become a great emperor, Spirit Sovereign Yan's first reaction was disdain. He overestimates himself. In this era, no one can become a great emperor because the human race's bloodline is impure. It's impossible for anyone to become a great emperor. Spirit Sovereign Yan sat on his throne and laughed condescendingly. The heavenly guards in the palace also laughed condescendingly. He immediately ordered the 30 heavenly guards to act. They were not to stop Zhou Xuanji but to kill the other people on the hunting list. In his eyes, Zhou Xuanji would definitely die. Once he entered Fate Emperor River, he would not be able to come out alive. However, the other powerful cultivators of the human race did not know about this, and they might try to stop Zhou Xuanji, wanting to monopolize the potential to become a great emperor. This was a good opportunity for him to capture them all at once. After the 30 heavenly guards set off, Spirit Sovereign Yan got up and smiled as he said, "It's time to visit an old friend." After saying this, he disappeared. The remaining heavenly guards looked at each other before leaving. A world-shaking battle was brewing. 1 month later, Xianxia and founding Emperor Qi Wei's expressions became unsightly. "Fortunately, I cast a spell, or else it would have been troublesome," founding Emperor Qi Wei said as he sighed. After Zhou Xuanji entered the river, he had killed everyone in Sun Hill, but he had never thought that the news would still be leaked. Xianxia frowned and said, "We can't go on like this. They will soon discover this place, and we're not sure if we can be disturbed during the process of becoming a great emperor. You need to be prepared to fight to the death." Hearing this, founding Emperor Qi Wei's expression became unsightly. Now, they not only had to face the heroes of the world, but they also had to be wary of the heavenly hall. The pressure was so great that he almost could not breathe. The longer one lived, the more one feared death. Founding Emperor Qi Wei suddenly felt some regret. However, thinking about the old ancestor's words in his dreams, his expression became resolute. "I'll send a message to the Qi Wei Empire and ask for reinforcements," founding Emperor Qi Wei said as he gritted his teeth. If Zhou Xuanji failed to become a great emperor, the human race would definitely perish. Rather than waiting for death, it was better to fight to the death. Xianxia nodded and cast a spell to send the message. At that moment, within Fate Emperor River, Zhou Xuanji felt unprecedented pain. He felt as if he was in a pot of boiling oil, and his body was boiling hot. However, his body was unharmed, which was incredibly strange. So uncomfortable, Zhou Xuanji gritted his teeth. He understood that the true difficulty was coming. As long as he could master World Overlord, he would not fear Spirit Sovereign Yan. If he could become a great emperor, he would not have to fear him. "If it wasn't for the Violet Demon Monarch's heart, I might already be dead." Zhou Xuanji felt quite shocked in his heart. He could sense that the Violet Demon Monarch's heart was endlessly sending out energy, nourishing his muscles and bones. Even his body could not withstand the impact of Fate Emperor River. If it was anyone else, they would have died without a doubt. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 378. After rejoicing in his heart, Zhou Xuanji began paying attention to the Violet Demon Monarch's heart in his body. The Violet Demon Monarch's heart had already fused with his heart, and there was no distinction between them. However, all this while, he had been unable to see through the Violet Demon Monarch's heart. At this moment, the Violet Demon Monarch's heart was actually absorbing the fate within Fate Emperor River. It was truly mystical. Where did it come from? What is the origin of the Violet Demon Palace? Zhou Xuanji felt quite curious and wanted to take out the ancient god sword to ask the ancient powerhouses. But he could not take out the divine sword, because the sword spirit had stopped him. According to what the sword spirit had said, if all swords were refined by the heaven and earth fate, then Zhou Xuanji would forever be under the control of the heavenly law. For now, being acknowledged by the heavenly law had only benefits and no disadvantages. But one day, it would become a disadvantage. Because his goal was to surpass the heavenly Tao. Zhou Xuanji could not figure it out, so he stopped thinking about it. He allowed the Violet Demon Monarch's heart to absorb fate while he continued to cultivate World Overlord. He was already very close to becoming a fifth tribulation bodiless immortal. The spiritual energy from the ground surged wildly into his body. With the help of the Xianxia map, his cultivation level skyrocketed. If he stayed like this for a year, even if he could not achieve the martial monarch realm, he would be reborn. 3 days later. It was his 74th birthday. Analyzed that the sword owner has reached 74 years old. Gotcha started. Ding. Congratulations, the sword owner has obtained Amethyst, Chaos Breath Sword, Intimidating Spirit, Diamond Heart Suppressing Sword, Gold, Evil Yellow Sword. Then, the information of the 3 swords appeared before his eyes. Sword name, Myriad Chaotic Breath Sword Grade, Amethyst description, the best of the wind sword. It is known for its fierceness and sharpness, capable of tearing everything apart. Sword name, Diamond Heart Suppressing Sword Grade, Intimidating Spirit, description, the sword of the Vajra god. It can calm the soul and give people unparalleled faith. Sword name, Evil Yellow Sword level, gold description. Legend has it that there are 7 colored divine swords in the evil abyss. Each color represents a type of desire, and yellow represents hope. If all 7 divine swords are gathered, they will merge into an ancient demonic sword. After obtaining another Intimidating Spirit legendary sword, Zhou Xuanji felt quite good. He was interested in the evil yellow sword. At the moment, he already had the evil purple sword, the evil yellow sword, the evil green sword, and the evil crimson sword. He was only 3 colors away from fusing the mysterious ancient demon sword. He wondered how powerful it would be. The 7 swords were only gold-ranked, so there was little hope of them surpassing Intimidating Spirit. However, he was still looking forward to it. What if there was a surprise? After that, he discarded all distracting thoughts and continued to concentrate on his cultivation. At the same time, Sun Hill was filled with people. Countless people were searching for Fate Emperor River. Standing at the top of the mountain, one could see traces of cultivators and demons everywhere within a 500-kilometer radius. From time to time, battles would break out. Fate Emperor River was thousands of meters underground, and ordinary cultivators wouldn't be able to find it. However, there were also quite a number of experts who sneaked underground and searched everywhere. Kacha. Xianxia twisted another person's neck, destroyed his soul, and threw his corpse to the side. Dozens of corpses were piled up on the side like a mass grave. Founding Emperor Qi Wei gritted his teeth and said, "If this goes on, we will become more and more passive." Xianxia did not reply. She had already done what she had to do. Now, she could only defend to the death. Founding Emperor Qi Wei said cautiously, "Should I go up and purposely create fake news to lure people away?" Xianxia glanced at him and lightly nodded. He immediately felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders and he dove into the mountain. Soon, he left the ground and flew above the forest. When he looked around, he could not help but feel quite shocked. He had guessed that there would be many people coming, but he had never thought that there would be so many. Do they all want to die? Instead of dealing with the heavenly hall, they only know how to fight amongst themselves. Founding Emperor Qi Wei cursed inwardly, but he could understand what they were thinking. If he was 5,000 years younger, he would most likely be like these people and go crazy for becoming a great emperor. After all, there were many ancient records stating that anyone who entered Fate Emperor River could become a great emperor. Even though it was not true, it was enough to make people go crazy. He immediately flew into the air and circulated his magic energy as he shouted, "I found Zhou Xuanji and Fate Emperor River. Hurry and come with me. Fate Emperor River is about to run dry." His voice was like thunder, causing countless humans and demons to turn around. Even the 30 heavenly guards hiding in the forest turned around. Founding Emperor Qi Wei turned and flew away, and seeing this, the others did not have time to think and hurriedly followed. Fate Emperor River is about to run dry? That fellow looks so familiar. Isn't he the founding ancestor of the Qi Wei Empire? He's indeed still alive. Fudge! Zhou Xuanji absorbed it so quickly? Commotion filled the heavens and earth, and founding Emperor Qi Wei looked incredibly worried. His eyes were filled with drama, and it was difficult to tell what was real and what was fake. Countless cultivators and demons majestically flew away with founding Emperor Qi Wei, but there were still a few people searching in this region. In the distance, on a cliff, Feng Qiul, who had lost his left arm, looked at this scene and could not help but gulp. Bai Hao Yisan stood by his side and shook his head as he sighed and said, "This is too crazy. Everyone in the world is an idiot, and Zhou Xuanji is also an idiot." Feng Qiu asked in confusion, "Why?" There was a hint of bitterness in his eyes. He felt that he would be conned to death by Bai Hao Yisan. Fudge. Every time, this bastard would confidently say that he was invincible, and then he would be beaten like a dog. Every time, he would self-destruct, and this time, he had even lost an arm, making him feel quite resentful. 20,000 years ago, there was a ferocious person who stole the human race's fate and became the sole emperor. This caused his descendants to bear karma and their bloodlines to become impure. They will never be acknowledged by heavenly law and will never be able to become a great emperor. Bai Hao Yisan said faintly before pausing and sighing. In actuality, many geniuses have been born in the past 20,000 years, and they were not any weaker than the great emperors of the past. It's a pity that they were unable to fight against fate, and they all turned to dust and disappeared from the world. Feng Qiu frowned and asked, "Then how did the hegemon sword emperor become a great emperor?" Bai Hao Yisan gave a mysterious smile and said, "You'll have to ask him." Feng Qiu almost coughed up blood. If he could ask him, why would he follow a scammer like you? He did his best to calm his emotions. Facing Bai Hao Yisan, no matter how much resentment he felt, he did not dare to show it. "That's right, who is that ferocious person you were talking about?" Feng Qiu asked out of curiosity. To be able to steal the human race's fate, he was definitely an incredible person. Bai Hao Yisan shook his head and did not reply. Feng Qiu almost jumped up and slapped him. At that moment, Bai Hao Yisan suddenly laughed and said, "This emperor has found Fate Emperor River." After saying this, his body blurred and he dived underground. Feng Qiu hurriedly followed. Underground. Xianxia stood by the riverside and looked down at Fate Emperor River. She could not see Zhou Xuanji's figure, so she did not know how he was doing. She suddenly turned and slapped out with her palm. There was a loud bang. Bai Hao Yisan was blasted into a mountain by the palm wind, and Feng Qiu, who had just appeared, was given a big fright. "My invincible great emperor, are you going to kneel again?" He turned and looked over, and his pupils constricted as he said in a low voice, "Xianxia, why are you here?" After asking this question, he wanted to slap himself. After spending so much time with Bai Hao Yisan, he had become stupid. This old demonic woman was definitely here to protect Zhou Xuanji. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 379. Since you're here, don't even think about leaving. Xianxia's eyes were cold, and her words were filled with extreme killing intent. Feng Qiu hurriedly waved his hand and said, "We're not here to take Fate Emperor River." Bai Hao Yisan landed on the ground and dusted off his clothes as he looked at Xianxia. He brushed aside the hair on his forehead and smiled as he said, "This beauty is quite powerful. Don't worry, we're here to stop Spirit Sovereign Yen. We're not interested in Fate Emperor River." Feng Qiu reminded in a low voice, "She's Zhou Xuanji's old lover." Hearing this, Bai Hao Yisan's face instantly became green. He felt disgusted. When he looked at Xianxia again, he found her to be an eyesore. He harumphed coldly and said, "This emperor wants to ambush Spirit Sovereign Yen here, so I advise you not to obstruct me. Otherwise, this emperor will self-detonate, and you will die, along with that little slut in the river." Whenever Zhou Xuanji was mentioned, he became angry. At the same time, he inwardly cursed that such a perfect and powerful beauty had been taken by Zhou Xuanji. The heavens were so unfair. Xianxia narrowed her eyes and said, "You are the great Emperor Heartless who has been defeated in every battle?" Bai Hao Yisan felt like his heart was being stabbed, and he almost coughed up blood. Defeat after defeat? He was instantly enraged and prepared to teach Xianxia a lesson, but he was stopped by Feng Qiu. "Xianxia, now is not the time to fight. Do you think that you alone can stop the people outside? Other than the people of the world, the 30 great tribulation bodiless immortals of the heavenly palace are also hiding." Feng Qiu said in a low voice, feeling quite good in his heart. Finally, there was someone who could rebuke this dog. Xianxia asked, "How are you going to ambush us?" Didn't you already lose to Spirit Sovereign Yen once? Bai Hao Isin was stabbed once again, and his heart felt great pain. Feng Qiu glanced at him, feeling quite pleased inwardly, but on the surface, he said seriously, "At least we injured Spirit Sovereign Yen. We plan to set up a barrier here, and once Spirit Sovereign Yen steps in, he will be trapped here for a short period of time." Xianxia frowned. What kind of lousy idea was this? Bai Hao Isin said unhappily, "Don't worry, he won't dare to enter Fate Emperor River, nor will he be able to destroy Fate Emperor River. As long as we can trap him here, this emperor will be able to self-detonate at close range. His soul will be destroyed, and even true gods will not be able to save him." Xianxia asked, "Then how should we escape?" Hearing this, Feng Qiu's liver ached. He had already been injured twice, and he didn't want to experience it again. Bai Hao Isin said proudly, "That will depend on your own strength." Feng Qiu suddenly had a strong urge to rebel. Xianxia did not agree and sank into hesitation. Bai Hao Isin was not in a hurry. After all, Spirit Sovereign Yen had not come yet. Juadi Cliff. Spirit Sovereign Yen and Dugu stood opposite each other in the valley. "What do you think? Isn't it good to have you become the Eternal Lord? This is your chance to turn things around." Spirit Sovereign Yen said, his tone filled with desire. Although the person in front of him was only a remnant soul, his strength had shocked the upper realm. Even the Lord of the Heavenly Palace coveted him. Dugu frowned and said, "What exactly do you want? I'm afraid the Heavenly Palace doesn't know about this?" Spirit Sovereign Yen nodded and raised the corners of his lips, revealing an unruly smile. "The Heavenly Palace has decayed. I'm powerful enough, but I can only be a spirit sovereign. My son has unparalleled talent, but because he offended the Heavenly Palace's crown prince, he was banished to the mortal realm." Although he spoke arrogantly, his gaze was fixed on Dugu. Dugu did not reply immediately and continued to frown, weighing the pros and cons. Spirit Sovereign Yen turned and looked at the sky as he said, "Devil Emperor Dugu, you are a rare genius in the mortal realm. You are not weaker than Lu Wuji, and your death is regrettable. Are you really willing to leave this vast chessboard just like that?" Devil Emperor Dugu, the peerless genius from 50,000 years ago. Before he became a great emperor, he defeated Lu Wuji's body. Back then, Lu Wuji slaughtered countless living beings and absorbed countless essence qi. His cultivation surpassed seventh tribulation's scattered immortal, but he was still defeated by him. Back then, he was the current Zhou Xuanji. He was still in his prime, and he was still invincible. After so many years, he was only left with a remnant soul in this forbidden ground, struggling at death's door. Wasn't this pitiful? Dugu remained silent. Spirit Sovereign Yen was not in a hurry and waited for him to make a decision. His target had never been Zhou Xuanji or Bai Hao Isin. He wanted more, and his desires were greater. "Very well," Dugu said in a low voice. His eyes flashed, and his demonic qi swayed. Spirit Sovereign Yen gave a smile and loudly laughed. Within Fate Emperor River, Zhou Xuanji did not know what was happening outside. He was completely focused on becoming world overlord. The power of the heavens and earth was his own power. The vastness of the heavens and earth was the vastness of the heart. The goodness of the heavens and earth was the goodness of the spirit. Zhou Xuanji entered a state of enlightenment, and the violet Tai Chi diagram on his forehead gave off a brilliant light. Boom! The spiritual energy surging from the ground suddenly exploded. He was breaking through. Not only was his cultivation breaking through, but his energy technique was also breaking through. The entire Fate Emperor River violently roiled, causing Xianxia and the others to look over. How is this possible? Bai Hao Isin's eyes widened as he cried out in shock. He's not dead yet? Feng Qiu frowned and could not help but hold his forehead. As expected, this dog had slapped his own face again. Xianxia was not excited, but her eyes were filled with anticipation. She truly hoped that Zhou Xuanji could succeed in becoming a great emperor. Even though the two of them had never formally shared their feelings, she knew that he had her in his heart. They had a tacit understanding, and their feelings were both in each other's hearts. Rumble. At that moment, the underground space violently trembled as if it was going to collapse. Bai Hao Isin suddenly looked up and muttered, "Those bastards still found this place." Xian Xianxia frowned and demonic qi flowed out, forming a heavenly demon image, looking savage and terrifying. On land, within a mountain forest, founding Emperor Qi Wei was surrounded by 30 heavenly guards. His body was covered with blood, and he breathed raggedly. There were people all around him, and all of the cultivators and demons coldly watched on. They were densely packed, and they were like an inescapable net, surrounding him from above and below. Founding Emperor Qi Wei wiped away the blood at his mouth and said coldly, "The Heavenly Hall wants to destroy our human race, yet you're colluding with them for Fate Emperor River. Don't you find this laughable?" His voice was loud and clear, causing many cultivators' eyes to flicker. Who did not fear the Heavenly Hall? It was because they were afraid that they wanted to become a great emperor. Only when they were powerful would they feel safe. The heavenly guard in the lead was 15 meters tall and held 2 axes. He wore diamond-like armor and looked sharp and shiny. He looked at founding Emperor Qi Wei with his tiger-like eyes and said disdainfully, "Mortal, gods will not kill everyone in the world, they will only kill those who resist. You are someone who must die. Tell me where Fate Emperor River is, and I will let you die a quick death. Otherwise, I will rip out your soul and let you experience heavenly punishment." The other heavenly guards mocked him. A second tribulation scattered Immortal dared to toy with them? Founding Emperor Qi Wei deeply breathed in, and his gaze became resolute. Underground. Within Fate Emperor River, Zhou Xuanji broke through to fifth tribulation's scattered Immortal. At the same time, he comprehended the 5th level of the World Buddha art, World Overlord. His magic energy greatly increased, and it turned from a small stream into a river into a river, and a river into a vast ocean. 2 consecutive updates, a new month, asking for monthly votes. I want to give it my all and update more. Everyone, please vote more to help me. Since the year before last, I have been trying to qualify for the Great God Pact. I did not succeed the year before, but I became one of the 12 heavenly kings. Last year, because I did not want to leave the plot unfinished, I finished the most powerful mythical emperor and started a new book. With Emperor's starting point, I created an average of 20,000 votes. Investiture as a Xianxia was not a problem, but it was a pity that I ended it halfway. The new book was not as good as I expected, and the total number of votes for both was only around 6,000. I did not succeed in applying for the Great God Pact. Of course, I did not want to give up, but writing was the most important. This year, I hope that I can get one. Currently, the total number of votes for Legendary Sword's starting point and creation point is almost 8,000. The book has only just begun, and we cannot remain silent. Just like how Zhou Xuanji was about to become a great emperor, everyone was helping each other. I will update, you will vote, and we will work hard together. Cast more monthly votes to save the child. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 380. World Overlord. Zhou Xuanji finally mastered it. In that instant, he felt that his soul was being refined. His divine sense suddenly left his body and left Fate Emperor River. He saw Xian Xianxia, Bai Hao Isin and Feng Qiu. His divine sense continued to soar, leaving the ground. He saw countless humans and demons gathered in the wilderness. He saw founding Emperor Qi Wei being surrounded and attacked by a group of heavenly guards like a dog being toyed with. Zhou Xuanji's divine sense leaped past them and saw majestic mountains and rivers. The land was quickly shrinking. He saw a boundless azure ocean. The clouds were layered, and the sun and moon were beside him. The heavens and earth shrunk in his eyes until he reached the highest point in the sky and looked down at the entire world. Is this the stage of World Overlord? Zhou Xuanji muttered to himself. He had the confidence to control everything. Perhaps this was how the immortal gods viewed the mortal realm. Apart from this, he could sense that there was a formless energy around him that could be controlled by him. He closed his eyes and began to comprehend. He ignored everything that he had seen before. His consciousness did not notice how dangerous his situation was, and he only took a quick glance. His mind was occupied by the vastness of the heavens and earth. The power of the heavens and earth was his power. At the same time, In Fate Emperor River, his body madly absorbed fate and spirit chi. The violet Tai Chi diagram on his forehead gave off waves of faint images, causing the entire Fate Emperor River to glow with a violet light. This is... Xianxia's eyes widened in awe. Bai Hao Isin was completely dumbfounded and mumbled, "Impossible! Impossible! Mortals who entered Fate Emperor River would die without a doubt. Unless Zhou Xuanji came from 20,000 years ago." With cold sweat beaded on his forehead. Thinking back to Zhou Xuanji's devilish deeds, he wondered if he really came from 20,000 years ago. From what he knew, no one was more devilish than Zhou Xuanji. He had reached fourth tribulation's scattered immortal cultivation before he was 80 years old and could even kill Lu Wuji. Even the performance of the previous powerhouses at the same time paled in comparison to Zhou Xuanji. So it's like this? So it's like this? Bai Hao Isin was covered in cold sweat and suddenly felt some lingering fear. Fortunately, he had not completely fallen out with Zhou Xuanji. Feng Qiu noticed the change in his expression and felt a wave of regret. If he knew this, he would have fought with Dao Seeker for Zhou Xuanji even if he had to risk his life. So, the more he thought about it, the angrier he became. The three of them each had their own thoughts as they stared at Fate Emperor River. A loud bang resounded. The cavern wall above them suddenly collapsed, startling the three of them and forcing them to take cover. The entire underground space crazily collapsed. The soil and rocks were squeezed against each other, moving to both sides and downwards. It was as if a world-destroying force was descending, compressing the earth. Fate Emperor River was battered by the mud and rocks, but it was not affected at all. Anything that got close to it would immediately turn into ashes. Looking up from the ground, one could see a heavenly guard with a pair of axes standing in the sky, looking down. The land within a radius of 100 miles had collapsed as if a hole had appeared in the ground, causing the soil and trees to sink. There were also many cultivators and monsters mixed in with the collapse. They screamed miserably, turning Sun Hill into a purgatory on earth. Not far away, founding Emperor Qi Wei, who had lost his arms and legs, was bound by iron chains. His entire body was dripping with blood, and he was being watched over by two heavenly guards. His eyes were filled with despair as he stared at the destructive power of the Twin Axe's heavenly sentinels. He was too strong. He was almost invincible. He sighed inwardly, "It's over, the human race is completely finished." In the distance, many cultivators and monsters were floating in the air. Their bodies stiffened as they looked at the scene in shock. What kind of power was this? They felt helpless. How could mortals like them resist such powerful heavenly guards? Fate Emperor River? They would not dare to snatch it even if they had 10 guts. Do you see this? This is the power of a god. You can only have a chance to live if you submit obediently. The Twin Axe's heavenly sentinel laughed maniacally. His name was Yang Lu, and he was Spirit Sovereign Yan's most powerful subordinate. He was an 8th Tribulation's scattered immortal. 8th Tribulation's scattered immortal. Even the most powerful human in the history of the northern wilderness region had never reached such a cultivation. Even Lu Wuji was only a 7th Tribulation's scattered immortal when he ascended. He was different from ordinary heavenly sentinels. He had a strong background in the upper realm, and because he worshipped Ji Xian, he became Spirit Sovereign Yan's subordinate. His ambition was the same as Spirit Sovereign Yan's, and he wanted to revive Ji Xian and see him return to the peak. He suddenly understood why so many powerful people chose to descend to the mortal world. This feeling of destroying the weak was simply too satisfying. His unbridled laughter covered the screams below. Soon, a horrifying crater that was thousands of meters deep and hundreds of miles wide appeared. Fate Emperor River also appeared at the bottom of the crater. It flowed out of the soil like a torrent of mist, and then disappeared into the soil in front of it. However, the soil on both sides did not feel wet at all. Yang Lu's gaze was fixed on Fate Emperor River, and his smile became disdainful. Founding Emperor Qi Wei's face was ashen. He did not see Xianxia and thought that she had escaped. "Your Sword Emperor is down there. Watch how I kill him." Yang Lu raised his battle axe and laughed loudly. No one responded. They were all trembling in fear and despair. Stop! At this moment, a domineering shout was heard. Everyone turned around and saw Jiang Wudi flying over from the east with a large group of Jiang clan disciples. Cultivator armies were also rushing over from other directions. There was the Great Zhou, Great Shang, Great Qin, Qi Wei, Hunyuan, Donghan, and Bahan. There was the Dongyuan Monastery, Merciful Melody Cliff, Red Bank Valley, Songhai Ziggurat, Mountain Abyss Ziggurat, Ice River Valley, Deep Abyss Manor, and 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain. There were also other factions with countless cultivators. 5 million? It could be more than 10 million. Most of the human forces in the northern wilderness region were gathered. All the cultivators stared at the heavenly guards furiously and wanted to tear them into pieces. A bunch of ants. Do you think you can win with numbers? Yang Lu laughed disdainfully. As he spoke, he swung his axe forcefully. The domineering axe chi descended like a crescent moon and blasted into Fate Emperor River. This scene made everyone's eyes red. Zhou Xuanji was their biggest hope. If he died, how could the human race fight against the Heavenly Hall? You're seeking death. Jiang Wudi charged at Yang Lu first, and the other powerful cultivators followed suit. They wanted to fight to the death with Yang Lu. At the same time, inside Fate Emperor River, Zhou Xuanji's mind returned to his body. He felt that something bumped into him, but it did not hurt, so he did not care. After comprehending the power of the heavens and earth, his cultivation grew rapidly. In a short while, he broke through to 6th Tribulation's scattered Immortal. His magic energy grew tremendously, and his soul sublimated. Zhou Xuanji was immersed in it and could not extricate himself. The unprecedented power made him want to roar. But because he was in Fate Emperor River, he could not open his mouth. Mortal, you want to prove your Tao? Right at this moment, a solemn voice suddenly exploded in his mind, jolting him awake in an instant. Who's speaking? He opened his eyes wide and thought in astonishment. 3rd chapter. One must have the right attitude to ask for monthly votes. During the double monthly vote period, one would need 1,000 monthly votes and 1 chapter. After the double monthly vote period, one would need 500 monthly votes and 1 chapter. It's different this time. It's not on the basis of the 3rd chapter, but on the basis of the 4th chapter. Is my attitude good? Vote quickly. After writing, I went to bed. Today is Labor Day, and I will not be home during the day. I will update at night when I come back. Happy Labor Day. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 381. Mortal, you want to prove your Tao? That solemn voice came again. Zhou Xuanji could not find where he came from, and he could not help but frown. This voice reminded him of Xinyuan Zhou. His tone was indifferent, yet it revealed a divine dignity. Even he couldn't help but feel reverence in his heart. Compared to Xinyuan Zhou, this voice sounded more like heaven. Perhaps he was heaven. Mortal, you want to prove your Tao? This was the 3rd time he asked. Zhou Xuanji said in his heart, I want to. He didn't jump into Fate Emperor River to play around. Boom. A bolt from the blue suddenly sounded in Zhou Xuanji's mind. Next, a massive wave of memories flowed into his mind. His body trembled, causing Fate Emperor River to surge violently. The people outside did not notice the abnormality in Fate Emperor River, and they thought it was caused by Yang Lu's attack. At this moment, the world's strongest were besieging Yang Lu. Tens of millions of cultivators surrounded the 29 heavenly guards and unleashed all sorts of spells at them from all directions. Explosions rang out one after another, the wind blew the clouds away and the earth shook. This battle covered the heavens and the earth. It was a magnificent sight. The heavenly guards were powerful, but dozens of them died every second. Their corpses fell like rain. Blood flowed along the walls of the pit to the bottom, forming a river of blood. Founding Emperor Qi Wei lost his guard and fell to the ground, almost falling to his death. He laid at the bottom of the crater and tilted his head to look at Fate Emperor River. He suddenly realized that something was wrong with Fate Emperor River. This ripple lasted for a very long time, as if something was about to charge out of Fate Emperor River. Could it be? His heartbeat quickened, and his eyes revealed a look of anticipation. At this moment, Xianxia appeared beside Fate Emperor River. She stood there proudly, her purple dress fluttering in the wind. She looked up at the invincible Yang Lu and frowned. Bai Hao Isin and Feng Qiu came to the edge of the crater and watched the battle from atop the trees. Feng Qiu gulped. Tens of millions of cultivators attacking a few dozen people. This was the first time he had seen such a scene. This group of dogs is really impressive. Bai Hao Isin crossed his arms as he coldly harumphed, his tone filled with disdain. Back then, no matter how many heavenly guards there were, they would all die when facing him. He didn't attack immediately. He was waiting for Spirit Sovereign Yen. Yang Lu waved his axes, and the flames spread out like a sea of fire, instantly burning 6 Mahayana cultivators to death. His flames were extraordinary, and a mortal's body couldn't withstand it at all. His figure flashed and appeared in front of Jiang Wudi. He raised his axe and swung it at him. In an instant, Jiang Wudi sensed fatal danger. He subconsciously turned his body, but his right arm was still chopped off. Your reaction is very fast. Unfortunately, you still have to die. Yang Lu smiled contemptuously. He turned around and kicked Jiang Wudi's chest, causing his body to fall into the sky. Too strong. Number 3 under heaven was completely powerless in front of him. The other peerless experts of the human race were shocked. How could they defeat Yang Lu? Looking at the surrounding battlefield, the other heavenly guards were like tigers that had entered a flock of sheep, mercilessly slaughtering without restraint. If things continued like this, the allied human forces would definitely be defeated. And everyone would die. Rumble, thunderclouds suddenly gathered. Yang Lu raised his right arm high, and countless bolts of lightning fell on his battle axe. It was as if many dragons were entangled in it, struggling crazily. Everyone around him was so scared that they all retreated. A terrifying pressure raged in the sky, and even the other people who were fighting stopped. The heavenly guards panicked and quickly moved away from Yang Lu. Their behavior made the human race even more panicked. Uneasiness, despair, and fear spread. Yang Lu's face was ferocious. Under the light of the lightning, he looked like an evil demon that could destroy the world. Mortals, do you want to see the true power of a god? Once my axe falls, all of you will die. He laughed wildly. Black clouds covered the sky, and he turned the world into purgatory. Hearing this, the cultivators all retreated. Even Li Yinyu, Shitan Changshe, and the others didn't dare to go near him. Damn it, Yang Xindi gritted his teeth. Yang Lu's power made him angry and afraid. He was in despair. Were mortals really powerless against the upper realm? Ha! Go to hell. Continue to be afraid in hell. Yang Lu laughed maniacally. Just when he finished speaking, he swung his axe down. The apocalyptic lightning struck the ground, causing the entire sky to flicker with lightning. Everyone was engulfed by the lightning as though they were killed by the might of the heavens. Go. Bai Hao Isin quickly fled with Feng Qiu. Inside Fate Emperor River, Zhou Xuanji was in a mysterious state. He couldn't sense anything in the outside world. Even though Fate Emperor River was rippling violently, he was not affected. After a long while, he opened his eyes slowly. A purple Tai Chi diagram appeared in each of his pupils, which looked demonic and mysterious. He frowned, and waves of shock surged in his heart. The heavenly law told him the path to becoming a great emperor. He needed to defeat 10 powerful cultivators who were qualified to become a great emperor. But the more great emperor candidates he defeated, the more powerful he would be after becoming a great emperor. But how many great emperor candidates were there in the world? Yang Di was one. Did Spirit Sovereign Yen belong to the upper realm count? Bai Hao Isin had already become a great emperor, so he definitely counted. But even so, he couldn't gather 10. He was furious in his heart and felt that he was being played by the heavenly law. Anti-Xian. At this moment, a scream filled with sorrow and anger came from above, which shocked Zhou Xuanji so much that he looked up immediately. He recognized the owner of the voice immediately. Zhou Shaoxian. Thunderclouds billowed, causing the heavens and earth to fall into darkness. Countless corpses lay in the gigantic pit that spanned hundreds of miles. Even the forest ruins at the edge had corpses, and there were severed limbs and heads everywhere. Yang Lu was surrounded by lightning and looked down at the land like a thunder god. The 29 heavenly guards gathered around him and smiled condescendingly. Following their gaze, Xianxia was half kneeling beside Fate Emperor River. She was covered in blood, and her hair was a mess. Her purple dress was charred, and her veil was gone. Her beautiful yet cold face was filled with a murderous aura. She stared at Yang Lu and the others. Other than anger, hatred, and murderous intent, there was no fear or despair. Far away, Daoist old man grabbed Zhou Xiaoxuan's arms so that she could not break free. Jiang Shui, Lin Changge, Ning Zifeng, Xiao Jinghong, and the others led hundreds of thousands of Emperor Sword Court's disciples and flew into the sky. They quickly surrounded the 30 heavenly guards. Their hearts were heavy. Everywhere they looked, there were miserable corpses, and the thick smell of blood was so pungent. Yo, another group of insects that don't care about their lives. Yang Lu sneered. His tone was cold, and he did not take Emperor Sword Court seriously at all. He lowered his head to look at Xianxia, and the corners of his mouth curled up as he laughed arrogantly. B***tist, I see that you are quite pretty. Why don't you become my house pet? As long as you become my dog, I will let you live. The other heavenly guards burst out laughing like demons from hell. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 382. Facing Yang Lu's savagery and brutality, Xianxia did not surrender. She stood up slowly, and the demonic qi behind her condensed into a heavenly demon again. She looked around, and the corpses of the dead made her a little dazed. Back then, the war between the righteous and demonic factions was as tragic as this. Back then, she was fearless and mighty with her demonic might. She did not care about the pitiful people who died in the war. But now, their positions were reversed. She became the weak one, and she could not fight against the arrogant Yang Lu at all. She felt a little sad in her heart. The human race had been fighting among themselves for so many years, but they were still going to be defeated by their enemies. But there was still hope. She suddenly thought of Zhou Xuanji, and her eyes became determined. The heavenly demon behind her roared into the sky, which made the heavenly guards' mocking laughter even louder. This woman still wants to fight? The northern wilderness region is just SOS. Let's just kill her. Can't we find a beauty? Such a strong beauty is rare. I really don't know what she's thinking. She's overestimating herself. They ridiculed him wantonly, completely unaware of how cruel their actions were. Yang Lu raised his right arm and raised his axe again. He looked down at Xianxia with disdain. Save Auntie Xian. Zhou Xiaoxian struggled with all her might. She was so anxious that she cried. When she was young, although Xianxia only visited her twice, she treated her well and even taught her cultivation. She had always admired Xianxia, the most powerful woman in the world, the former top cultivator in the world. The others looked terrible. But what should they do? Jiang Shui took out her staff and took a deep breath. She was ready to fight. She knew that her cultivation was not high enough, but Zhou Xuanji owed Xianxia too much. Not only that, Xianxia even taught her the celestial devil rebirth technique. No matter if she was Zhou Xuanji's wife or herself, she could not just stand by and watch. What are you doing? Daoist old man stared at her and reprimanded. Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Zongjian, Han Shenbo, Lin Changge, Ning Zifeng, and the others stood up one after another. They could escape from this battle. But where could they run to? Rumble. At this moment, the crater began to shake violently. Everyone turned to look. Fate Emperor River was twisting violently, as though something was about to burst out. The pebbles and rocks in the huge pit were shaken into the air. It was a spectacular scene. Whoosh! A bolt of lightning struck down like a giant dragon, blasting a huge hole in the wall of the pit. Its destructive power was terrifying to the extreme. That is, founding Emperor Qi Wei, who was lying in the distance, became excited. His breathing quickened and his upper body trembled. Yang Lu frowned and had a bad premonition. He swung his axe at once. Tens of thousands of thunderbolts suddenly fell, causing the world to lose its color. A terrifying explosion resounded. An invisible barrier actually blocked all of the lightning. The scene was spectacular and shocking, causing everyone to be moved. The heavenly guards were even more shocked. They could not believe their eyes. They all subconsciously looked towards Fate Emperor River. A figure slowly rose up from Fate Emperor River. It was Zhou Xuanji. He wore the Tri-Sun Flame Qi robe, and his black hair fluttered in the wind. His face was grave and stern, and a purple Tai Chi diagram appeared on his forehead. His hands hung down naturally, and as soon as he appeared, all living things went silent and the thunder dissipated. He stood on Fate Emperor River and did not give off any might. He was like a mortal, and his aura was almost non-existent, as if he had fused with the heavens and the earth. Everyone's eyes were gathered on him. Zhou Shaoxian, Jiang Shui, Xiao Jinghong, and the others were all excited. He really did not die. The hundreds of thousands of Emperor Sword Court's disciples were so excited that their faces were red. They clenched their fists and tried their best to control their emotions. Zhou Xuanji glanced at the heavenly guards before looking at Xianxia and asked, "Are you okay?" His tone was calm, and no emotions could be heard from him. He had already seen the countless corpses around him, which was enough to tell how intense the battle had been. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief and sat down with her legs crossed. "If you still didn't come out, I might have really died," she said. She could not see through Zhou Xuanji, and the more he was like this, the more at ease she felt. Zhou Xuanji looked up at the heavenly guards and rose up slowly. The sun-devouring Tiango sword appeared in his hand. Even in the darkness, his sword still shone with a cold radiance. "You are Zhou Xuanji? A sixth tribulation scattered immortal. You are quite powerful," Yang Lu said with squinted eyes. Who else could come out from Fate Emperor River other than Zhou Xuanji? His words surprised Emperor Sword Court and those who were still alive. The Sword Emperor already had the cultivation of a sixth tribulation scattered immortal? Everyone in the northern wilderness region knew that Zhou Xuanji's power could not be measured by cultivation stages. But every time he broke through a stage, his power would grow tremendously. But it's a pity that I have the cultivation of an eighth tribulation scattered immortal. No matter how powerful you are not a match for me. Now, kneel before me and beg me to spare your life. Depending on your performance, I will decide your life and death. Yang Lu laughed savagely and did not take Zhou Xuanji seriously at all. He was a genius too. He could tell that Zhou Xuanji had yet to become a great emperor, so he was not afraid. Zhou Xuanji stopped in the air and caressed the sun-devouring Tiango sword. "Although I have yet to become a great emperor, I have broken through. Do you know what stage I have broken through to?" Yang Lu laughed condescendingly and deliberately mystified him. He did not ask the heavenly guards to attack but to kill Zhou Xuanji himself. After killing the top cultivator in the world, Spirit Sovereign Yan would surely be happy. When Ji Xian revives, he would surely reward him. "If I cannot kill you within 3 moves, I will kill myself here." Zhou Xuanji looked up at Yang Lu and said slowly. His tone was casual, but his eyes were so sharp. With this, the heavenly guards laughed even louder. "Is this guy crazy? A sixth tribulation scattered immortal killed an eighth tribulation scattered immortal in 3 moves? Yang Lu was laughing too, but his heart tightened suddenly because he noticed that the hundreds of thousands of Emperor Sword Court's disciples were still looking at Zhou Xuanji passionately, as though they were injected with chicken blood. Could it be that Zhou Xuanji had some tricks up his sleeves? Without a word, he charged toward Zhou Xuanji with his axes in both hands. His speed was extremely fast. It was so fast that everyone's eyes could not keep up with him, including the other 29 heavenly guards. But Zhou Xuanji was even faster. He raised his hand and swung his sword, but no one saw it. In their eyes, he did not even raise his hand. A stream of sword light flashed and disappeared in an instant. Yang Lu's pupils contracted and instinctively wanted to block with his axes. P.S. His head was separated from his body. His head spun rapidly in the air, and blood spurted out from his neck. The scene froze. Everyone's mouth was agape. From their point of view, Zhou Xuanji did not attack, but Yang Lu's head flew off strangely. While they were horrified, they felt a chill down their spines. They had witnessed Yang Lu's prowess with their own eyes. Only 1 out of 10 million cultivators survived, which was enough to show how powerful he was. Zhou Xuanji came up to Yang Lu in one step and grabbed his shoulder. He activated world internalization to absorb his magic energy. Sorry, I overestimated you. One slash is enough. Zhou Xuanji stared at Yang Lu's head and laughed coldly. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 383. How is this possible? Yang Lu, who only had his head left, stared at Zhou Xuanji furiously. Fear was hidden deep in his eyes. He had sensed Zhou Xuanji's sword chi just now, but it was too fast. It was so fast that he couldn't dodge or block it. They were clearly two major realms apart. Why was this happening? He couldn't understand. He wanted to regain control of his body, but he found that he couldn't control it. He couldn't even leave his body even if he wanted to. This was because his soul was in his physical body, and there was only the will of his soul in his head. What are you doing? He screamed in horror. He finally felt the aura of death. Zhou Xuanji pressed down on his shoulder and laughed coldly. I want to kill you. You can beg me now. Depending on your performance, I will decide your life and death. This was said by Yang Lu. Now that Zhou Xuanji returned it to him, it was undoubtedly humiliating him. The heavenly guards in the distance were drenched in cold sweat. They did not dare to act at all. They could not see how powerful Zhou Xuanji was, and they could only feel a chill down their spines. Yang Lu was so angry that he almost exploded, but he could clearly feel his vitality fading away. I was wrong. Please spare my life, he gritted his teeth and said. After saying this, he couldn't help but feel a little dizzy. He had never been so humiliated before. If this matter were to spread to the upper realm, how would he survive? However, Zhou Xuanji did not stop and continued to absorb his magic energy. An eighth tribulation scattered Immortal's magic energy was incredibly powerful, and it was enough for his cultivation to improve. Yang Lu was anxious. He could no longer care about his pride and face. I beg you, spare my life. I beg you, just treat me as a dog, don't kill me. I'm willing to be your slave, please let me go this time. What do you want me to do for you to forgive me? Yang Lu's face was full of fear and despair, screaming at the top of his lungs. Seeing him in such a miserable state, no one sympathized with him. Instead, they felt carefree. Those dead cultivators had also begged Yang Lu to let them live. This guy deserved to die. He should be in even more pain. Soon, Zhou Xuanji absorbed all of Yang Lu's magic energy and destroyed his soul. An eighth tribulation bodiless celestial was killed without any resistance. He turned to look at the other 29 heavenly guards. The heavenly guards were terrified and wanted to escape, but they didn't know how to report back. Spirit Sovereign Yen was more brutal than Yang Lu, and he never showed mercy to his subordinates. Zhou Xuanji took Yang Lu's storage ring and strolled toward the heavenly guards. Father is mighty! Zhou Xiaoxian cried out excitedly. Just when she was in despair and indignation because of Xianxia, her father appeared once again and killed his enemies with absolute power. At this moment, her eyes were about to turn into stars. Jiang Shui was also excited, but she didn't make a fuss like Zhou Xiaoxian. In her heart, Zhou Xuanji could always turn misfortune into fortune. Hundreds of thousands of Emperor Sword Court's disciples shouted the oath. Using the sword to support the world. Using the sword to save the world. Using the sword to support the world. Using the sword to save the world. Using the sword to support the world. Using the sword to save the world. Their blood boiled and their eyes brimmed with tears. How many times had Zhou Xuanji saved the northern wilderness region? Their patriarch was invincible. He was their undefeatable faith. Zhou Xuanji pointed his sword at the 29 heavenly guards and asked, Where is Spirit Sovereign Yen? After realizing World Overlord, he could control the power of the heavens and earth. He could fight in the northern wilderness region without any hindrance. The previous slash was not obstructed by space or spiritual chi. It landed on Yang Lu's body directly. It was so fast that it could not be described with speed. Next, his target was Spirit Sovereign Yen. What was worth mentioning was that although Yang Lu was powerful, he was not a great emperor candidate. Great emperor candidate did not refer to power but to someone who was recognized by the heavenly law. Although Zhou Xuanji received instructions from the heavenly law and knew about the path to becoming a great emperor, he still could not understand what was so special about being a great emperor. "We don't know," a heavenly guard replied carefully. With so many heavenly guards around, if Zhou Xuanji wanted to attack, they were confident that they could escape. No matter how powerful Zhou Xuanji was, he could not kill all of them at the same time. Humans had the mentality of luck, and so did other intelligent beings, including those from the upper realm. Zhou Xuanji smiled, and a murderous intent beamed out from his eyes. The heavenly guards' expressions changed drastically. They immediately used all kinds of divine abilities and escaped in different directions. Zhou Xuanji did not pursue them. As long as the heavenly guards were still in the northern wilderness region, they could not escape. He could track their location with the power of the heavens and the earth. He came to Xianxia's back with a flash. He took out the Holy Light Redemption Sword and slashed it lightly on her shoulder to heal her. This scene gave many people a fright. But soon, they realized that Zhou Xuanji did not kill Xianxia. Her aura was also recovering, which was quite miraculous. Emperor Sword Court's disciples, listen up. Clean up the battlefield and check if there are any injured. Bury the dead. Zhou Xuanji instructed loudly as he healed Xianxia. Hundreds of thousands of disciples began to move immediately. Jiang Shui and the others flew toward Zhou Xuanji. They had too many questions to ask. Far away, Bai Hao Yisin and Feng Qiul stood in the forest, both of them silent. Cold sweat covered Feng Qiul's forehead. His eyes were wide open, and blood veins covered his eyeballs. He could not understand what he had just seen. Has he already become a great emperor? He asked carefully. Other than becoming a great emperor, how else could Zhou Xuanji be so powerful? That was an eighth tribulation scattered immortal. That was a cultivation that even the most powerful human in history could not reach before they ascended. Bai Hao Yisin said faintly with a complicated look in his eyes. He did not become a great emperor, but he can be called a great emperor candidate. He must have comprehended another powerful energy. Facing Zhou Xuanji, he felt pressured. Once this brat becomes a great emperor, how powerful would he be? At Juadi Cliff, Spirit Sovereign Yen sat on a rock and stared ahead. A ball of demonic qi was surging at the edge of the cliff, which vaguely took the shape of a human. His expression changed suddenly, and he frowned slightly. Yang Lu is dead. It shouldn't be. Could it be because of Fate Emperor River? He mumbled to himself. He was a little confused but did not panic. The difference in power between him and Yang Lu was huge. He could crush Yang Lu with one hand, or else how could the unruly Yang Lu submit to him? At this moment, the demonic qi dispersed. A silhouette landed on the edge of the cliff. It was Dugu. He should be called Devil Emperor Dugu. Devil Emperor Dugu stood tall and straight. Demonic qi wrapped around his body, covering his flesh. His face was pale, and his white hair reached the ground. His eyes were blood-red with black pupils. He twisted his neck and sighed in amazement. It feels so good to be reborn. His eyes beamed with brilliance. 50,000 years ago, he dominated the world and was invincible. He became a great emperor and ascended. Because he died in the war in the upper realm, his soul was hidden in Juadi Cliff. After so many years, his ambition was almost extinguished. However, the first thing he did after his rebirth was to revive his ambition. A domineering aura exploded from his body, causing the rocks on the cliff to tremble violently. Spirit Sovereign Yen got up and clapped his hands as he laughed. The world-shaking demon emperor has finally been reborn. It's time for the immortal and mortal realms to feel your anger. Come. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 384. Anger? Why would I be angry? Devil Emperor Dugu glanced at Spirit Sovereign Yen and asked indifferently. Seeing his attitude, Spirit Sovereign Yen was not angry. If you want to take revenge, I'm afraid you'll need to cultivate for a long time, but I have another way. Spirit Sovereign Yen chuckled. Devil Emperor Dugu quickly arrived in front of him, leaving behind a series of afterimages. The two of them were less than half a meter apart. Spirit Sovereign Yan's expression did not change. He was not afraid of Devil Emperor Dugu at all. Devil Emperor Dugu wasn't strong at the moment. Speak. Devil Emperor Dugu stared into his eyes and said faintly. Spirit Sovereign Yen looked excited as he said, I obtained a heavenly law stone by chance, and I can use it to create an invincible army. Heavenly law stone. Devil Emperor Dugu narrowed his eyes and asked, What's the heavenly Dao stone? Is it related to the worldly stone? Spirit Sovereign Yen replied, Both of them have similar effects. One contains the power of heavenly law, while the other contains the power of heaven and earth. They are both world creation wonders. Then he revealed his plan. Devil Emperor Dugu furrowed his brows when he heard this. He stared at Spirit Sovereign Yen and said, You are playing with fire. Spirit Sovereign Yen understood what he meant and said nonchalantly, What's there to be afraid of? Those powerful beings are either dead or unable to descend due to their cultivation. As long as we dominate the northern wilderness region and break away from the heavenly palace's control, we can develop on our own. Who knows, we might even be able to nurture the northern wilderness region into a large world. At that time, you and I will be the lord of the Kiliacosm. The more he spoke, the more excited he became. Even his body began to tremble. Devil Emperor Dugu's brows were still furrowed. Spirit Sovereign Yan's tone changed as he said, I also want to find my son. He was once Grandmaster Aoshi's disciple and was banished to the mortal world by the heavenly palace. If you can help me find him, I can let him take you as his master. He was trying to rope in Devil Emperor Dugu. Devil Emperor Dugu was surprised. Oh, Grandmaster Aoshi? Speaking of Ji Xian, Spirit Sovereign Yen revealed a proud expression. He began to talk about Ji Xian's life. Sun Tomb. Zhou Xuanji and the others stood before Fate Emperor River and started to think about how to deal with it. Founding Emperor Qi Wei's entire body was covered in bandages. Even though he was a second tribulation loose immortal, he couldn't regrow his limbs because he didn't cultivate such a magical technique. He was not like Daoist Old Man, who was weak in combat, but had mastered many life-saving abilities and spells. Let's just bury it here. If we bring Fate Emperor River to Skyfall, it will attract a lot of trouble in the future. Moreover, Fate Emperor River will not disappear unless the northern wilderness no longer exists. Fate Emperor River could allow one to become a great emperor. It sounded very powerful, but for the vast majority of people, it was useless. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, Since it's like this, let's fill this place up and let Fate Emperor River return underground. He no longer needed Fate Emperor River. He already had the heavenly Dao mark in the depths of his soul. As long as he defeated 10 quasi-emperors, he would be able to become a martial emperor. The others had no objections. For them, becoming a great emperor was an extremely distant goal, almost untouchable. The group flew out of the crater and began to use various spells to fill the crater. Xiao Jinghong flew to Zhou Xuanji's side and said softly, Revered teacher, Jiang Wudi is severely injured and on the verge of death. Should we save him? Not only him, Songhai Ziggurat Lord Li Yinyu, Mountain Abyss Ziggurat Lord Zheng Junlu, and the other sanctum leaders are still alive. Zhou Xuanji replied calmly, Of course we must save them. Now, he no longer saw the 8 sanctums and 7 empires as his opponents. The existence of these factions was to ensure the power of the human race, so they must stay. Xiao Jinghong immediately left and passed down the order. At the same time, news of the battle at Sun Tomb spread. Tens of millions of people were killed or injured. The 8 sanctums and 7 empires were all severely injured. The prowess of an 8th tribulation's scattered immortal shocked everyone. When the world heard that Zhou Xuanji dashed out from Fate Emperor River, saved Xianxia, and killed an 8th tribulation's scattered immortal, their blood boiled. This matter was like a hero's story in an opera, full of twists and turns. Zhou Xuanji consolidated his position as the world's top overlord. At the same time, the world's hatred for Xianxia decreased. At least Xianxia was fighting for the northern wilderness region. A few days later, the world began to point their fingers at Yang Di. Why didn't the world's top cultivator, the current Emperor Hunyuan, participate in the battle? Soon, the world was filled with rumors. The Sword Emperor proved himself again. Those who went to Sun Tomb to stop the Sword Emperor from becoming a great emperor deserved to die. Zhou Xuanji is too powerful. He's going to surpass the predecessors. So the way of the sword can be so powerful. When will Spirit Sovereign Yan die? Yang Di is not worthy to be mentioned in the same breath as Zhou Xuanji. Half a month later, Zhou Xuanji flew to Skyfall with hundreds of thousands of Emperor Sword Court disciples. He sent founding Emperor Qi way back first. As for the other factions, he could not care so much. It was already good enough for him to treat their injuries. It would be too troublesome to send them back one by one. Hundreds of thousands of disciples traveled across mountains and rivers while practicing their sword techniques. The scene was extremely majestic. After being stimulated by Zhou Xuanji, the disciples began to practice their sword techniques even without his orders. They wanted to be as powerful as their grand teacher, who could kill powerful cultivators from the upper realm with his sword. This day, Zhou Xuanji was teaching his daughter when he heard Dao Seeker's voice. "Meet me for an important matter." Zhou Xuanji heard her and gave his daughter a few reminders before disappearing. The others were not surprised and continued their journey. 100 miles away, Zhou Xuanji and Dao Seeker stood on a cliff. Below them were connected mountains that were shrouded in mist. It was hazy and beautiful like a paradise. "This is bad." Spirit Sovereign Yen revived Devil Emperor Dugu, Dao Seeker said with a deep voice. Dao Seeker said in a low voice. He felt a sense of pressure at the mention of Devil Emperor Dugu. He had lived for countless years but had never witnessed Lu Wuji's prowess. But he had witnessed Devil Emperor Dugu's invincible figure, which was unforgettable. Zhou Xuanji did not panic. He knew about Devil Emperor Dugu a long time ago. Without Devil Emperor Dugu's help, he could not have obtained the Xianxia map. He still had a good impression of Devil Emperor Dugu. Of course, if Devil Emperor Dugu wanted to be his enemy, he would not show mercy. Moreover, Devil Emperor Dugu's rebirth was a great help to him. This guy was not a great emperor candidate. He was a true great emperor. Other than that, Spirit Sovereign Yen obtained a heavenly law stone. He's going to use the power of heavenly law to create heavenly law puppets for all the powerhouses in the northern wilderness region. This will be the most terrifying crisis in history. There is no chance of winning. Dao Seeker continued. His countenance turned increasingly grim, and there was even fear in his eyes. Every generation of the northern wilderness region's almighty. It wasn't just the human clan's almighty beings, there were also almighty beings from other races. If Lu Wuji, Emperor Xia, Devil Emperor Dugu, Great Emperor Heartless, and the 9 emperors of the Way of the Sword joined forces, who could stop them? Just thinking about it made his scalp tingle. Zhou Xuanji asked with a frown, "What's a heavenly law puppet?" Dao Seeker explained that every generation of almighties in the northern wilderness region had worked hard to become a great emperor, so they had been branded with the heavenly law imprint. The heavenly law puppets created by Spirit Sovereign Yen were like clones, and they all had the cultivation and strength of their original bodies when they left the northern wilderness region. After Zhou Xuanji understood, he had a strange look on his face. He was just fretting about not having a quasi-emperor to defeat. However, there were too many quasi-emperors and great emperors. Wonderful Bookstore. Chapter 385. How many heavenly law puppets are there exactly? Zhou Xuanji asked in a low voice. He cursed in his heart. Just as the first wave subsided, another wave came. Can you let me rest for a while? I'm only 74 years old. How could he endure so much pressure? Dao Seeker sighed and said, I can't think about it. I advise you to hide overseas and ascend as soon as possible. Spread this news to the upper realm. Spirit Sovereign Yan's actions will definitely incur the wrath of the northern wilderness region's past powerhouses. When the time comes, they won't just stand by and watch. Zhou Xuanji frowned deeply. If it were him, he would be displeased to find out that someone had created his own heavenly law puppet. But he was still far from ascending. Moreover, after he ascended, he would be killed by the heavenly palace before he could even meet those powerful beings. After the northern wilderness region's experts ascended, the heavenly palace was the first to receive them. If the northern wilderness region was a dynasty, the heavenly palace would be the dynasty that controlled it. Spirit Sovereign Yen is currently at Juedi Cliff. It's best if you take a detour on your way back. I'll be heading overseas to fight for a chance of survival for the human race. Dao Seeker said solemnly with a gloomy expression. Remember, don't go looking for Spirit Sovereign Yen. You are indeed very strong, but he has many unparalleled experts under him. Don't go looking for your death. After saying that, Dao Seeker left in a hurry. Zhou Xuanji pondered on the spot and began to recall historical records. The Xia Emperor, who had led the human race to become the hegemon of the universe. The strongest of the human race, Lu Wuji. He was a noble who could shake mountains and rivers and almost exterminate the demon race. The unparalleled demon emperor of the demon race, the great Emperor Wang, who had once enslaved the human race. Wait a minute. There were too many legendary existences that gave him a headache just thinking about it. He shook his head and returned to Emperor Sword Court's group. He gathered all his trusted aides and walked at the very front. He softly told them about this matter. What? Really? Northern Sword Valiant widened his eyes and exclaimed. He looked as if he had seen a ghost. In the next second, he hurriedly covered his mouth, afraid that the disciples would hear. Daoist old man's face was ashen, and he muttered, "It's over, it's all over." The others were also frightened. Zhou Xuanji was powerful indeed, but to those heavenly law puppets, he was just a junior. People were always in awe of their ancestors, especially those who were legendary. Furthermore, they were not facing just one ancestor, but all of them. Even someone as proud as Xianxia fell silent. Should we tell the world about this and gather the power of the world? Wang Lin asked hesitantly. Such a calamity should not be shouldered by Emperor Sword Court alone, much less by Zhou Xuanji. There was no chance of winning this round. Jiang Shui shook her head and said, "Currently, both humans and demons have suffered great losses. Not to mention Spirit Sovereign Yen and his heavenly law puppet army, even that 8th tribulation scattered immortal heavenly guard is enough to overturn the world." It was no exaggeration to say that Zhou Xuanji was already the most outstanding person in the world. If not for him, the northern wilderness region's human race might have already perished. Zhou Xiaoxian grabbed Zhou Xuanji's arm tightly and said, "Father, don't be reckless." She was no longer a child and understood the seriousness of the matter. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and did not say anything. He would not retreat from this battle. It was not only for the sake of achieving the martial monarch realm, but also for the sake of protecting the people around him. The more time passed, the more heavenly law puppets there would be. Why don't I ascend now and pass on this matter? Xianxia muttered. In the past, she did not bother to ask for reinforcements, but the situation was different now. The enemy was unprecedentedly powerful. Just like what Dao Seeker said, other than this method, they would surely lose. No, the heavenly hull wants to kill you too. Aren't you courting death? Zhou Xuanji rejected decisively before looking at everyone. He said meaningfully, "Everyone, the northern wilderness region is facing more and more calamities. There is not much time left for you. Cultivate well. You all return to Skyfall and focus on your cultivation. I will go to Juadi Cliff alone. If I cannot defeat them, I will retreat. With my current power, no one can stop me if I want to escape." Maybe Spirit Sovereign Yen has not created too many heavenly law puppets. We still have a chance. Everyone heard him and fell silent. They wanted to stop him, but they were in no position to do so. Zhou Xiaoxian was anxious and wanted to speak, but Zhou Xuanji covered her mouth. He looked at Jiang Shui and said with a smile, "Take good care of this girl. Don't run out again. I don't want to be surrounded by enemies and have to think of a way to save her." Zhou Xiaoxian stopped struggling. Even her ears were blushing. Jiang Shui nodded and said with a smile, "I believe you." She did not just believe that he could come back alive. Zhou Xuanji immediately turned into a stream of sword light and left. Lin Chang'e clenched his fists and cursed, "It's all my fault. I'm too weak. Master has to fight alone every time." Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Zongjian, Ning Zifeng Han Shenbua, Chongming Demon Monarch, and the others looked terrible too. The little black snake lay on Ah Big's head and sighed, "Seems like I need to work hard too." Daoist old man sighed and did not speak further. He looked toward the direction where Zhou Xuanji left, and his eyes became determined. At Juadi Cliff. Devil Emperor Dugu sat by the cliff and cultivated. Spirit Sovereign Yen stood on a giant boulder not far away. He raised a boulder that was radiating with rainbow radiance in his right hand. Thunderclouds billowed, mesmerizing the heavens and earth. Around the giant boulder were 5 silhouettes of different shapes and sizes. Each of them was emanating a horrifying aura. Boom! A bolt of lightning landed and turned into a silhouette. It landed beside the giant boulder and stood there quietly. These were all heavenly law puppets. Spirit Sovereign Yen looked down at the newly created heavenly law puppets and praised, "Finally, a great emperor. Marquis, I didn't expect you to work for me one day." Devil Emperor Dugu opened his eyes and looked a little shocked. Marquis's silhouette was domineering. Even though he did not speak or move, he was still emanating a domineering aura of invincibility. Thousands of waves ripple across the ages. Marquis's divine might since ancient times. Devil Emperor Dugu mumbled to himself. He stared at Marquis with a passionate gaze. He had always been eager to battle against such a great emperor. It was a pity that after he ascended, Marquis was still as dazzling as ever. He died before he could reach the height to fight against Marquis. It was such a pity. Spirit Sovereign Yen laughed heartily. He was in a good mood. At this moment, an ear-piercing sound came from afar. Baihao Isin, who was wearing silver armor, charged over with his spear. "Spirit Sovereign Yen," he said coldly with a stern expression, "I finally found you. This emperor has finally found you. Today, only one of us can survive." After witnessing Zhou Xuanji's prowess, he felt that Spirit Sovereign Yen might not be a match for Zhou Xuanji. He had to avenge his humiliation before Zhou Xuanji attacked. Spirit Sovereign Yen glanced at him and smiled disdainfully. Another bolt of lightning landed and turned into the heavenly law puppets. Baihao Isin stopped and looked at the 7 heavenly law puppets with a frown. Soon, his eyes locked onto Marquis, and his expression changed drastically. Even though Marquis was only a silhouette, he could not forget that silhouette. When Marquis ascended, he became famous. At that time, who did not revere Marquis's domineering aura? He was one of them. He immediately thought of many things and had a bad premonition. Without a word, he raised his arms and roared furiously, "Die!" Spirit Sovereign Yan's expression changed. This dog is using this move again. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 386. Please enter the text. Zhou Xuanji hurried toward Juadi Cliff. The closer he got to Juadi Cliff, the more uneasy he felt. He had mastered World Overlord and could sense the heaven and earth. The crisis of the world had arrived, and it was getting more and more intense. According to his speed, he would arrive at Juadi Cliff in half a day. Originally, he could borrow the power of heaven and earth to directly teleport over, but that would consume too much energy, and it would be easy for him to fall into a situation where he would be attacked from both sides. Today, I will use the power of the heavens to revive the past generations of almighty beings, and together, we will create a new era in the northern wilderness region. The fate of the human race has come to an end, and if you want to live on, you can become slaves. A new main character of the world will be born, and each clan can fight for it. As long as you find me and prove your strength, you will all have the chance to become the main character of the world. Spirit Sovereign Yan's voice suddenly resounded throughout the entire northern wilderness region. Zhou Xuanji frowned. Such a vicious plan. This was to lure the overseas races into the northern wilderness region. His evil intentions should be punished. Zhou Xuanji sped up again. However, Spirit Sovereign Yen had yet to finish his words. "I've already awakened King Ho. Next, I'll awaken Emperor Xia, Lu Wuji, Hegemon Sword Emperor, Wang Xiaofei, Shi Shenzong, Great Emperor Wang, Buddha Ghost Emperor, and many others. I'll use the power of the heavens to awaken all of the experts who have the qualifications to become great emperors. Great Emperor Heartless tried to stop me but was suppressed by me. Let me give you a word of advice. The will of God is not something you can stop." These words shocked the world. All the experts who have the qualifications to become emperors will be awakened? How could this be? The first reaction of all living beings in the world was disbelief. However, when they thought of how omnipotent immortals and gods were, they were terrified. Even the invincible great Emperor Heartless 90,000 years ago was no match for him, let alone the people of the present. Lu Wuji, who had wreaked havoc in the northern wilderness region, had been resurrected. Would the Sword Emperor be able to block so many experts by himself? For a moment, the world was in chaos. The crisis of the apocalypse made people crazy. Zhou Xuanji was shocked in his heart. He did not expect Spirit Sovereign Yen to have already created a noble heavenly law puppet. No one could say for sure how powerful a noble was. However, the marquises could definitely be ranked in the top 10 in history when it came to the ability to suppress and rule an era. Even Daoist Old Man held Marquis in high esteem, claiming that Marquis was the most domineering existence among the ancestors of the human race. It was only because the era was different. If he had been born in the era of Emperor Xia, his historical status would definitely not be lower than Emperor Xia's. Of course, it was meaningless to talk about what-ifs. Zhou Xuanji took out the ancient god sword, and as he advanced, he summoned the 9 souls. He told them about Spirit Sovereign Yan's actions. Emperor Zhao was the first to curse. This kid is playing with fire. Every expert had their own pride. If those almighty existences who were still alive found out that they had become heavenly law puppets, how angry would they be? The higher one's cultivation was, the more they cared about their reputation. The heavenly palace, huh? Such a force is indeed full of villains. Fortunately, it's only the northern wilderness region. What do you mean lucky? Wang Ho, Emperor Xia, Lu Wuji, Great Emperor Wang, and Buddha Ghost Emperor. Who could stand against the 5 of them? It's not just them. There might be even more ancient existences. Devil Emperor Dugu is also supporting that brat from the Sky Palace. The souls of the almighty existences began discussing. They were not all from the northern wilderness region, but they understood how powerful this tribulation was. Countless years had passed, and the northern wilderness region had produced too many peerless cultivators. If these people formed an army, they could dominate all the mortal realms. Sovereign Xian, who had been silent, said, "The heavenly law stone cannot be used indefinitely. Using the heavenly law's power will be greatly depleted. We can still make it if we rush over now." Emperor Hanlin said, "You are already a great emperor candidate. To you, this is a serendipity. But it's more of a disaster than a blessing." Zhou Xuanji nodded and continued to ask them which powerful cultivators were worth paying attention to. At Juadi Cliff, Baihao Isin was pinned to a stone stele. His limbs were pierced by metal nails, and his neck and waist were bound by metal chains. He could not move at all. There was still a trace of blood at the corner of his lips. Looking at the 15 figures in front of him, his expression was extremely grim. He turned to look at Devil Emperor Dugu, who was cultivating, and said, "Hey, Blue Brat, are you really going to help a nobody like this?" In the upper realm, Spirit Sovereign Yen was indeed a nobody. Having heard that, Spirit Sovereign Yen was indifferent. He had already blocked Baihao Isin. Devil Emperor Dugu opened his eyes and looked at Baihao Isin. "Where there is a will, there is a will. Don't underestimate any nobody. Great Emperor Heartless, since you came to the lower realm, how many nobodies have you been forced to self-destruct?" Baihao Isin heard this, and his expression changed as though he had eaten a fly. He wanted to retort, but he did not know how. Boom! Another bolt of lightning struck. It was another heavenly law puppet. Baihao Isin glanced over, and his expression changed drastically. Lu Wuji. The heavenly law puppet represented the cultivation and power of the original Lu Wuji before his ascension. This meant that this Lu Wuji was much more powerful than the previous Lu Wuji's corpse, because he possessed all the divine abilities and battle experience of Lu Wuji before his ascension. Seeing Lu Wuji's arrival, Spirit Sovereign Yen smiled. Devil Emperor Dugu glanced at Lu Wuji thoughtfully. They did not notice that Marquis tilted his head slightly, as though he was looking at Lu Wuji. All the heavenly law puppets were motionless. Even though they were emanating powerful auras, they were still like wooden pillars. "Oi, kid, are you absolutely confident that these heavenly law puppets will listen to you?" Baihao Isin asked Spirit Sovereign Yen suddenly. Spirit Sovereign Yen had already told him about the heavenly law stone, so he naturally wanted to rope him in. Although Great Emperor Heartless was in such a sorry state, Spirit Sovereign Yen knew how arrogant this guy was in the upper realm. Of course, the Heavenly Law Stone is in my hands, so they will definitely listen to me, Spirit Sovereign Yen said proudly. Having heard this, Bai Hao Isin squinted his eyes. At this moment, Spirit Sovereign Yen smiled proudly and said, "Did you find a way?" He suddenly put the Heavenly Law Stone into his mouth. Next, his body gave off a rainbow radiance as he turned into the Heavenly Law Stone. Bai Hao Isin almost cursed out loud. So shameless! Devil Emperor Dugu was speechless. Swoosh, an air-piercing sound came. The three turned around and saw Zhou Xuanji flying over on his sword with a powerful aura. Seeing him, Bai Hao Isin was pleasantly surprised and cried out, "Brat Zhou, save this emperor. This emperor owes you a favor in the future." "You are Sword Emperor Zhou Xuanji?" Spirit Sovereign Yen said with a disdainful smile. The 16 heavenly law puppets turned to look at Zhou Xuanji. All of them unleashed their auras, which shook the clouds and shook the mountains within a radius of 100 miles. Zhou Xuanji stopped 100 meters away from them. He immediately saw Lu Wuji's heavenly law puppet. Very powerful. Even though he had already mastered World Overlord, he still sensed a trace of danger. Devil Emperor Duga looked up at him and said, "Zhou Xuanji, give up. No matter how powerful you are, you can't turn the tables now. Why don't we work together?" Spirit Sovereign Yen did not speak. Zhou Xuanji's talent and righteousness made him wary. Such a genius must be eliminated. But he had to give Devil Emperor Dugu some face. "If I give up, will you spare the northern wilderness region's humans?" Zhou Xuanji asked calmly. He was curious. Since Spirit Sovereign Yen wanted to betray the Heavenly Hall, why must he eradicate the humans?